the most powerful mage of Harry Potter. Chapter 501, The Unchanging Labyrinth. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction, watching the students in the audience questioning this, and slowly said, "But believe me, there are things more terrifying than dragons and mermaids. Plus cool, tiger." As soon as Dumbledore's words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Sure enough, how could the final stage of the Triwizard Tournament be easier than the previous ones? It turns out that there are unknown dangers. This is wonderful. Harry and the others looked at each other, and they also felt that there must be fraud. But they didn't expect that the danger described by Dumbledore was even more dangerous than the dragon and the mermaid. Marks McClown also squinted slightly, and he smelled a hint of danger from Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore took out 4 wands in his hand, and sent them one by one to Mark's eye. Dumbledore said, "This wand can't cast a spell, but it can save your lives in it." Marks McClown and the others took the wand and felt the texture of the wand in a puzzled way. Dumbledore smiled and said seriously, "Listen clearly, as long as you encounter danger inside and don't want to break through the level, remember to pour magic power on this magic wand. It will emit a red light. We will save you according to the direction of the red light emission. Understand?" Marks McClown's pupils shrank, and they all understood the meaning of Dumbledore's words. In this maze, there are things that can threaten life. As long as life is in danger, the magic wand will be detonated. Dumbledore patted the shoulders of the 4 of them one by one, saying, "When you are in danger, don't be aggressive." After speaking, Dumbledore returned to the stage, regained his smile, and said loudly, "Now that the rules are clearly stated, then I declare that the final match of the Triwizard Tournament will now begin." Harry turned his head when he heard the words, and said with a hint of fear in his eyes, "Mr. Marks, I'm going in first." "Come on." Marks McClown nodded at Harry, and watched Harry choose a path into the maze. Crumb stared at Marks McClown coldly, lowered his head and chose another way to enter without saying a word. Seeing that both of them had chosen to enter the intersection decisively, of course she refused to enter the maze, the last one, and hurried into the maze in front of Mark's eye. The students in the audience shouted like a tide, "Come on Mark's eye. Mark's eye wins the championship." All the professors also stared at the Mark's eye that had not yet entered at the end, and their eyes were full of different emotions. Marks McClown took a deep breath and walked towards the last intersection. As soon as he entered the maze, Mark's eye instinctively discovered that the maze was not as simple as he looked at. There were exactly the same tree walls all around, and these tree walls were forcibly joined together with a spell. The branches and roots inside were moving unconsciously on their own, which looked very strange. Moreover, the fog in this labyrinth is very thick, and the visibility is as low as less than 5 meters. Marks McClown turned a few corners, and immediately realized that even she had lost the sense of direction. Surrounded by the same tree walls, with the sense of loss of direction, even Marks McClown was at a loss. Marks McClown smiled bitterly. "This labyrinth is too deceptive, so how long can I find the trophy?" These mists are also strange. They can't help but block the line of sight, and they are also extremely confusing. Marks McClown can't tell whether he is in the end. Where is it? Harry's situation is not much different from that of Mark's eye, but Harry is now an optimist. He is very satisfied with his ability to stand in the final Triwizard Tournament, so Harry doesn't care whether he can win or not. He is very relaxed in the maze. Wandering in, Furong had a nervous look on her face, desperately trying to remember the characteristics of her journey, but it had no effect, and Furong soon lost her way. This made Furong's spirit even tighter. For Furong, who desperately wanted to win, it was another kind of suffering. Marks McClown tried to release her own spiritual exploration. Fortunately, the fog here is not so anti-ski, and Marks McClown's spiritual exploration ability can still be used. Marks McClown quickly used his spiritual exploration ability to the extreme. He had to reach the position of the trophy first, and check whether the trophy was manipulated by Voldemort. Suddenly, the entire maze shook, like an earthquake. The fighters who were in the maze tightened. Dumbledore had reminded them of the danger of this maze. They naturally wouldn't take Dumbledore's words as wind. All the tree walls in the maze suddenly changed. The unobstructed place was isolated by layers of tree walls, but the place where a tree wall was originally erected became empty. These are not important. The important thing is that these tree walls seem to be aimed at players. As long as the players are located, there are many tree walls in irregular sports. Marks McClown couldn't help but secretly delighted that she had brought tight clothing to facilitate her movement. All kinds of tree walls suddenly closed her way back, and even a tree wall squeezed toward her. Marks-I can even see the crazily moving tree roots inside the tree wall. Marks-I promises that as long as he is squeezed by the tree wall, he will definitely be entangled to death by the tree roots inside. All the tree walls they can see are their deadliest enemies. Leaders how? Marks McClown leaned on his side, avoiding the oncoming tree wall, but this tree wall actually stretched out countless branches and roots, crazily wanting to wrap around Marks McClown. These tree walls will take the initiative to attack people. Marks McClown broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly dodged aside. The branches and roots drew across Marks McClown's chest, and even tore the tights on Marks McClown's chest. Fortunately, Marks McClown dodged in time and there was no danger, but this was enough for Marks McClown to be frightened. No wonder Dumbledore reminded them that there are no dragons and no merfolk, but the dangers here are only more terrifying. Chapter 502 Amazing Changes. Because they have entered this maze, they are always in a situation where they will be attacked at any time. How can this kind of Jedi be not scary? How can it not be dangerous? With Marks-I's strength, he performed so thrilling, let alone other players. Cool Tiger. At this time, Harry was frightened like a frightened bird. None of the clothes on top and bottom were intact. Even one of his glasses was broken. Harry squatted in the middle of the road in a panic, holding his wand tightly in his hand, and looking at the tree wall beside him vigilantly. After being attacked by so many tree walls at once, he found that he could escape the first round of attacks. Lucky. The Fleur on the other side was not much better than Harry. At this time, Fleur had a lot of scars from the roots of branches and trees. Furong swallowed. Originally, she thought that this level was based on luck and would benefit her a little bit, but she never thought there was such a terrible thing here. Now let alone find a trophy, she was able to stick to it. Not bad. As for Krum, who behaved strangely recently, after experiencing this first attack, he did not appear panicked, but whether anyone appeared near Angwin. After discovering that there were no other players nearby, Krum actually fell on the ground, his body changed drastically, and finally turned into a mouse. If Ron or Harry saw this mouse, they would be able to recognize it. This mouse is exactly the same as Peter Pettigrew's Animagus. There is no difference. Krum is actually Peter Pettigrew. Marks McClown didn't find this amazing news. He was rushing to the direction of the trophy now. The various changes in the maze can't stop Marks-I's pace, because no matter how the tree wall changes, the position of the trophy will not change. As long as Marks-I finds a correct direction, he will be able to find the trophy soon. Marks McClown also secretly delighted that he had the spirit to explore such magical skills. Otherwise, even for himself, it would be very uncomfortable to face such an environment. After all, here you have to watch out for the tree wall around you all the time, and you are constantly changing its position. The most important thing is that you can't see anything around, and it's extremely difficult to distinguish the direction. The pressure in your heart is this maze. Pressure. Bag. Marks McClown walked like flying, approaching the direction of the trophy all the way, and the tree wall seemed to feel that some players were quickly approaching the trophy, and the speed of change gradually accelerated. The tree wall around Marks-I is constantly undergoing various changes, and even some tree walls can't wait to stretch out various tree roots and branches to catch Marks-I and stop Marks-I's continuous advancement. Marks McClown's magic wand never stopped, and he constantly swung curses to repel the approaching tree roots and branches. Sure enough, Marks McClown quickly rushed to the area where the trophy is located. The tree wall here behaved even more crazily. and he wanted to directly block the area of the trophy with his body to prevent Marks McClown from approaching. However, since this labyrinth was set so that the players would be able to find the trophy in the end, no matter how the tree walls blocked it, Marks McClown still came to the trophy with the guidance of spiritual exploration. Right in front of Mark's eye, there was a trophy burning with blue flames, erected on a stone pillar, and there was nothing suspicious elsewhere. Marks McClown didn't dare to step forward directly. In the original history, Voldemort would fiddle with the trophy. Now that history has been changed, Voldemort doesn't know what plan he will have, so Marks McClown should be more careful. Marks McClown approached the trophy lightly, always paying attention to the things around him. As soon as there was any trouble, Marks McClown would immediately make a defensive posture. However, to Marks McClown's expectation, Marks McClown went all the way to the trophy without any danger, even saying that there was no change at all. Marks McClown frowned slightly and took a breath. It turned out that in history, as long as you touch the trophy, it will be teleported to the grave where Voldemort is. Now, what he wants to try is to touch the trophy to see if it works. There can be changes. Marks McClown stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the trophy bottle. Marks McClown was extremely nervous. If Voldemort had moved his hands and feet, he would be teleported to Voldemort, where there must be a fierce battle waiting for him. But even if it passes, it's a half-dead Voldemort. Shouldn't it matter? However, nothing happened. Marks McClown gently took the trophy from the stone pillar, held it in his hand, and measured it. Still nothing happened. Could it be that Voldemort abandoned this plan because Barty's incident was exposed? On the other side, the little dwarf star turned into a mouse shuttled through the maze. This was the first task he received after he came out of Azkaban, and he naturally had to perform well. It turned out that Voldemort had a second-hand arrangement. Once Barty was exposed, Pettigrew would take over the entire task. Pettigrew became Crumb through compound decoction and participated in the final match of the Triwizard Tournament. Once in the maze, Pettigrew will find Harry and bring Harry to Voldemort. It's just that the little dwarf has a solemn character. It is very difficult to play Crumb, and he often feels too powerful if he is not careful. This is also the reason why both Karkaroff and Marks-Eye feel strange. After transforming into a mouse, the little dwarf had locked Harry's position through the mouse's unique sense of smell, and quickly approached Harry's direction. And Harry, who was walking cautiously in the maze now, kept himself walking in the middle of the road at all times. He was frightened by these scary tree walls before. He didn't want to be attacked by the tree wall and lost unclearly. Chidgy, Chitchy. Suddenly a strange voice reached Harry's ear, and Harry quickly turned around with his wand. Chapter 503 Unparalleled Clear Way. However, there was nothing behind Harry. Harry was wondering that there are still rats in this maze. But Harry was relieved quickly. After all, it was a maze that Hogwarts had just created recently, and it was not surprising that a mouse was trapped. Harry then continued to move forward, but the more he walked, the more wrong he felt. How could the rat sound I just heard so familiar? The rat's voice immediately reminded Harry of Ron. He could always hear this sound when he was with Ron. At that time it was Ron's mouse, which was the underscore call of Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew. But that scumbag seems to have been rescued from Azkaban. Shouldn't he come back again? After all, this is Hogwarts, but it is the safest place in the world. Harry thought to himself that maybe he was too vigilant, so he treated the calls of ordinary mice as the calls of the little dwarfs. Harry shook his head and continued walking. But what if the little dwarf is really back? Harry suddenly broke into a cold sweat, and he suddenly realized something was wrong, recalling how Mad-Eye Moody was replaced by Barty. It is not the first time that Hogwarts has been infiltrated. Pettigrew was rescued from Azkaban, and it seems that it is not incomprehensible to return to Hogwarts. Harry suddenly turned his head. The wand was held tightly by Harry, and the sweat had wetted the wand in Harry's hand. Chidgy, Chitchy. The mouse's call became clearer and clearer, and it was almost close to Harry's body. but Harry couldn't find anything, and could only hold his wand blankly and point to the empty air around him. Is there something wrong, Harry? But now you realize it's too late. Harry's pupils shrank suddenly. With the tone of his speech, Harry could undoubtedly confirm that Peter Pettigrew was really back. Faint. A spell hit Harry directly from a distance, and Harry shuddered and fell directly to the ground, losing consciousness. A sloppy little man walked out of the corner slowly with a triumphant smile. It was Peter Pettigrew. Little Dwarf hugged Harry and looked around vigilantly, confirming that no one around him found her whereabouts. Little Dwarf used his magic wand to cast a spell directly on him. Apparition. Peter Pettigrew, carrying Harry's body, with a triumphant smile, quickly turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. Marks McClown, who was in the trophy area, was still checking whether there were any abnormalities in the trophy, but Marks McClown did not find anything. Just when Marks McClown felt that Voldemort had cancelled this plan, Marks McClown stood up abruptly. He suddenly found that Harry's breath had disappeared in this huge maze. Originally, Mark's eye and Harry had this layer of connection with the meteorite from the outer sky. Mark's eye, who had absorbed the meteorite from the outer sky, was able to explore the location of Harry, who had drunk the magic potion. But just now, Marks McClown suddenly discovered that Harry's breath had disappeared, and it disappeared within the range he could sense. In other words, Harry had been taken away from this huge maze by other means. This is Voldemort's conspiracy. Marks McClown suddenly realized that, yes, the little Barty's affairs have been exposed. This will definitely affect Voldemort's plan for the trophy, and Voldemort will not continue this plan so stupidly. This is the blind spot of Mark's Eye's thinking. Mark's Eye believes too much in the original history, so even if Mark's Eye thinks that Voldemort will change his plan, he has to come to the trophy to see if Voldemort has done anything. You must know that Voldemort's current state is too weak. It can be said that the mountains are exhausted. The previous method of using the door key to conspiracy is too unstable. Voldemort does not have to use that plan. In order to resurrect him, he will definitely do whatever it takes, as long as he can get Harry's blood. Then it is not impossible to attack Harry and take Harry away. Find flowers. Marks McClown put the trophy heavily on the stone pillar, and now the whole thing has become difficult to deal with. It is all because of her thinking that is too fixed, and she has not considered it well. Marks McClown was thinking wildly about how to stop Voldemort, but Marks McClown found that there was no other way. Harry had been caught and had left the labyrinth, becoming very passive. Be passive, and try to be passive. Marks McClown gritted his teeth, and there was not much time to waste at this time. There were two magic wands in Marks McClown's hands, one black and one white. Now Marks McClown is in the strongest state. Mark's Eye must find the place where Harry was captured, so as to save Harry back and prevent Voldemort's resurrection. Holy Sword revealed. Marks McClown held up two magic wands, and the two spells of the Holy Sword's trace were triggered at the same time. Two huge swords of light stood between the sky and the earth. Without any hesitation, at the same time they slashed towards the surrounding tree wall. Boom, rumble. In an instant, countless tree walls were cut open at the sound, and tree roots and branches exploded at the same time, forming gorgeous fireworks. Marks McClown stepped on the tree roots and branches all over the ground, rushing towards Harry's direction before he disappeared. As long as a tree wall appeared in front of Marks McClown would not hesitate to use his magic power, and directly cut off all the obstacles with the Holy Sword. Marks McClown has only one thought in his mind now, that is to find the location where Harry disappeared as quickly as possible. One tree wall after another collapsed in front of Mark's Eye, who was getting closer and closer to where Harry last appeared. However, Marks McClown didn't have any bottom in his heart at this time. Even if he could find Harry's last appearance, how could he find Harry? Chapter 504 Chase Across Time and Space. DSK, I can't manage that much now, let's talk about it then. Mark's Eye split a tree wall again, and the innocent branches and roots waved directly to the sky. After Mark's eye splits the tree wall that was already full of vitality, it seemed to lose its vitality for a moment, and it became lifeless, and everything was flying all over the sky. Dead branches and leaves. The last wall. With a wave of Mark's eye's magic wand, the last tree wall smashed to pieces, and Mark's eye stepped on the dead branches and leaves to the place where Harry appeared last. However, there was nothing at the scene, just like other places. Marks McClown frowned and stared at the place where Harry last appeared. What should I do now? Harry disappeared without a trace. How could he find Harry back? Marks McClown clenched his fists in 5-3-7. And suddenly an unusual movement caught Marks McClown's attention. Space fluctuations. Harry was robbed by apparition, otherwise there would be no spatial fluctuations. If it was Harry who was robbed by phantom shifting, there might be a way. After Mark's eye upgraded the skill of the small world, the whole person's understanding of space ability has risen to a level. Perhaps you can use this to find Harry. Direction. But do you want to go there? The sudden situation now is no longer the history that Marks McClown is familiar with, and the past may be extremely dangerous. Unexpectedly, there was a final move. If the Death Eater is still playing this time, even if he rushes over now, it will not necessarily prevent Voldemort's resurrection. Marks McClown meditated, but then he thought about it. Even if there is still a 10,000th possibility of preventing Voldemort's resurrection, he should not give up. With my current strength, looking at the entire British wizarding world, no, even among wizards in the world, it is definitely ranked. And after defeating Sirius, I got 3,000 potential points. Adding the previous 1,000 potential points, the total of 4,000 potential points should be able to give it a go. In the 3rd grade, Mark's eye defeated the feeble Sirius without a magic wand, the runaway beating Liu, and Lupin, who had not tried his best, to obtain a total of 3,000 potential points. In comparison, the difficulty of defeating Sirius, who was in a perfect state, was about the same. And he also gained 3,000 potential points. In thinking about what's going on before and after, Marks McClown took a deep breath, and suddenly went out with arrogance. I have been working hard to become stronger, isn't it just to have enough strength to support myself, so that I no longer need to think about the future? Marks McClown closed his eyes, and he could feel a kind of faint spatial fluctuation in the same place, pointing to one of the directions if there was nothing. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown wanted to follow this faint spatial fluctuation to explore the direction, but he always felt a little bit worse. Where is it, and where does this weak spatial fluctuation point? Marks McClown suddenly opened his eyes. Space. 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 Marks McClown recalled that when he used the level 2 portable world, he understood the power of space. Spaces are all connected. There are traces of movement between spaces. Then there are traces to follow. What is it? How did you find it? Just when the weak power of space was about to dissipate, Marks McClown suddenly looked in one direction, which is there. Apparition. The tomb was filled with smoke, and a pot of boiling medicine was placed in the middle of the tomb. The dwarf slowly appeared in the mausoleum carrying Harry, and Harry slowly woke up, struggling constantly on the shoulders of the dwarf. Harry's wand was captured by Pettigrew a long time ago, and Harry without the wand poses no threat to Pettigrew. Dwarf walked to the potion pot and threw Harry heavily to the ground, panting hard, unable to hide his excitement. Harry stood up angrily and said, "Little dwarf, you dare to come to Hogwarts? Are you really afraid of death?" Little dwarf gasped and laughed loudly. "My little Harry, look at this place again. Are you sure this is still Hogwarts?" Harry hurriedly looked around, and the graves everywhere were nothing like what Hogwarts should have. Dwarf stared at Harry and sneered, "This is not Hogwarts. You are just a lamb to be slaughtered." Harry gritted his teeth and stared at Dwarf Star and said, "Then I am not afraid of you. I am not the Harry I used to be." Little Dwarf was taken aback, and immediately laughed and said, "My little Harry, you are so bold now. It seems that this Triwizard Tournament really give you a lot of courage. When it comes to the Triwizard Tournament, Harry is more confident, but he broke through with his own strength. Even the dragon has beaten him, let alone this humble little star. Harry said harshly, "Don't force me, or he'll be rude to you." Little Dwarf looked at Harry with pity and sympathy in his eyes and said, "Harry, as expected, your IQ has not yet been discovered. The entire Triwizard Tournament is a game against you and Mark-Sai." Harry was taken aback, and said in surprise, "What do you mean?" Little Dwarf snorted and said, "Can you still guess who the person who voted for you and Mark-Sai's name on the trophy is?" Harry frowned 0.8 and said, "Moody ... Oh no, it's Batty." "That's right." Little Dwarf sneered, "We have already planned for you." Mr. Barty Jr. disguised as Mad-Eye Moody and mixed into Hogwarts just to put your names in the trophy. Harry wondered, what's the use of putting our names in the trophy? We won't kill each other. Little Dwarf shook his head and said, "Sure enough, Harry, you are still too stupid. You participated in the Triwizard Tournament, so we have the opportunity to implement the plan for you. Chapter 505 The Dark Lord Voldemort. Harry was surprised. What plan? Dwarf stared at Harry with a sneer. "Use your blood to revive my great master." Harry sat down on the ground in shock, staring at the dwarf star in shock. According to the description of the dwarf star, he knew he was in a dangerous situation no matter how stupid he was. Little Dwarf squatted down, staring at Harry with mouse-like eyes and said, "You know, we originally planned well to let you successfully enter the third round of the Triwizard Tournament. You and Mark-Sai won to get the trophy. This will trigger the curse and let you be directly teleported here." Harry looked at Dwarf Star in horror, his body kept crawling back, and he trembled. "But I haven't even touched the trophy, so why did you catch me?" The little dwarf's face suddenly became hideous, and said angrily, "It's all because of that damn Mark-Sai." The little dwarf became very excited and said, "If Mark-Sai hadn't discovered Barty's conspiracy, how could I have been sent out to sneak into Hogwarts? Do you know how uncomfortable I am during this time?" Harry was taken aback. It turned out that Mark-Sai had discovered their conspiracy, and poor himself was still kept in the dark. The little dwarf continued, "There is still the last year. If it weren't for the hateful Mark-Sai, I would not be discovered by others, and I would not be by the master." As he said, a look of fear appeared on Little Dwarf's face. Plus cool, Tiger. Little Dwarf originally intended to hide beside Ron, and it was the best result not to find him on either side. Who knew that he was first discovered by Mark-Sai and locked up in Azkaban, and then returned to Voldemort after coming out, and doing these dangerous tasks again? It really made him worse than death. The little dwarf gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Everything is because of Mark-Sai. If I catch him, I don't need to torture him to death with a curse." Harry clenched his fists and said, "Mr. Marks will beat you directly. Do you think you can stand firm in front of Mr. Marks?" As soon as Little Dwarf heard Harry say this, he said angrily, "You don't know the height of the sky. Don't you know that you are dying, and you dare to talk back?" With a wave of Petty's wand, a stone statue behind Harry moved slowly, grabbing Harry and fixing it in front of the statue. No matter how hard Harry struggles, it won't help. The stone statue held Harry firmly. Harry could only glare at Dwarf Star and said, "Even if I die today, it doesn't matter. Mr. Marks will definitely give me revenge. At that time, crying and begging for mercy will not do any good." Dwarf kicked Harry heavily, turned to a shadow, and carefully picked out a baby. The baby looked very weak, had no hair, and seemed to have rough scales on his body. The body was very red and weird. Cool Tiger. Harry looked at the baby in Dwarf's hands in shock, and said in disbelief, "This is Voldemort." The little dwarf exclaimed, "Don't call the owner's name directly." The baby in Dwarf's hand opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Harry. The baby's eyes were actually shining red eyes. The baby slowly closed his eyes. His eyes were full of cold killing intent, not at all like baby's eyes. Little Star Gigi said with a sneer, Your blood will be donated to my master, and you will be the greatest help for the master's resurrection." Little dwarf gently put the baby into the boiling potion. "There are 3 materials missing now." The little dwarf sneered and knelt down, actually digging the soil of a grave, and said, "The first one is the bones of the owner's relatives." The little dwarf cut out a yellowed bone from the soil and gently put it into the potion. The potion became more boiling, and green bubbles continued to rise. Harry was surprised. "This is the grave of Voldemort's relatives." The little dwarf exclaimed again, "How many times have you said that you are not allowed to call the owner's real name?" "To be precise, this is the tomb of the owner's biological father." Harry then saw Tom Riddle written on the grave. There was a strange smell from the potion in the pot, and Harry smelled a nausea surge. Little dwarf took out a knife and said fiercely, "The second material is the servant's flesh and blood." With that said, Dwarf Star didn't hesitate and cut directly to his wrist, and Dwarf's palm fell directly into the pot of medicine. As if not aware of the pain in his arm, the little star approached Harry with a sneer and said, "The last material is the blood of the master's enemy." Without hesitation, the little dwarf slashed directly on Harry's chest, and Harry's blood immediately overflowed. Harry resisted the pain in his chest and stared at Dwarf Star. Little Dwarf was holding a knife stained with Harry's blood and laughed. "Master, it will be done soon, and you will be resurrected soon." Dwarf inserted the knife into the potion pot. Harry's blood immediately merged with the potion in the potion 477 potion. The entire pot instantly burned. Even the area around the pot burned without exception. Harry looked at all this in shock. Is this Voldemort going to be resurrected? Is he going to witness the process of Voldemort's resurrection? The little dwarf knelt on one side religiously, his head deeply pressed to the ground. The entire burning pot suddenly rose up and turned into a mass of burning flesh and blood, slowly transforming into a human form. The flame on his body gradually extinguished, and he was surrounded by countless black mist. This group of flesh and blood slowly straightened his waist, and stood on the ground. The black mist turned into a black robe and draped over him. Harry looked at all this in shock, and Voldemort was reborn in front of him alive. The big red eyes. The pupils are 2 slits, just like Cat A's. The nose has 2 small slits. The figure is tall and thin, like a skeleton, especially the skin. Pale and pale, looks very scary. Is this what Voldemort looks like? Chapter 506. Is the final boss going to start early? Harry looked at Voldemort in shock, unable to speak for a moment. Plus cool, tiger. Voldemort stood there, with his back to Harry, as if thinking about something. He kept looking at his hands and feet, as if he knew himself for the first time. Little Star secretly raised his head and saw the resurrected Voldemort with an ugly expression, like joy and sadness. Voldemort took his steps slowly, walked up to Pettigrew, and said hoarsely, "Where is my wand?" Dwarf hurriedly took out Voldemort's wand from his robe and handed it to Voldemort respectfully. Voldemort lightly took the wand, looked at the wand in his hand, and said lightly, "Extend your arm." Little dwarf stared for a moment, and said ecstatically, "Thank you, my master, thank you." With that said, little dwarf stretched out the arm he had just cut off. "Another one, fool," Voldemort said in a low voice, majestic. So scared dwarf immediately retracted his broken arm and handed his other hand to Voldemort respectfully. There was a faded dark mark on Little Star's intact arm. Voldemort put the tip of his wand on Petty Star's hand, and the faded dark mark suddenly became dark and black. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the wind and clouds in the sky violently. A group of black clouds formed a huge skull in the sky, which looked terrifying and terrifying. Harry hurriedly raised his head and was stunned when he saw the skull in the sky. Suddenly, a lot of black mist came out from the skulls. The black mists flew in the direction of Voldemort and quickly landed on the ground, turning into people wearing black robes and skull masks. Voldemort looked at the black-robed people who appeared and said lightly, "Welcome to you, my old friends." Those in black robes bowed their heads respectfully and expressed their highest respect to Voldemort. Voldemort looked at them and continued, "It's been 13 years. We haven't seen each other for 13 years, but to me, it seems that the last time we met was yesterday." Harry looked at the black-robed man who appeared, and a thought flashed in his mind: it was a Death Eater. Voldemort looked at these black-robed men and said in a cold tone, "I have to admit, I am disappointed, because none of you tried to come to me." Voldemort waved his hand. The skull mask on the black-robed man's face turned into black mist and disappeared, and everyone fell to the ground. Plus cool, Tiger, especially you. Voldemort approached one of the black-robed men and grabbed his head. Lucius. Harry's pupils shrank suddenly, and this person was actually Lucius Malfoy. Lucius looked panicked, but still tried to keep himself flat and said, "Master, I have been trying my best to find you." Voldemort stared at Lucius coldly. Lucius knelt on the ground, maintaining his calm, and said, "Master, I promise, I never gave up the idea of looking for you." Voldemort snorted heavily, walked among the black-robed men, looked around with cold eyes, and all the black-robed men bowed their heads. "Master," Little Dwarf said in a low voice, "but I have been looking for you." Voldemort turned his head and glared at Dwarf Star and said, "You are not looking for me because of your loyalty, but because of your fear." Little Dwarf fell to his knees in fright, looking at Voldemort fearfully, not daring to say more. Voldemort's cold eyes slowly said, "But in the past few months, you have proved to me the value of your existence." After that, Voldemort's wand was lightly waved, and a brand new palm slowly grew out of the broken wrist of Dwarf Star. Little Dwarf quickly said with a grateful nose, "Thank you, Master, thank you, Master." Voldemort then turned around, finally looking at Harry with cold eyes, and said coldly, "Hello, the famous Mr. Potter." Harry gritted his teeth and stared at Voldemort without saying a word. Voldemort approached Harry, looked at Harry's face carefully, and said, "Mr. Potter, I heard that you are quite well known recently. You have almost caught up with me, right?" Harry gritted his teeth angrily and stared at Voldemort. "Kill if you want." Although he was still very scared in his heart, Harry felt that he always had an example to pursue in his heart. Mark's eye was encouraging himself. The holy sword is revealed. Suddenly, a black-robed man suddenly got into trouble. His wand was pointed directly at Voldemort's back, and a huge radiant lightsaber struck Voldemort's direction directly. Voldemort was shocked. He didn't expect that among the people summoned, there would be people who were not his subordinates. Harry was surprised. He already knew who this man was from his voice and spell. "It's Mark's eye." It was Mr. Marks who came to rescue him. It's just that the Dark Lord is the Dark Lord. Even if something happens suddenly, he is still in danger. Voldemort took his wand in one fell swoop, and the surging magic power broke out. The huge lightsaber did not play any role, and it shattered directly in the air. The black-robed man who attacked Voldemort took off his black robe casually, revealing a young face. It was Marks McClown. However, Marks McClown's strength was no longer a level that Fool-E-Lazo Earth Demon could ignore. Even if he blocked the curse, Voldemort was still shocked by this sudden attack. However, Marks McClown was even more surprised. His full-scale sneak attack actually only shocked Voldemort a step back. Marks McClown's heart couldn't help but chuckle. He was still a step too late. He didn't expect that Voldemort's strength after his resurrection was so powerful, and even the sneak attack with his full strength did not make any achievements. Marks McClown did not hesitate, and continued to wield his wand. After all, the enemy in the battle was Voldemort, and Marks McClown could not hide himself. He took out both of his wands at once. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 507 The Dark History of Voldemort. Eternal Gunslinger. Malnia. The Eternal Gun was pointed at Voldemort, and Malna pointed at the stone statue behind Harry. With a wave of Voldemort's wand, Mark's eye's Eternal Gunslinger's curse instantly vanished, and disappeared without a trace in the air. Cool Tiger, and Mjolnir accurately smashed the statue behind Harry. The statue was blown apart and Harry fell to the ground and hurriedly crawled towards the Cloud Knight. Voldemort didn't stop Marks McClown's behavior. He just stared at the two with playful eyes, and said lightly, "Do you think you don't have to pay a price for being a hero here?" Marks McClown smiled faintly and said, "I'm not here to be a hero. I'm just here to save Harry. Isn't that all right?" Harry climbed to Marks's side and immediately stood up and whispered, "Mr. Marks, let's run. Voldemort has been resurrected. We can't be the enemy." Marks McClown smiled bitterly, "Then we have to be able to run away too. How do you want to run with such a luxurious lineup on the opposite side?" Harry fixed his eyes, and 537 Death Eaters headed by Lucius behind Voldemort looked at him with ill-faced faces, let alone Voldemort. Even Lucius is not able to deal with it by himself. It is really difficult to escape. Seeing the sudden appearance of Marks, Lucius Dwarf and others' faces were not pretty. After all, they all suffered from Marks's hands. Voldemort looked at Marks McClown and suddenly said with a smile, "Marks McClown, we haven't seen each other for a long time." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked at the same time, and Marks actually knew Voldemort before Marks, right? Marks McClown smiled faintly and said, "I don't need to mention anything a few years ago." Harry looked at Marks in shock. How could it be possible that Marks had just entered Hogwarts in his few grades? Did Marks have intersection with Voldemort at that time? Voldemort sneered and said, "At that time, you played me a lot." The Death Eaters behind Voldemort all looked at Marks. Their eyes were full of shock. If Voldemort was right, Marks actually let Voldemort suffer. Harry also let go of the boulder. It turned out that Marks had let Voldemort deflate. If Voldemort and Marks really had anything to do, it was estimated that Harry would immediately doubt life. However, Harry was also secretly shocked. Marks a few years ago was no better than himself, and he was able to let Voldemort deflate. "It is indeed Mr. Marks." Marks McClown smiled lightly and said, "I can only blame you for being too credulous, right?" While speaking, Marks McClown's eyes kept glaring in confusion. Plus cool, Tiger. The opposing team's lineup is too terrifying. Even one Voldemort. There are so many elite Death Eaters. Let alone escape with Harry. It is definitely not a simple thing to run away. Various ways to escape flashed through Marks McClown's mind, but they were still denied one by one. Even the safest apparition, it takes a certain amount of time to cast a spell to escape, and this little time is enough to be interrupted countless times by the opposite side. Even if it is not interrupted, there is a great possibility that a close attack will be apparated, and then, like Dobby in the original history, he will be killed just after the apparition. No matter how hard he thought about and meditation, Marks McClown found helplessly that there was basically no chance that they could escape. Voldemort said coldly, "Why, do you still want to escape under the current situation? Do you think you can escape?" Marks McClown smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, "BBBB, can't escape." Voldemort laughed and said, "Marks McClown, I am really refreshed to see you like this. Don't worry, you won't die so easily, because before you die, I will torture you." I feel satisfied. At the end, Voldemort showed a hideous face. Marks McClown smiled and said I can't escape, but I didn't say I let you kill it. Voldemort narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you still think you have a chance to resist?" Harry quickly grabbed Marks's wizard robe, and motioned Marks not to be impulsive. Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, "Who knows, maybe I can beat you. This is also possible." Voldemort was taken aback, and immediately burst into laughter, and the Death Eaters behind him also burst into laughter, looking at Marks as if they were looking at a naive child. Lucius sneered, "Marks McClown, are you really mad? You still want to defeat the Master?" Little Dwarf also said, "Marks McClown, you just accept your fate. You can't run away today." Voldemort also looked at Marks and shook his head and said, "Marks, you really are more stupid as you grow up. In this situation, You would never say such words without thinking about you a few years ago. Marks McClown smiled faintly and said, "Anyway, I have already said what I said, and I can take it back. I'm going to challenge you now." "What's the matter? Don't you dare to respond. Good. Voldemort even said 3 good words, and his eyes were full of joking when he looked at Xiang Marksai. "Since you are so anxious to die, I don't agree that I despise you very much. Maybe I will abuse you later and give you a happy one. It may be broken." Marks McClown smiled silently and did not answer. Marks McClown knew very well in his heart that Voldemort's current power was extremely strong, even if he was not fully sure of it. But if he didn't ask for a heads-up challenge, he would drag Harry an oil bottle to fight Voldemort and a group of elite Death Eaters. In this case, the chance of survival would be even slimmer. Marks McClown had no choice but to choose the former method, singled out with Voldemort. Perhaps there was still a hint of life. Fortunately, Voldemort was resurrected and eager to show his strength, so he responded to the challenge issued by Marksai. P.S. Thanks for the 100-point reward from Dragon Valley. Chapter 508 Marks McClown vs. Voldemort. In the original history, Voldemort had to go head-to-head with Harry. He is now in such a state of confidence explosion, so even if he knows that Marks McClown is a radical technique, he will definitely respond. Otherwise, if it were Voldemort when he was calm, he wouldn't be so easy to talk. So he swarmed and killed Marksai. Harry grabbed Marks McClown's clothes and his eyes were full of doubts. He still didn't know why Marks McClown had to single-check Voldemort. Marks McClown's eyes gestured to Harry slightly, then he broke Harry's hand off, walked slowly to the middle, and looked at Voldemort flatly. Voldemort also stepped forward slowly, looking at Marksai jokingly. He still vividly remembered Marks McClown playing around with himself 4 years ago, and now that his strength has recovered, Marks McClown has taken the initiative to raise the issue of singles with him, which couldn't be better. Voldemort will use this battle to tell everyone what the consequences will be for those who play him. The Death Eaters headed by Lucius sneered and backed away, looking at Marks McClown's eyes full of disdain, as if they were looking at a corpse. Harry also stepped back slowly, looking at Marksai worriedly. Voldemort smiled lightly. "Are you ready?" Marks McClown stretched out his hands and feet, and said with a restrained expression, "Come on." Cool exclamation mark hash. Voldemort looked at Marksai with a smile. Marksai was expressionless and looked at Voldemort. The two slowly walked to the side, never leaving each other's eyes. Any small mistake in the opponent's actions may become the beginning of the battle. Marks McClown has never felt such a terrifying oppression. This is the first scene of Marks McClown against such a strong opponent. At this moment, Marks McClown was concentrated, and all his attention was on Voldemort. Suddenly, Voldemort's wand trembled slightly, and a red spell laser hit Marksai. Marks McClown's pupils shrank. Is this Voldemort's strength? Obviously, he was looking at Voldemort attentively, but Voldemort's curse was actually issued at a moment when he was stunned. The timing was extremely delicate. Marks McClown's body flipped abruptly, and the red curse directly rubbed his body, making Marks McClown a cold sweat. Worthy of being a black magic wizard standing at the top, this timing is really terrifying. Before Marks McClown stood upright, Voldemort's wand was point after point, and the spells emitting red light were like bullets, wiping Marks McClown's side. Had it not been for Marksai's perfect control of his body, he would have been attacked by Voldemort's curse long ago. Voldemort's face was calm, and he cast a spell casually as if he was doing a careless thing. Marks McClown jumped suddenly and jumped behind the side of the tomb, finally having a chance to breathe. Harry looked at all this in shock. Marksai and Voldemort's fight unexpectedly fell short from the beginning. Harry knew the strength of Marks McClown. Neither the vampires nor the horses had any way to win Marks McClown, and Voldemort directly suppressed Marks McClown. How terrifying is Voldemort's strength? Lucius and the Death Eaters sneered, watching Marksai being played by Voldemort. Their hearts were extremely refreshing. especially Lucius and Pettigrew. Voldemort shook his head and said, "Marx McClown, if you only have this strength, I think you'd better just give in. You can't be my opponent at all." Marx McClown hid behind the tomb, leaving a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Voldemort was more powerful than he had imagined. This battle was really too much. Marx McClown slammed his head out, with a magic wand in each hand, and at the same time incited the spell. Malnia, Eternal Gunslinger. Two powerful spells flew towards Voldemort, and Voldemort waved. The two spells were directly detonated in midair, exploding gorgeous fireworks. Marx McClown certainly didn't think that these two curses could cause damage to Voldemort, as long as he could stop Voldemort for a moment. Voldemort sneered. Of course he knew Marx McClown's thoughts, but now he wants to show his powerful power to his subordinates, and also give revenge to Marx McClown's previous play. How could he keep his hands? Seeking flowers Heart drilling curse. Voldemort directly cast out the unforgivable curse Marx McClown hurriedly avoided, and the heartbreaking curse directly hit the tombstone of the grave, and the hard tombstone was directly blown to pieces. The gravel hit Marx McClown. Marx McClown did not hesitate, and continued to use Morna and the Eternal Gun. The two spells that Marx-I used as the trump card before, are now like the bullets of a machine gun, swayed out without hesitation, just to gain a little time and space. Voldemort sneered. Now Marx McClown's performance can only be described as embarrassing, but this is far from enough. He wants Marx McClown to be even more embarrassed. Mind-drilling spell. Imperial Curse. Voldemort must use this curse to hit Marx-I, so Marx-I can't keep his plain face, and must reveal his most embarrassed side. Of course Marx McClown knew what Voldemort was thinking now. Voldemort didn't regard himself as a real opponent at all, so he kept using these two curses in order to torture himself. Marx McClown couldn't think of any way for a while, and could only spend time with Voldemort. As long as he dragged it, there would be hope. Voldemort sneered. When do you want to hide? Do you think this is useful? Marx McClown frowned, hiding behind a tombstone, thinking of a way to defeat Voldemort. Now it seems that after Voldemort's resurrection, his strength is almost incomparable compared to before. Voldemort's magic strength is far more than twice that of Marx-I. As long as the magical powers of Marx-I and Voldemort confront each other, that Marx-I will not have any chance, and the magic will definitely be defeated. Chapter 509,000 arrows are fired. Because this is an essential gap, any trickery is useless. Voldemort stared at the tombstone where Marx McClown was hiding, and said coldly, "Marx McClown, you said you want to stand up with me. Are you hiding behind the tomb and making no noise?" Marx McClown suddenly jumped out from behind the tombstone, and the two wands pointed directly at Voldemort. Malnia, Eternal Gunslinger. Without any hesitation, the two curses attacked Voldemort directly. Voldemort sneered, and with a light wave of his wand, Marx-I's curse instantly dissipated in midair. Marx McClown moved quickly. The magic wand in his hand didn't stop at any rate, and Morna and the Eternal Gunshot were like the bullets of a machine gun, attacking Voldemort like a rainstorm. Marx McClown didn't make 470 use other spells, and now even Murnia and the Eternal Gunslinger can't hurt Voldemort. Using other spells is even more useless and will only expose herself faster. Marx-I's curse could not cause harm to Voldemort at all, and the power of the curse was wiped out by Voldemort before it even reached Voldemort. Marx McClown jumped up and jumped behind a rock, recovering the magic power he had just used the curse violently. Voldemort snorted heavily and said, "You just fight me like this?" Voldemort's wand trembled and pointed at the rock where Marx-I was hiding, and a spell directly hit the rock. Marx McClown was about to avoid. He thought that Voldemort was going to smash this rock, but what was strange was that there was no movement on this rock, as if it had not been hit by a curse. Marx McClown hesitated to look at the rock behind him, and when he was hesitating in his head, the rock suddenly made a clicking sound. Boom! A hideous stone demon broke free from the rock. This stone demon had a hideous face and sharp claws, and it rushed towards Mark's Eye's position. Marks McClown immediately jumped aside and dodged. The surrounding rocks exploded with huge noises one after another. The same stone demon slowly broke free from the rocks, silent eyes staring at Mark's Eye tightly. Voldemort jokingly said, "In this case, I would like to see how you can hide." Marks McClown frowned. The reason why he was hiding behind a rock or tombstone just now was because the unforgivable curse did not penetrate two thick barriers and could easily be blocked by physical defenses. But now that the surrounding stones were turned into a stone demon by Voldemort, he became Voldemort's best target. Hateful. On the side of Marks McClown's body, he avoided the claw machine of a stone demon. The sharp claws of the stone demon caught directly on the ground, and a pit suddenly appeared in front of Marks McClown. Plus cool, tiger. The attacks of these stone demons should not be underestimated. Harry saw the danger surrounding Mark's Eye and couldn't help but yelled, "Mr. Marks, be careful. If it doesn't work, just leave me alone. Just run away." Harry had already seen that Mark's Eye was completely at a disadvantage when facing Voldemort, and even had no chance to fight back. If this continues, Marks McClown will be subdued by Voldemort sooner or later, so it is better to let Marks McClown try to escape by himself. A dozen stone demons had no emotions. One after another, they attacked Mark's Eye. Fortunately, Marks McClown's physical quality has surpassed the limit of human beings. Coupled with Marks McClown's ability to perfectly control his body, Marks McClown is still dangerous and dangerous to avoid the attack of the stone demon. If he is replaced by someone else, may have been brutally murdered. Voldemort was not in a hurry to make a move. For him, Marks McClown had long been in his bag, and now it was just playing Marks McClown. Lucius behind Voldemort said dissatisfied, "Master, this kid Mark's Eye is as flexible as a loach. Why don't you let me take a shot? I will definitely be able to capture him and give it to the master." Lucius knew that Voldemort was dissatisfied with him, so he was anxious to do his best to please Voldemort. Voldemort turned his head coldly, staring at Lucius and said, "Marks McClown is now singled out with me. Do you know what is called single out?" "I am ignorant." Lucius was scolded by Voldemort, and fell to his knees in fright, not daring to look up for a long time. Voldemort also seemed to think that playing Mark's Eye was almost too, and Mark's Eye should be caught and tortured slowly. Voldemort raised his wand and pointed it straight at Marks McClown's body. He wanted to cast a heartbreaking spell on Marks McClown to let Marks McClown know how stupid it was to play with himself before. Marks McClown's brow jumped. These stone demons were too annoying. Although he had the strength to directly solve these annoying stone demons, it didn't help to solve them. Finally, he had to face Fu Voldemort directly. Marks McClown still pretended to deal with the stone demon, while thinking of ways to deal with Voldemort. Now Voldemort raised his magic wand directly to him. Marks McClown knew immediately that he had no chance, and if he continued like this, he would definitely lose, and he must fight back. Marks McClown raised her wand at the same time, pointed her wand at the stone demon in front of her, and pointed her wand high at the sky. Malnia. Voldemort also cast a spell, Heart-Drilling Curse. Mark's Eye's wand burst out with dazzling light, and the powerful Malnia fired continuously, instantly smashing the dozens of stone demons in front of him into countless stones. At the same time, the curse power of Voldemort's Diamond Heart curse was quickly approaching Mark's Eye. Marks McClown stared at the gravel in front of her eyes and the piercing curse that was constantly approaching 1.3 herself, gritted her teeth fiercely, and quickly cast the spell with her other hand. 1,000 arrows are sent. In an instant, all the rocks that floated in the air got rid of the gravity of the earth and gathered above the magic wand in Mark's Eye's other hand. With a fierce wave of Mark's Eye's magic wand, countless broken stones turned into meteors, rushing towards Voldemort like a flood. P.S. Seek flowers, comments, evaluation tickets, rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 510 The Real Voldemort. The piercing curse immediately lost its power when it hit the gravel. After all, the piercing curse was also an unforgivable spell and could be defended by matter. Countless rubbles form a powerful meteor swarm, heading towards Voldemort. This is the first effective counterattack since Mark-Sai and Voldemort have fought. Voldemort's pupils contracted. Originally, his stone demon was still suppressing Marks McClown, and his own heart-drilling curse had locked Marks McClown's position. All he needed to do was to wait to appreciate Marks McClown's embarrassing state. Who knew that Marks McClown completed a perfect counterattack in an instant? First, he killed all the stone demons in seconds, and then used the impenetrable physical defense of the unforgivable Sue curse to dissolve his heart-drilling curse, and finally used thousands of arrows curse as a counterattack. I have to say that Marks McClown's plan is really subtle, and if it is to change to another Dark Wizard, he might really be in charge. Unfortunately, Mark-Sai faced Voldemort, the most terrifying Dark Wizard in history. Voldemort's eyes slammed, and the surging magic power rushed out of Voldemort's body. Under the magic power of Voldemort's powerful 11, the gravel under the action of 10,000 arrows could not hold on for a moment, and was directly shattered. Although this move of Wang Jianqi looked full of momentum, Marks McClown knew in his heart that it was impossible to cause damage to Voldemort, but it could be regarded as alleviating Voldemort's offensive, giving Marks McClown a breathing opportunity. Plus cool, Tiger. Lucius looked at Marks McClown's counterattack, and his mouth grew wide in surprise. He didn't expect Marks McClown to make such a perfect counterattack in such a short period of time. If he had just attacked, he might have had a problem. Before this, Mark-Sai was really knocked down. He really couldn't say two confident words. Little Dwarf was even more surprised and stunned. He hoped that Voldemort would catch Mark-Sai quickly, so that he could participate in the humiliation of Mark-Sai together. But his inner fear of Mark-Sai was constantly alerting him not to mess with him again. Night. Even if Voldemort and Marks McClown are fighting now, he should let go of his mind that Marks McClown will not escape, but he just feels that Marks McClown has not been subdued, and there is still a chance to escape. After all, the psychological shadow that Marks McClown gave him is too heavy. Voldemort looked at Marks McClown coldly and said, "Marks McClown, I really underestimated you. In such a disadvantaged situation, I can actually make such a perfect counterattack." Marks McClown took a breath and said with a smile, "Isn't this having no effect on you?" Plus, Voldemort shook his head and said, "How could it not affect me?" Marks McClown was slightly taken aback, wondering what Voldemort meant. Voldemort stared at Mark-Sai with his viper-like eyes and said, "The impact on me is. This strengthens my determination to kill you. People like you continue to live in the world are too threatening to me. I can't let you grow up." Marks McClown's heart froze for a moment. He realized that Voldemort was going to be true. Voldemort's offense was only carried out with a cat-and-mouse mentality, and now, Voldemort is really determined to solve himself. Voldemort's wand flicked, and another heart-piercing curse flew towards Mark-Sai. This time, the curse gave Mark-Sai a completely different feeling. Mark-Sai could feel Voldemort's determination to kill himself. Marks McClown was already surrounded by enough things to stop Voldemort's unforgivable curse, and the rocks and tombstones around him had been destroyed in the battle just now. Marks McClown can only dodge this heart-piercing curse with her own strength. Marks McClown stared closely at the red heart-piercing curse. The speed of the curse was so fast that Marks McClown felt suffocated quickly, and the angle was very tricky, even giving Marks McClown an illusion that he could not avoid it at all. Is this the power of Voldemort? Marks McClown gritted his teeth. And now his aura was suppressed by Voldemort. That's why he had such an illusion. He must get rid of this illusion immediately, otherwise there would really be no chance of a comeback. Get away. Get away. Must avoid. The palms of Marks McClown's two hands were already oozing sweat, and sweat was densely covered on his forehead. Up to now, Marks McClown has not consumed much consumption. but the pressure in his heart is enormous. Marks McClown twisted her body abruptly, and the heart-drilling curse pierced the wizard's robe on Marks McClown's body and hit the mud behind her. Marks McClown staggered, almost unable to stand firm, and finally avoided the piercing curse. Marks McClown let out a breath. The sweat on her body has soaked herself, and Voldemort really has no way to deal with it when he is serious. If this continues, he will undoubtedly die. Can only fight back desperately. There is still a silver lining to counterattack, and there is only a dead end if you don't counterattack. Marks McClown raised his head. Sweat ran across Marks McClown's cheek. Marks McClown stared at Voldemort. Voldemort's magic power was obviously stronger than his own. It was not 1 or 2 points. It was impossible to subdue Voldemort in magic. What about sex and 430 mentally? Marks McClown didn't understand Voldemort's strength and spiritual strength, but now Marks McClown has no choice but to pray that Voldemort's and spiritually weaker projects, then she still has a little chance. Marks McClown kicked hard, and his body rushed towards Voldemort like a cannonball. Seeing Marks McClown's behavior, Lucius laughed loudly and said, "Marks McClown, you stinky kid are crazy, right? A wizard wants to come to melee." Seeing Marks McClown's intention to get close, Voldemort smiled coldly and waved his wand casually. The ground in front of Voldemort became like a quagmire, and it could not be stepped on. Marks McClown stopped walking immediately, but Marks McClown's plan was not simply to get close to Voldemort's body. Marks McClown's purpose is to perform a mental attack when everyone thinks he is going to attack Voldemort in close quarters. Spiritual shock. Chapter 511 The Last Fight. Marks McClown's spiritual power turned into a sharp blade, piercing directly at Voldemort's brain. The most sinister mental confrontation is to take advantage of others and be caught off guard. Others on the scene didn't even notice Marks McClown's little movement. In addition, the mental attack was invisible and invisible. Marks McClown's mental impact simply broke through to Voldemort's side and directly penetrated into Voldemort's brain. Cool Tiger. For a moment, Voldemort stopped all his movements, and stood the dull opportunity. Sure enough, the mental attack worked, and Marks McClown was overjoyed, and was about to rush forward to give Voldemort a major attack. Even if he could not defeat Voldemort, weakening Voldemort was a good choice. However, Marks McClown's smile didn't last long before he froze in his mouth. Marks McClown, like Voldemort, remained stagnant. Lucius hurriedly got up from the ground and said in surprise, "Master, what's wrong with you?" The Death Eaters like Dwarf Star also looked at Voldemort in panic. Why did the two of them froze in place at the same time when they were hitting? What's going on? Harry also looked at Marks' eye with horror and shouted, "Mr. Marks, don't scare me." He thought that Marks McClown had already suffered from Voldemort's black hand. Plus Cool Tiger. Of course, Lucius and other Death Eaters would not think that Voldemort would be defeated. They just thought that Marks' eye used some small means to make Voldemort freeze in place, and looked at Marks' eye angrily. There were even two Death Eaters who couldn't help but start to attack Marks' eye, who was also frozen in place. "Stop!" a voice slowly sounded, and Voldemort waved his hand slowly. He had recovered his ability to act. On the other side, Marks McClown staggered back a few steps, his nose slowly overflowing with nosebleeds, and his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Voldemort. Lucius hurriedly asked, "Master, are you okay? It scared us just now." The Death Eaters such as dwarfs nodded hurriedly, as if they were very concerned about Voldemort. Voldemort said coldly, "Marks McClown, you kid. I didn't expect you to use mental attacks. This is beyond my imagination." Marks McClown reluctantly smiled and said, "I couldn't think of your mental power being so strong. I thought that after you made a Horcrux, your mental power would decrease." At this time, severe pain came from Marks McClown's brain, affecting Marks McClown's actions. If Marks McClown hadn't resisted, he would have been unable to support the fall. Marx McClown's mental shock did pierce Voldemort's mind just now. Logically speaking, Marx McClown's mental attack would cause major trauma to Voldemort's spirit and temporarily disable Voldemort's athletic ability. But the premise of all this is that Voldemort's spiritual power is weaker than Marx's. But things went counterproductive. Voldemort's mental power was stronger than Marx's, and more than doubled. Marx McClown's mental impact pierced into Voldemort's brain, like a needle pierced into the ocean. It would not have any effect at all, and Marx McClown was also backlashed by Voldemort's spirit, and his own spirit was hurt. If it weren't for Voldemort's inability to use his own powerful mental powers, Marx McClown's injuries would definitely be far more than these, and serious cases could directly lead to Marx McClown's brain death. Voldemort sneered and said, "It seems that you still have a little secret that I should discover, such as this mental attack method." Marx McClown smiled freely and said, "I have to thank you for not using your strong spirit, otherwise I just had a serious accident." Voldemort snorted heavily and said, "No matter what tricks you do, you are dead today." Although Marx McClown's mental attack did not work against Voldemort, the act of Marx McClown's spirit rushing into Voldemort's mind has completely angered Voldemort. Voldemort will no longer keep his hands. He will directly crush Marx McClown. Marx McClown smiled bitterly. He was suppressed by Voldemort, both magical and spiritual powers. The gap between him and Voldemort is really indescribable. But Marx McClown won't give up so easily. This is not as strong as he has yet to try! Malnia, Eternal Gunslinger. Marx McClown once again cast the torrential rain like Myrnia and the Eternal Sharp Spear spell towards Voldemort. Marx McClown's spellcasting speed and 2 magic wands gave Marx McClown a lot of convenience, and the speed of the spells was naturally very fast. Although Voldemort's spellcasting speed was not lower than Marx's, but Voldemort had only 1 magic wand. In fact, the number of spells cast was still not as fast as Marx's. Marx McClown cast a spell while running. The land in front of Voldemort had turned into a quagmire and could not be crossed at all. Marx McClown could only go around a circle and try to approach Voldemort. Voldemort's magic wand was constantly casting spells to counteract Marx's spell rain attack. Although Marx's spell could not be close to Voldemort's body, but Marx's so many spells attacked at the same time, which still made Voldemort a little stressed. Lucius and other Death Eaters were even more shocked looking at the spells in the sky. Marx's magic power and speed of casting the spells shocked them. Even Lucius did not dare to have the confidence to say that he could do so many things. A spell, and it's still such a powerful spell. Little Dwarf is even more afraid to hide behind Lucius. The psychological shadow Marx McClown gave him has never stopped. Now he wholly sees Marx McClown's horrible attack method, which makes him feel even more afraid. Marx McClown's eyes didn't leave Voldemort in the slightest. Voldemort seemed to be struggling now. But this illusion could not deceive Marx McClown. Voldemort was waiting for an opportunity to perform a thunderous blow when Marx McClown approached him. Marx McClown's eyes narrowed, and her wand suddenly changed direction. Malnia. This magical needle actually hit Voldemort's feet. Voldemort could easily dissipate the curse that hit him, but what if the target was not his curse? Chapter 512 The Evolution of Face Slap Kick the Face. I am afraid that when everyone sees such a situation, the first reaction is to ignore it. After all, they will not hit themselves, and they will not be too vigilant. Sure enough, Voldemort's first reaction when he saw the magical needle did not dissipate the curse directly. At the same time, Marx McClown kicked his foot sharply and quickly approached Voldemort. Voldemort's brows jumped, and this magical spell won't hurt him, but if you don't stop the magical spell, the spell will hit the ground under him. You must know that Voldemort turned the land in front of him into a quagmire, and the ground under his feet is still solid ground. If the spell breaks this land, Voldemort will undoubtedly lose his balance immediately. Then the other spells still in the air and the flying Cloud Knight will become fatal attacks in an instant. But if Voldemort tried to stop the curse, Mark-Sai would succeed in getting close to him, which was also not a good idea. At this moment, Voldemort must make 517 choices. Voldemort frowned, and finally chose to dispel the magic spell that was attacking the ground under his feet. After all, Voldemort didn't care about this magical spell, but blocked Marks McClown's close body. Not only did Voldemort lose his balance, he was also attacked by various powerful spells. Voldemort felt that it was still difficult for his body to withstand these injuries, so blocking this spell became a choice Voldemort had to make. Lucius and the Death Eaters took a deep breath, and they saw the doorway. Marks McClown suddenly thought of such a good close strategy, which made them feel very admired. Although Marks McClown's strength is qualitatively different from Voldemort, Marks McClown is still able to achieve this level, and they have to admire them. Speaking of admiration, Harry was undoubtedly the one who admired the most. Harry was going to silently mourn for Marks McClown, who knew that Marks McClown could do this in such a short time. It was simply a god. BBBG. Harry's eyes were already full of tears at this time. After all, Marks McClown came here for him. It was because of him that he encountered such a big risk. Faced with Marks McClown, he helped himself with such a risk. Harry, how can you not be moved? Voldemort dissipated all the curses that hit him, standing faintly on the spot, facing Marks McClown's tactics. He also secretly admired him, but he once again confirmed his determination to attack Marks McClown. Marks McClown stood quietly behind Voldemort, but he did not act rashly. After all, he had just suffered a mental attack on Voldemort because he had not dried. The two posted very close, but neither of them rushed to make a move, as if whoever made the first move was about to lose. At such a close distance, the two of course have to abandon the spell, otherwise the power of the spell's explosion will be difficult to resist. The air seemed to freeze here. Marks McClown held his breath and stared closely at Voldemort's back. Voldemort was also confined, feeling the movement of Marks McClown behind him. Marks McClown suddenly jumped up and kicked Voldemort's waist heavily. At the same time, Voldemort also turned abruptly, pale, like a big spider's palm, slashing towards Mark-Sai. Boom! Marks McClown's foot kicked Voldemort's waist first, and Voldemort's hand was still some distance away from Marks McClown. Voldemort frowned, his outstretched palm still trying to attack Marks McClown. A smile appeared at the corner of Marks McClown's mouth. He had already noticed that Voldemort's sex was not as strong as his own. Marks McClown grabbed Voldemort's hand and twisted hard, kicking Voldemort's body with his foot, and he was about to smash Voldemort's head. Everyone in the room exclaimed, "Is Voldemort actually at a disadvantage?" In the minds of Lucius and other Death Eaters, Voldemort is synonymous with invincibility in the world. How could he be at a disadvantage? They must have missed it. Harry yelled out in surprise. Voldemort had been fighting Marks McClown just now. Harry was so entangled in his heart. Who knew that the current situation had suddenly reversed? Marks McClown had beaten Voldemort with no ability to fight back! Exclamation mark. Voldemort gritted his teeth and threw his head aside, trying to prevent Marks McClown from kicking him. It was a big deal if he kicked him, and it was a big deal to be seen by others in his head. Unfortunately, Marks McClown's feet still rubbed Voldemort's face, making Voldemort's face hot. Cloud Knight. Voldemort felt the hot sensation on his face and roared. He and Marks McClown singled out to show their unparalleled strength in front of his own hands. How could he be kicked in the face by Marks McClown? This is no longer a face slap, but a further kick. Marks McClown turned over beautifully and stood firmly on the ground. After discovering that Voldemort was weaker than himself, Marks McClown was in a very good mood. After all, Voldemort did not suppress himself in all aspects. At least Voldemort was weaker than himself. This is the top priority of the comeback. Just as Marks McClown was thinking about winning and pursuing, Voldemort suddenly opened his hands, and the surging magic power surged from his body, covering Marx McClown's whole body. Marx McClown suddenly felt difficult to breathe, and a huge force rushed directly in front of her, pushing herself tens of meters away, almost unable to stand on the ground. Marx McClown frowned tightly. It took him so hard to narrow the distance with Voldemort. It was not easy to find that Voldemort's sex is not as good as himself. He was suddenly forced to open by Voldemort. The essential difference in strength is really it's hard to make up. Harry exclaimed, "Mr. Marx, be careful." Marx McClown was taken aback, suddenly raised his head, and saw Voldemort transforming into a rotating black mist suspended in midair, with bloodred eyes staring straight at him. A Vidaso curse. A green curse was quickly ignited from the black mist and came to Mark's eye in an instant. Chapter 513, Theory of Wizard Level. Harry's eyes widened, looking at the curse in front of Marx McClown in disbelief. It was actually a killing curse. A killing curse made by Voldemort himself. This killing curse exuded the aura of death, and it came directly to Marx McClown without any sound. If he was hit by this killing curse, Marx McClown would have no suspense and would be killed on the spot. The Death Eaters present cheered, and Voldemort was finally fully real. Voldemort's killing curse made them feel extremely excited, just like celebrating the arrival of Death General. Little Dwarf couldn't help but the joy on his face. He stared at Marx McClown closely. He couldn't wait to see Marx McClown dying. Lucius also had a look of ecstasy. Seeing Marx McClown die is a kind of enjoyment for him. Marx McClown stared fiercely at the Avada's curse in front of him. He knew it was a mortal killing curse, but at this moment, Marx McClown's body could not move at all. Voldemort's power still enveloped Marx McClown and oppressed Marx McClown. "Don't let Mark's eye move." Mark's eye finally understood why Voldemort added Avada's life curse. It would be so terrifying, so frightening. After all, Voldemort's power is far superior to ordinary wizards. As long as Voldemort's power oppresses other wizards, and then uses the mortal Avada Kedavra curse, who can escape Voldemort's clutches? In the end, it's not that Voldemort let anyone die, whoever must die. The pupils of Marx McClown's eyes shrank suddenly, and the spell of Avada's life curse had reached the distance of less than one person in front of Marx McClown. Marx McClown would not react anymore, and he was about to be hit by the killing curse. Marx McClown gritted his teeth, sweat constantly overflowing from his forehead, forcing his body to react. Hash! The Avada mantra was constantly approaching, and Marx McClown's body moved inch by inch. Everyone looked at Marx McClown and the Avada mantra in front of Marx McClown. At the close of his hair, Marx McClown finally gritted his teeth and twisted his body abruptly, and Avada Kedabra's curse rubbed Marx McClown's clothes and shot it into the ground behind Marx McClown. Marx McClown was kneeling on the ground as if collapsed, gasping for breath. For the first time, Marx McClown felt that death was so close to him. Lucius looked at Mark's eye in shock. He knew the best about Voldemort's killing curse, except for the miracle that appeared on Harry more than 10 years ago. Voldemort killed whoever he wanted to kill. No one could do anything. Voldemort could survive on his hands. What an incredible thing! Marx McClown was able to avoid Voldemort's killing curse. Little Dwarf was so scared that he almost sat on the ground with his legs weakened. He thought that when Voldemort's killing curse was cast, Marx McClown could only turn into a cold corpse. But Marx McClown actually avoided it. Marx McClown has not yet died in Voldemort's hands. This is a terrifying fact for Little Dwarf. Marx McClown can even face the Dark Lord for so long. Harry was scared out of a cold sweat. He couldn't imagine how Marx McClown would react when he died on Voldemort's hands. Maybe he would just collapse. Voldemort stared at Marx McClown coldly and said, "Marx McClown, I didn't expect you to dodge my killing curse in this way, but how many killing curses do you think you can escape?" Marx McClown let out a sigh of relief and said, "Who knows, maybe I can escape all my luck, maybe, right?" Voldemort was taken aback, and sneered, it seems that you are still very confident in yourself. I just don't know how long you can save this confidence. Marx McClown said lightly, then it depends on your ability to make me lose confidence. Voldemort's face changed slightly, and Marx McClown was the first person to question his ability since he became famous. In the wizarding world, even Dumbledore must be afraid of his strength, but now Marx McClown dares to question his strength. This is undoubtedly naked humiliation to Voldemort. But think about it, Voldemort and Marx McClown have fought for so long, although they have always had the upper hand. But Marx McClown has also forced Voldemort to be a little embarrassed several times, and it seems that it is not unreasonable for Marx McClown to question Voldemort's strength. Find flowers Voldemort's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous breath filled the entire tomb. Voldemort said coldly, Marx McClown, it seems that I haven't let you see my true horror, so your confidence is getting stronger and stronger. The little dwarf immediately shouted behind Voldemort, Master, let this humble and stupid self-size ghost die. Mark's eye does not die all day, and the shadow of the little dwarf star on Mark's eye cannot be eliminated in one day. Marx McClown said indifferently, so much to talk about. It's better to show me your so-called terrifying power. Cloud Knight. Voldemort roared in a low voice. Marx McClown spread her hands, as if she didn't care at all. But in fact, Marx McClown already had a relatively comprehensive understanding of Voldemort's power in his heart, and the gap between him and Voldemort was still quite large. As long as Voldemort had a murderous intention on himself, it was estimated that he would not last long. For example, the theoretical limit for an ordinary wizard to be upgraded is level 100, and Mark's eye's current strength is infinitely close to level 100, even directly at the full level of 100, which can be called the pinnacle of normal wizards' strength. I believe that even the prestigious Mad-Eyed Moody would be among the best with Mark's eye in his heyday, and it is absolutely impossible to be stronger than Mark's eye. But wizards at the level of Voldemort, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore have long been called god level, and have long surpassed the normal theoretical value, and may suddenly be level 200 or level 300. So what Marx McClown is doing now is to anger Voldemort, so that Voldemort feels that he looks down on him, so she has to use her strong strength to make herself speechless, similar to a state of mind full of performance desire. Chapter 514, Forced Sneak Attack. Otherwise, Voldemort felt that he could not arouse his interest, and then used the killing curse, as Voldemort said. He could not hide many times. At that time there would be no room for maneuver. Voldemort suddenly pointed his wand, but the target was not Mark's eye, but the soil under Mark's eye's feet. Marx McClown felt that the soil under his feet was suddenly twisted, and all the soil seemed to be given life, spinning around the bottom of the ground, as if something was brewing. Marx McClown was shocked, and immediately backed away. A terrifying power radiated from the ground, and even Marx McClown felt a little trembling. Voldemort sneered, Marx McClown, I will show you what is called fear. Voldemort raised his hands suddenly, and the whole piece of soil exploded violently. The soil on the ground turned into a series of live mud snakes, swimming on the ground continuously, and some mud snakes even flew out. The land, the fangs and claws are flying towards the Cloud Knight. Marx McClown hurriedly avoided the attack of the mud snakes. At this time, in front of Marx McClown, there were thousands of mud snakes condensed from the soil. The red eyes stared at Marx McClown, who was so many pairs in the Dark Knight. Staring with red eyes is not a comfortable thing. Voldemort said coldly, Go, my servants. Thousands of mud snakes moved together, making a rustling sound on the ground, which sounded like a scalp burst. Cool Tiger, Marx McClown didn't dare to easily fight against the large number of snakes, and could only retreat continuously, using the magic wand in his hand to push back the closer clay snakes. The Death Eaters, such as Lucius and Dwarf Star, also pointed at Mark-Sai and laughed. Lucius yelled, "Mark-Sai, I didn't expect to show me how big a talker you are before you die." The little dwarf shouted viciously, "Marks McClown, hurry up and die. Everything will be better when you die." Harry looked at the Death Eaters indignantly, wanting to argue for Mark-Sai, but couldn't think of anything to say, so he looked at Mark-Sai worriedly. In the face of such a large number of mud snakes, Marks McClown is not without a plan to deal with. Although his opponent is a mud snake summoned by Voldemort, it is essentially made of mud. As long as Marks McClown uses some water curse, he can destroy these mud snakes. But after all, there is another Voldemort staring at Mark-Sai not far away. As long as Mark-Sai reveals any small flaw, Voldemort may seize the opportunity. Therefore, Mark-Sai might as well dodge constantly. It is better than being attacked by Voldemort. Voldemort looked at Mark-Sai. He also knew that the mud snake was not a creature that Mark-Sai could not deal with. His original idea was to attack Mark-Sai while Mark-Sai was dealing with the mud snake. However, Marks McClown had seen through Voldemort's plan, just blindly dodge, without revealing any flaws to Voldemort. Voldemort couldn't hold it anymore, and with a wave of his wand, he shouted, "Drill your wrist." It was like a red spell laser, and it shot directly in front of Marks McClown. Marks McClown was shocked. He didn't expect Voldemort to be so cruel, and he would forcibly attack if he didn't show any flaws. Marks McClown swayed slightly, and the red curse flew past Marks McClown's side. Drill into the wrist bones. The soul is out of the body. Voldemort didn't hesitate, and the curses came one after another, moving towards Mark-Sai's direction. Marks McClown turned over several times, evading Voldemort's attack dangerously. Fortunately, Marks McClown didn't attack the clay snake. Otherwise, with the intensity of Voldemort's attack, I'm afraid he could not handle it at all. At this time, a little mud snake saw an opportunity, jumped onto Marks McClown's arm, and bit down heavily. Marks McClown's body stiffened. Although the mud snake had no toxins, it was after all the mud snake transformed by Voldemort's transfiguration curse. With a terrifying bite force, even Marks McClown remained stiff for a moment when he was caught off guard. At this time, other mud snakes swarmed up and directly covered Mark-Sai's whole person. Seeing this situation, Harry couldn't help but screamed, "Mr. Marks, are you okay?" Seeing all this, Lucius laughed again and said, as expected of the master, "How could Mark-Sai, a beam-jumping clown, be the master's opponent?" Little Dwarf also took a long breath. This kind of Mark-Sai is finally dying, and he can finally let go of his mind. Voldemort sneered. Mark-Sai had no choice but to be attacked by a mud snake in order to avoid her own curse. He alone put a lot of pressure on Marks McClown, not to mention there are so many mud snakes. Marks McClown who's been able to hold on for so long is quite good. Just when everyone thought Marks McClown had encountered an accident, Marks McClown, who was covered by a mud snake, suddenly stood up, and the mud snake on his body was blown away. Marks McClown stood in place a little embarrassed, panting, and there were a lot of bite marks on his body. The two magic wands were still held tightly by Marks McClown. Harry cried out in surprise, "Mr. Marks, are you all right?" Lucius and Dwarf Star were stunned. They didn't expect Marks McClown to be attacked by so many mud snakes at the same time and still survive. The bite force of the mud snake is naturally terrifying, but Marks McClown's sex cannot be underestimated. This is also the reason why Marks McClown can persist. Otherwise, if he changes to another person, he will be bitten into pieces long ago. Marks McClown waved his hand gently, panting, "I'm afraid this level is not enough. Volder 1.8 Demon." With that, the wound on Marks McClown's body recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 3 self-healing skills can not only heal non-fatal injuries quickly, but also repair fatal injuries slowly. Little Dwarf screamed, "What is this? How could he recover so quickly?" Lucius also looked incredible, and shouted, "Impossible. This is impossible. Where is the resilience that humans can have?" Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage. Chapter 515, A True Friend. Voldemort watched Marx McClown's wounds slowly recovering, and said coldly, "Marx McClown, it seems that you have a lot of doorways." Marx McClown smiled lightly and said, "Aren't you?" Voldemort suddenly raised his hands high, waved his wand violently, and shouted, "Then how do you deal with this?" A thick mud snake rushed out of the ground. This mud snake was actually bigger than Marx McClown's Nagel, who was subdued in the secret room, and his blood-red eyes stared at Marx McClown. Marx McClown fixed his eyes and saw that this was a huge mud snake created by Voldemort using the transformation curse. But the scales on his body were very vivid, even the huge venomous teeth and blood-red eyes were vivid. "Is this Voldemort's transfiguration curse?" Marx McClown took a deep breath. The oppression of Marx McClown by this huge mud snake was no less than that of Voldemort's killing curse. This mud snake was like the incarnation of Voldemort. As soon as Marx's wand moved, the gravel around him suddenly gathered towards Marx's. The battle between the two of Shikai caused many nearby rock tombstones to be shattered, so the gravel group Marx's gathered at this time was also very spectacular. "Could it be that you can transform the curse? I will also shape the spell." "Okay." Marx McClown's wands in both hands were constantly waving, and the rubble slowly condensed in midair into a tall knight wearing armor, holding a huge sword, and riding a steed. The size of this knight is not worse than that of the mud snake, and even the momentum is not lost to the mud snake. However, compared with Voldemort's clay snake, the stone knight summoned by Marx McClown looked vague. After all, Voldemort's magic power was far greater than that of Marx McClown, and the condensed things appeared more vivid. Snakes and knights. Voldemort stared at Marx's coldly, and Marx's stared at Voldemort faintly. "Go!" the two shouted at the same time. The stone knight held a great sword high and rode a tall steed, charging towards the huge mud snake. The mud snake opened its big mouth, its sturdy body, without any hesitation, directly wrapped around the stone knight. Boom! The stone knight's huge sword smashed heavily into the mud snake's body, and it was embedded in the mud snake's huge body at once, and smashed deeply into the mud snake's body. The body of the mud snake was also wrapped around the stone knight and tightened abruptly. A small crack slowly appeared on the stone knight's body, and even the high-headed steed that had collapsed was entangled with screams. Marx McClown wielded two magic spells and shouted, "Mjolnir!" Eternal Sharp Gun. Various powerful spells hit the mud snake hard, and huge pits appeared everywhere in the mud snake's body. Cool Tiger, the same was true for Voldemort. The curse in his hand did not stop casting the curse. The powerful black magic curse hit the stone knight, and the huge boulders were shattered and turned into stone chips and scattered on the ground. Harry couldn't help feeling overwhelmed as he watched the earth-shattering battle between Marx and Voldemort. He could see that Marx McClown had always been at a disadvantage, but Marx McClown was not discouraged because of this. Instead, he constantly used strange tricks. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not feel that he was going to lose at all. Harry couldn't help thinking of himself. Although he was hailed as the savior, but now he was protected. He could only watch Marx and Voldemort fight. Harry had originally arrived in the Triwizard Tournament and regained a little confidence in himself. He felt that he would never drag Marx's back legs in the future, but the reality made him realize that he was still far from Marx, and he had to. It made Harry feel uncomfortable. Marx McClown's two magic wands pointed at the stone knight. His own magic power poured into the stone knight. The stone knight struggled hard, trying to get rid of the entanglement of the mud snake. Countless stone chips fell in the struggle, but the stone knight did not any trace of breaking free. Voldemort also pointed at the mud snake with his magic wand. Voldemort's magic power was obviously stronger than that of Marx, and endless magic power was injected into the mud snake's body. The mud snake was continuously cut by the stone knight and condensed with mud, maintaining the mud snake's body. Comparing the two, the stone knight looked shaky. Harry looked at the strenuous Marx and shouted, "Mr. Marx, don't fight, just run away." He'll help you stop them. Harry was already completely ashamed at this time, just wanting Marks McClown to escape and tell the outside world about Voldemort's resurrection. He dragged the oil bottle to do his best, and it was all right after Marks McClown was broken. Lucius said coldly, "Harry, don't be too naive. From the moment you know our identity, you are destined to not leave here. This tomb is your tomb," the little dwarf said angrily. "You can't live anymore. You accept your fate." Harry roared, "You hateful people, you won't have good results." Marks McClown gritted his teeth and shouted, "Harry, don't say these unnutritious words. Shut up first if it's noisy." Harry stared blankly at Marks McClown. In his heart, Marks McClown was his idol of 817. He had always held a respectful attitude towards Marks McClown. Before Marks McClown saved him, Marks McClown didn't say anything. Harry has always remembered Marks' kindness. Looking at what Marks McClown did now, Harry's heart was undoubtedly extremely shocked. Marks McClown has always regarded himself as a friend who can live and die together, but he has never noticed this. Whether his best friend was Ron or Marks I, Harry now had the answer in his mind. Voldemort said with disdain, "You two are going to die here today. No amount of chewing on your lips will help." With that said, Voldemort increased the output of his magic wand. The size of the mud snake is larger, and the strength of winding the Stone Knight suddenly increases, and the Stone Knight appears even more unbearable. Marks McClown clenched his teeth. Voldemort's magic power was really too strong. If he hadn't barely maintained it, the Stone Knight might have collapsed long ago. Chapter 516 Artie's Explosion. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Huang to find it. It is not possible to post links due to the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set, you may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiexuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of squad zero, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system too. AI ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uekai Hamadara, why is your system so? 487. Marks McClown looked at the Stone Knight. In fact, it didn't make any sense to maintain it now. It just consumed her own magic power. Compared with Voldemort's strong magic power, her own magic power could not be wasted like this. Marks McClown suddenly exerted force. The Stone Knight opened his hands and hugged the mud snake, and the giant sword slashed on the mud snake exploded in an instant, directly exploding a deep mud hole in the mud snake. Voldemort was taken aback, and immediately understood what Marks McClown meant, and he would take his wand back and stop the transmission of magic power to the mud snake. But at this moment, a loud noise erupted directly between the Stone Knight and the mud snake. Boom! The Stone Knight exploded directly. The mud snake was blown into the earth and the earth was flying. The huge body was exploded into countless pieces of mud, and the Stone Knight was exploded into the sky full of broken stones, one after another floating on the ground. Before Voldemort had time to regain his magic power, he was shaken back a few steps by the shockwave of the huge explosion. His throat was sweet, and he almost couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Marks McClown was even more miserable here. Marks McClown's body was directly blown up by the aftermath of the explosion, falling to the ground with a dull sound, and a mouthful of bright blood was vomited directly to the ground. Marks McClown just detonated the magic power in the Stone Knight's body, which caused a big explosion. Although the mud snake was blown up and Voldemort was also injured, he suffered more damage. Cool Tiger, feeling the various injuries inside and outside the body, Marx McClown couldn't help but smile. He knew that he would definitely get hurt by doing so. His thoughts were also fighting against Voldemort. After all, he has a strong self-healing ability. Maybe there is still a chance to stand up. It's just that Marx McClown didn't expect that this kind of explosion would actually inflict so much damage on herself. It is estimated that it will take a certain amount of time for this degree of injury to heal. Now she does not have such a long time for herself. Marx McClown directly ignited a large area in front of him with a raging fire. The firelight could slightly delay the time for Voldemort to find himself. Taking advantage of this time, Marx McClown quickly used his self-healing ability to heal himself. Voldemort felt the pain in his body and suddenly yelled to the sky. He had just been resurrected, and he was actually injured by a yellow-haired boy. The famous Voldemort was injured by a student. What a humiliation! Lucius and Pettigrew backed in terror when they saw Voldemort's appearance. They were familiar with the character of the Beaker. Voldemort was usually gloomy, calm and wise. But today's Voldemort is in the shape of a madman, like a demon crawling out of hell. Voldemort is really angry. Hidden in the fire, Marx McClown quickly healed his body, and he heard Voldemort's roar. But Marx McClown had no choice at this time. Faced with Voldemort, his pressure was too great, and he was able to persist until now. It is the result of Marx's efforts. Marx McClown, I can't wait to kill you. Voldemort's words were like a voice from hell. Voldemort turned into a cloud of black mist, hovering in the air. His eyes slowly turning red, staring at the large sea of fire created by Marxi, and accurately found the location of Marxi. The sweat in Marx McClown's forehead dripped drop by drop, and the wounds inside and outside his body quickly recovered. Voldemort's body turned, and the sea of fire on the ground was directly sucked into the air, exposing Marxi in the sea of fire. Marx McClown didn't care about self-healing anymore. Grabbing two magic wands and stood up to prepare to fight. The flame was sucked into the air by Voldemort and merged with the black mist, forming a giant fire snake. This flame snake is one size bigger than the previous clay snake, and it exudes a hot aura, and even the breath it sprays is a ball of flames. With an amazing aura, Marx McClown let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to use the transformation curse to summon a creature to face him. The difference in magic power was irreparable. Marx McClown could only hold his magic wand tightly and prepare for another round of battle. The black mist of Voldemort's incarnation stood on the head of the fire snake, looking down at Marx McClown high, and said coldly, Marx McClown, I don't want to play with you anymore. Just go to my death. Voldemort's voice was extremely cold, full of murderous intent. At the same time, the fiery snake opened its big mouth full of fangs, spewed hot flames, and swooped down towards Marxi. Speaking as if you were playing with me before. Even if it is far away, Marx McClown can feel the hot breath of this flame snake. If it is really sprayed by the flame, I am afraid that Marx McClown's body will not be able to hold on. Lucius clapped his hands vigorously and called out loudly, Master, kill that little beast. The little dwarf was also jumping in excitement. Voldemort was obviously angry to the limit, and he didn't leave any extra effort to make moves. Marx McClown was really sure to die this time. Harry looked at Marxi miserably. He was not the target of Fire Serpent, but he could feel the terrifying breath of Fire Serpent from such a distance. Chapter 517, the third hole card. And Marxi didn't seem to have recovered. Harry felt that Marxi couldn't survive Voldemort's thunder strike. Voldemort, who was incarnate in the black mist, spun down and swooped down with the snake of flame. The smell of curse was still brewing in the black mist, which seemed to be able to arouse the curse at any time. Marx McClown took a deep breath, raised his head, two magic wands were held high at the same time, and the surging magic power in his body continued to intersect. Holy Sword revealed. Two huge lightsabers pierced the sky, like pillars connecting the sky and the earth. The fire snake seemed so small at this moment. Marks McClown's body was full of the breath of breaking. This is Marks McClown's most powerful curse. Using this spell is already Marks McClown's most powerful attack. Boom! Two lightsabers in a cross shape directly hit the face of the fire snake. The fire snake rose from the head and divided into 4 parts. The hot flame burst from the fire snake body, and countless flame sparks sputtered between the sky and the earth. How beautiful the dark night looks. But Mark's eye didn't have any mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery at this time. Although he solved the fire snake, Voldemort was gone. It is impossible for Voldemort to give up this excellent opportunity to attack himself. He must be hiding aside and giving himself Thunder One strike. Before Marks McClown had time to turn around, a black mist had already surrounded herself. Puff puff. A series of curses pierced into Marks McClown's body. They were all powerful and destructive black magic curses. Marks McClown's eyes widened suddenly. Voldemort had already appeared behind Marks McClown, and his wand pointed directly at the back of Marks McClown's head. Killing curse. Holy sword revealed. Marks McClown used the holy sword to reveal the trace again, and there was no time to turn his head back, blindly letting it go behind based on feeling. With another violent explosion, Marks McClown's battered body hit the ground heavily, splashed with a large amount of blood, and Marks McClown showed many hideous wounds with deep bones. Marks McClown coughed violently, and every time he coughed, he could cough up a big mouthful of blood, and even some small bloody pieces. Harry stared blankly at Mark's eye falling in a pool of blood, and immediately rushed forward, grabbing Mark's eye's wand, thinking about fighting Voldemort. But with a light wave of Voldemort's wand, which was transformed into a human form, Harry slammed directly, falling to one side. Even Mark's eye's wand was thrown aside. Voldemort had reduced his anger and madness, and said lightly, "Marks McClown, do you regret it now?" Marks McClown coughed up blood again. This is the first time he was beaten so embarrassed. He could only endure severe pain in his body, gritted his teeth and said, "I never regret everything I have done!" Learn. Voldemort laughed loudly and said, "You still have a stiff mouth when you die. Marks McClown, you disappointed me before you died." Marks McClown forced his dilapidated body and sat up with difficulty and said, "The winner has not been separated yet. What are you acting like now?" Voldemort looked at Mark's eye jokingly and said, "Could it be that you think you are the winner? Until now, I haven't recognized the reality clearly. I want to take back my appreciation of you." Marks McClown smiled freely, spit out another mouthful of blood, stopped talking, closed his eyes. Harry also dropped Marks McClown's wand to one side. Now that he has lost most of his combat power, he doesn't need to be trapped and fight. But who will win this battle is really uncertain. Because of Mark's eye, there are still cards that are useless. This is why he dared to face Voldemort rashly. "If I am not obsessed with winning or losing, I can find a way to hide in the portable world." Marks McClown was seriously injured, but his thinking was still quick. "If I want to fight to the death, I can also perform Animagus to Dragon Eyes, become a 5-clawed golden dragon and fight Voldemort." But Marks McClown still pressed this idea down, because he actually had a third hole card. As for this trump card, whether it will actually appear in the end, in fact, Marks McClown himself is not sure. But precisely because Marks McClown believed in himself, he also decided to trust himself to take a gamble. Seeking flowers. Voldemort's wand pointed at Mark's eye and said lightly, "Goodbye, Mark's eye." Killing curse. Marks McClown is dying, Lucius said lightly. With a grinning smile on Little Star's face, he said, "It's time for him to die too." Seeing that Avada's life curse was about to hit Marks McClown's body, Harry closed his eyes miserably. He couldn't bear to see the moment Marks McClown was killed. Marks McClown has worked very hard, and it is a rare thing to be able to persist until now, and now there is no way to suffer Voldemort's murderous hand. Marks McClown also smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. He had tried his best. There was a qualitative difference between Voldemort and Voldemort's strength, and he couldn't make up for it by other means. Until now, the third hole card has not appeared. It seems that something may have failed. Then, prepare to transform the dragon and work hard. Avidaso's life curse kept approaching Marks McClown's body in midair, and was about to hit Marks McClown's body. At this moment, a huge stone flew in midair suddenly, blocking Marks' face. Avidaso's life curse hit the stone, but did not penetrate but hit Marks' eye. Marks McClown opened his eyes suddenly, as if he was aware of something, and turned his head to look at the mist not far away. The third hole card is finally here. Voldemort roared, "Who is it? Who dares to ruin my good deeds?" The Death Eaters such as Lucius and Little Dwarf also drew out their wands and looked around in surprise. They didn't know where the boulder came from, and they actually saved Marks' eye at a critical time. Harry opened his eyes when he heard the sound of the outside world, and saw that Voldemort and the Death Eaters were all waiting. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 518 Voldemort eats me dozens of big dio. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, roll around for collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Huang to find it. It is not possible to post links due to the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set. You may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiexuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of Squad Zero? The mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system 2-380. AI ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uekai Hamadara, why is your system so? Harry looked at Marks' eye in confusion, and found that Marks' eye was also staring at the mist behind him. Plus cool, tiger. Harry followed Marks' eye's gaze. In the mist behind Marks' eye, dozens of fuzzy figures slowly emerged. There was no difference in the height and shape of all figures. I wonder if this is Harry's illusion. Suddenly, these dozens of figures simultaneously raised the wand-like object in their hands, pointing at Voldemort from a distance. A powerful and dangerous aura instantly enveloped this place. "Harry, get down!" Marks McClown shouted abruptly, and quickly got down. Harry was taken aback. Out of trust in Marks' eye's instinct, he also bent down. Boom! Long. Dozens of powerful spells converge into a huge magical power, and rows of mountains and seas are crushing here. Voldemort looked at this powerful magic power in shock, and was also in a state of shock for a while. He originally thought he was at the top of the wizarding world, and there was almost no force in the world that could resist him. But the powerful magic power in front of him is even higher than Voldemort's own power. Maybe it can crush Voldemort. Impossible. Voldemort roared, and the magic power of his whole body instantly boiled, and huge magic power burst out from Voldemort's body violently, trying to resist the huge magic attack in front of him. The next moment, Voldemort's powerful magic power collided with this huge magic power. In an instant, the surging destruction shockwave erupted uncontrollably to the surroundings, and all the erected objects were instantly destroyed. Even the powerful Death Eaters, at the moment of the explosion, were splashed around by the shockwave of the explosion, all in rags and embarrassment. Except for Marks' eye and Harry, who got down in time, everyone else was hurt to varying degrees. A huge round pit was formed in the center of the explosion, and Voldemort stood sluggishly on the spot, without any good clothing on his body, and was covered with small wounds. Lucius lay on the ground and shouted in horror, "Master, Are you all right? The little dwarf stared around in astonishment. Who was in the mist? How could he issue such a terrifying magic attack? This is simply not a person. Voldemort's eyes became blood red again. He originally thought that after Marx McClown and Harry were resolved, no one in this world could challenge him. But who is in front of him now? How could he have such terrifying strength? The magic attack just now, although it was an attack from dozens of people at the same time, their attacks can actually merge together. It is necessary to know that there is a clear gap in the magic power of wizards. It is very difficult to merge magic powers. It is impossible to integrate all magic powers like these mysterious people. And Voldemort could feel that each of these mysterious people is very powerful. But even the entire UK can't come up with so many such powerful wizards. Where did these people come from? These dozens of mysterious people slowly walked out of the fog. All of them had no difference in their height, body shape and clothing, just like printed in a human mold. In particular, the wizard robes worn by these mysterious people also have the ability to isolate others from prying eyes. Even Voldemort could not detect the faces of mysterious people. Lucius shouted angrily, "Who are you? Don't you know who you just attacked?" Little dwarf also shouted excitedly, "I advise you not to act rashly. Any enemy who offends our master will not end well." They also saw that none of these mysterious people were easy to provoke, and they did not rush forward recklessly. The mysterious man didn't say much else, and his invisible face seemed to be looking at the Death Eaters. Suddenly, these mysterious people leapt suddenly, and dozens of figures quickly approached the Death Eater's position, and the target was actually the Death Eater. Lucius, Dwarf Star and others were taken aback, but they were also powerful wizards 2.2 outstanding in the wizarding world. Facing the challenges of these mysterious wizards, naturally they couldn't retreat and rushed forward with their wands. There are probably more than 30 mysterious people, and there are only more than 10 Death Eaters. Compared with the number of Death Eaters, the number of people on the side is much smaller. The mysterious people also fight against the Death Eaters and Unknown. The remaining mysterious people are not surprised. They all went directly to Voldemort. All kinds of magic spells flew in midair for a while, and all kinds of gorgeous explosions were everywhere. Harry took the opportunity to find Mark's eye and whispered, "Mr. Marks, let's run away first." Marx McClown shook his head and said, "Perhaps the person who needs to run away may not be us." Harry was surprised. Are these mysterious people invited by Mr. Marx? Marx McClown continued to shook his head without speaking. Chapter 519 The Strongest Time Attack. Sure enough, the personal strength of these mysterious people is very astonishing. Most of the fights against the Death Eaters have the absolute upper hand. The besieged Voldemort also loses the spirit of the previous, and is embarrassed by the joint attack of a dozen mysterious people. Voldemort's heart was greatly shaken. He had already seen that the strength of each of these mysterious people was at least not weaker than that of the world-famous Mad-Eye Moody, or even stronger. At the same time, more than a dozen top wizards comparable to Mad-Eye Moody besieged him. Even Voldemort could not resist. Voldemort could only waver his wand stiffly, stepping back. The Death Eaters are even more unbearable. Except for Lucius, he can barely fight the mysterious person in front of him. The others can only delay time, and defeat is a matter of time. Seeing all this, Harry said in disbelief, "How could it be possible?" Voldemort and the Death Eaters were actually at a disadvantage. Marx McClown nodded gently. He naturally knew the origins of these mysterious people. It is impossible for so many powerful wizards in the world to gather together at the same time. Even if there are, their magical powers can be combined freely. Skeptical. The only explanation is that these mysterious people are the same person. McClowns, these mysterious people are Mark's Eye herself. When Marx McClown asked Hermione about the time converter before, Marx McClown had already considered the situation that she could not defeat Voldemort. Plus cool, Tiger. If he loses to Voldemort by virtue of his own strength, is there any way to redeem all this? The only way is to use quantity to overwhelm quality, and use many clouds to besiege Voldemort to gain an advantage. According to the rules of time travel in this world, According to the movie, there will be no grandmother paradox. The same person at 2 points in time can exist at the same time. As for what Hermione said in the original history, it was said that a wizard had killed her past self. After all, she had only heard of it, and Mark's eye believed her eyes more than hearsay. According to this feature, this is also the most powerful real usage of the time converter developed by Mark's eye. These Cloud Knights were all converted from different time periods to this time period, and arrived here through apparition, so that so many powerful super wizards appeared at once, and Voldemort had no way to deal with it. Voldemort was also very embarrassed at this time. When he fought these mysterious people before, he had been wounded by the mysterious people's joint hands, but he continued to fight with the trauma of his body. The mysterious person besieging him is also very annoying. Even if he is strong, his body is still as flexible as a loach, and he is usually very passive. Except for your weapons. Suddenly a voice sounded, and one of the mysterious people's wand issued a disarming curse, directly hitting one of Voldemort's Death Eaters. The Death Eater had been wounded all over his body and could not support it at all, and was directly hit by the disarming curse and fell to the ground. Voldemort frowned. The Death Eaters were obviously not the opponents of the mysterious man, and he couldn't help the other Death Eaters at all. This is not good news for Voldemort. To know that Voldemort is only resurrected now, he still needs his Death Eaters to work hard for him. If he loses a small number of his men for no reason, it will be a big blow to Voldemort's plan. But Voldemort is also very unwilling now. He is about to kill Marks-Eye and Harry, the two men who are most threatening to his plan. Now so many people have run out to assist the two Marks-Eye. However, he didn't have any way, which made Voldemort feel extremely aggrieved. Except for your weapons, bone to pieces. Fire is raging. All of a sudden, 5 or 6 spells came towards Voldemort. Voldemort hurriedly avoided, but it was of no use. The density and frequency of the spell attacks were too dense, and Voldemort was still burned to his back by the fire. Harry exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Marks, we are saved. Voldemort and the others cannot cope with the attack of these mysterious people!" Marks McClown smiled faintly. Fortunately, he borrowed the time converter from Hermione before, and now there is a scene of turning the situation around. Otherwise he and Harry will be planted here today. "Master, save me!" A voice sounded abruptly, and another Death Eater was resolved. Voldemort's heart was even more impatient. He was already covered with a lot of dense scars. He was not Marks-Eye. He did not have such abnormal self-healing ability, and it would be no good to delay it like this. Voldemort suddenly shouted, "Everyone is going back immediately!" Lucius was taken aback for a moment, and he immediately understood Voldemort's meaning, and retreated without hesitation. Little Dwarf could not support it for a long time. Hearing Volder 367's retreat command, he decisively ran away. The other Death Eaters also retreated, and they knew they couldn't fight anymore. The strength of the people who emerged from the opposite side was really terrifying. Marks McClown was stunned. He realized that Voldemort was going to escape, but before Marks McClown could react, Voldemort looked at Marks McClown coldly and said, "Marks McClown, I will let you go this time. Next time you won't so lucky again." Boom! Suddenly, the ground in front of Voldemort made a violent explosion, and all the mysterious people were bounced off at the same time. Marks McClown also hurriedly suppressed Harry, for fear that Harry would be affected by the explosion. Harry's body was not comparable to Marks McClown's terrifying physique, and it was still a minor vulnerable. The power of this explosion is not inferior to Voldemort and the mysterious man. The aftermath of the explosion once again smoothed everything around. P.S. Rolling and selling Q-Task for automatic subscription. Chapter 520, I accidentally won a champion. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name. I am Wu Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set. You may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Cool Tiger. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiaoxuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of squad? 0, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Ka, give me one of your system too. AI ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uekai Hamadara, why is your system so? When the smoke slowly dissipated, Mark-Sai lifted Harry up. At this time, both Voldemort and the mysterious group had disappeared without a trace. Plus Cool Tiger. Harry was shocked. Where are they? Marks McClown shook his head and said, I don't know either. With that said, Marks McClown slowly stood up and looked at the messy environment around him. As expected to be Voldemort, Voldemort was able to cover all of his Death Eaters to escape after more than 30 of his own attacks at the same time, indicating that Voldemort was able to protect his men while confident that he could escape. Moreover, the future self clearly knew that Voldemort would escape, and could not stop it. Sure enough, there was still a huge gap in the strength between Voldemort and himself. It would take a lot of effort to catch up with Voldemort. Marks McClown sighed slightly and said, Harry, let's go back first. Harry saw that there were only them left here, so he nodded. What happened today really made Harry frightened. If it weren't for Mark-Sai's desperate rescue, plus those mysterious people who didn't know where they came from, I'm afraid something happened. Harry suddenly asked, Mr. Marks, are your injuries okay? Marks McClown said softly, there is nothing serious. I still use my confidence in my self-healing ability, and I have almost recovered now! ! Harry nodded his head as usual. He was already quite familiar with the magic of Mark-Sai's body. Marks McClown continued, hold on to me. Let's go back to the maze first. Harry grabbed Marks McClown's arm, and Marks McClown retrieved his wand and tapped it lightly. Apparition. The two quickly disappeared from where they were and reappeared at the place where the maze trophy was. Vomit. Harry hadn't been apparated too many times, and almost vomited it out. Marks McClown smiled and said, it's good to adapt more. You also have to learn this magic later. Harry looked at the trophy in front of him in surprise and said, Mr. Marks, why did you directly bring me to the position of the trophy? Marks McClown faintly smiled. I have found the position of the trophy a long time ago. It was just to save you, so I left here. Harry nodded and said in surprise, that's easy. Doesn't this mean that it is Mr. Marks that you won the championship? Marks McClown was taken aback. He really hadn't thought of winning the championship. The main reason for Mark-Sai to participate in the Triwizard Tournament was to investigate Voldemort and their conspiracy. He didn't expect to win the championship directly. Harry smiled and said, Mr. Marks, why are you still shocked? Hurry up and grab the trophy, so that the Triwizard Tournament is over. We have to go out and tell Professor Dumbledore what happened today. Harry grabbed Mark-Sai's hand and placed it lightly on the trophy. With a ha! The effect of the trophy as a door key was activated, bringing Mark-Sai and Harry out of the huge maze together. The outside of the maze has long been crowded, and many Hogwarts students surrounded the playing field outside the maze. They were excited and confused, as if something extraordinary had happened in the maze just now. Dumbledore was standing outside the maze with a sullen face, and seeing Mark-Sai and Harry coming out, his expression did not change in any way. Harry saw that Dumbledore's face was not very good, and asked cautiously, Professor Dumbledore, what's wrong with you? McGonagall, who was standing next to Dumbledore, quickly pulled Harry over, and asked, what happened to you in the maze? How did you make such a big movement just now? And, why was Krum found in him? He's in his bedroom, and was seriously injured. "Who is Crumb who went in?" Madam Hooch also nodded and said, "That's right." "And Furong. It seems that Furong is also injured in the maze. Do you know?" Harry was also dumbfounded. He didn't know about Pettigrew replacing Crumb, and he was very confused about the sudden accident between the two. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore interrupted McGonagall and Mrs. Hooch's question, and said solemnly, "It's more important to end the game now, and then ask if you have anything else." "Good money." McGonagall and Madam Hooch nodded and walked behind Dumbledore. Snape stepped forward and gently put his hand on Mark's shoulder. This behavior was very abnormal. Snape was very wary of Mark's before and would not make such intimate movements with Mark's. Marks McClown looked at Snape. Snape's face still had that rigid face, and he didn't mean to be close. Marks McClown lowered his head. He had heard what McGonagall and Mrs. Hooch had just said, and he could probably guess the inside story. Crumb was undoubtedly attacked by a small dwarf star, so they found the real Crumb in the dormitory, and Furong probably did not experience the test of the maze. As for the huge movement that they said occurred in the maze, it was not just the movement made by traversing the maze with the Holy Sword to find Harry. Chapter 521, Strange Atmosphere. Dumbledore stepped forward slowly, pointing his wand to his throat, and a loud voice spread across the audience. "Dear students, although there were many accidents in the middle, the Triwizard Tournament finally ended without any risk. Now I have Mr. Crouch to announce the results of the Triwizard Tournament." The students were discussing it on the periphery. They didn't know what happened in the maze just now, but the incident of Fleur and Crumb had spread throughout Hogwarts. "Doesn't it mean that the winner of the Triwizard Tournament is not Mark's, is it, Harry?" It was obvious that Mark's came out with the trophy just now. Could it be that Mark's was the champion of the Triwizard Tournament? Many students in Slytherin College couldn't help cheering, calling out Marks McClown's name. But the students of Gryffindor don't think so. After all, Harry is a Gryffindor, and they hope Harry can win the championship. Although there is little hope, there are still many Gryffindor students calling Harry's name loudly. Maybe a miracle will happen? Batty turned his head and glanced at Mark's and Harry. Although he also saw Mark's came out with the trophy, he didn't understand the real situation of 427, so he looked back at them. Marks McClown stood there, silently. He was still pondering why Snape had acted a little abnormally today, which made him feel very wrong. Harry smiled bitterly at Barty. His expression was enough to explain the problem. Barty smiled kindly. He already knew the result of the game. Barty turned around, looked at the students onlookers, and said loudly, "Now I announce the results of the Triwizard Tournament." The students present immediately calmed down, their eyes afraid to leave Batty, for fear of missing some wonderful moment. "The final winner of this Triwizard Tournament is Mark's." The students present were obviously shocked. They seemed to have to digest the news, but after the pause, the entire venue immediately boiled like a pot of boiling soup. The Hogwarts students cheered in surprise, as if they had won the Triwizard Championship BBCF, especially the students of Slytherin College. They are happily disregarding any image, because Mark's not only represents Hogwarts, but most importantly, Mark's also represents Slytherin. Ever since Marks McClown entered Slytherin, he has given Slytherin countless honors, and the champion of this Triwizard Tournament is another honor given to Slytherin by Marks McClown. They firmly believe that Mark's will give them greater and more honor. This is the belief that Mark's gave them. Compared to other students, Gryffindor's students are more frustrated. After all, Harry still lost to Mark's and Gryffindor lost to Slytherin again. But this doesn't mean anything. Mark's strength has penetrated into their hearts a long time ago. It's nothing if Harry loses to Mark's. They also see Harry's progress during this time, enough to become their Gryphon. How proud. Dumbledore stepped forward and patted Mark's shoulder lightly, as if to encourage Mark's but at this time Dumbledore did not appear particularly happy. Instead he looked worried, as if by something. Confused. Hermione broke free from the surrounding students and rushed to the front auditorium, desperately trying to see Mark's eye and sharing her inner joy with Mark's eye. But Hermione, who was not allergic, realized that there was something wrong with the atmosphere on the court. Marks McClown's face was sullen, as if he had lost the game. Harry smiled bitterly, a little guilty, and a little happily looking at Marks McClown's back. As for the professors, their faces are strange. Many professors seem to be a little deliberately distanced from Mark's eye. Even Snape and Dumbledore, who are the closest to Mark's eye, are intimate with Mark's eye. It doesn't seem close at all, but it's a bit like Beware. How is this going? After the Triwizard Tournament ended, Marks McClown's name once again spread throughout the wizarding world. As the most controversial tournament, the Triwizard Tournament itself was questioned by many people. Although there were some weird and unusual things in the Triwizard Tournament this time, there were also injuries. But fortunately, no one has died yet. The winning Mark's Eye is the youngest champion in the previous Triwizard Tournament, and it has attracted the attention of many people. Wherever Marks McClown went, he would be sought after by countless students, and many reporters from other newspapers in the wizarding world were hoping to interview Marks McClown, but Marks McClown refused one by one. As for Harry, even though the Triwizard Tournament was defeated by Mark's Eye, Harry also received the respect of the students. Among them, there are many Gryffindor students, which are undoubtedly compared with the Triwizard Tournament before the opening. It's a world of difference. However, Harry didn't feel any joy at this time, but appeared in Dumbledore's office with a frown. Not long after the Triwizard Tournament ended, Dumbledore came to Harry mysteriously and asked Harry to report to him on what happened in their maze, and emphasized that he must not tell Marks McClown. This made Harry very uncomfortable. He felt that there was no need to hide Mark's Eye from this kind of thing. After all, Mark's Eye had saved his life in the maze. The key point was that Mark's Eye was a person who experienced the battle personally. Why not let Mark's Eye report, and do you want to hide Mark's Eye? Harry came over with deep doubts and found Dumbledore. In Dumbledore's office, Snape and McGonagall were also present, and the three of them were not pretty. They were all waiting for Harry. Harry said politely, "Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, P.S. I wish you all a happy new year." Chapter 522 The Power of Mark's Eye. Dumbledore nodded slightly and motioned for Harry to sit down. Harry sat on the chair in front of the three of them and looked at them respectfully. Although he was dissatisfied, Harry did not show it. Dumbledore said softly, "Harry, do you know the reason why we came to you?" Harry nodded and said, "Isn't it just reporting the things in the maze?" Dumbledore said, "McClowns, I hope you can tell us exactly what happened to you in the maze, and there is nothing wrong missing to tell us." Harry frowned, hesitated, and said, "Professor Dumbledore, I think in the maze, Mr. Marks may know more than I do. Why don't you ask Mr. Marks to come over to chat? And why don't you let me tell Marks what about Sir? I think this is very bad." Snape said coldly, "We don't need you to feel good or not, you just need to tell your experience. It's enough without any mistakes." Harry stagnated and looked at Dumbledore and McGonagall. Neither of them spoke to refute Snape's meaning, so he lowered his head. McGonagall said, "Harry, don't think too much. We will do this naturally with our own considerations. You only need to tell your experience." Harry sighed and said, "Okay, cool." The three of Dumbledore slowly raised their heads and stared at Harry, as if paying attention to what Harry was about to say. Harry said softly, "Voldemort is resurrected." Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape trembled at the same time, looking at Harry in disbelief. McGonagall tremblingly asked, "Harry, what did you say?" Harry looked at McGonagall and said firmly, "Voldemort is resurrected." McGonagall and Snape took a deep breath and looked at Dumbledore at the same time. Dumbledore said with a heavy expression, "Tell me more about your experience." Harry said, "After I entered the maze, I was very normal. What I faced was the obstruction of the tree wall in their maze, nothing unusual." Dumbledore nodded and stared at Harry closely, with an extremely serious expression. Harry continued, "Then I heard the voice of Mouse. It was Peter Pettigrew." McGonagall said in surprise, "It was Pettigrew who attacked Krum. So Krum was found in the bedroom, and Pettigrew could invade the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore dissatisfied. "Don't interrupt Harry, Minerva." McGonagall looked embarrassed and immediately closed his mouth. Harry said, "Then Peter Pettigrew overpowered me and took me to a mausoleum, which was the tomb of Voldemort's biological father." Dumbledore and the others looked at each other, exchanging surprises in their eyes. Harry looked at the three professors, pursed his lips and said, "Then Pettigrew took my blood, combined with the bones of Voldemort's own father and Pettigrew's own blood, to resurrect Voldemort. And Voldemort was resurrected in front of me." Dumbledore and McGonagall looked at Snape at the same time, waiting for Snape to identify the potion master. Snape nodded slightly and said, "There is indeed an evil magic potion that can revive people. It needs the blood of an enemy, the bones of a loved one, and the blood of a servant." Harry is not wrong. Harry sighed and said, "After Voldemort was resurrected, he summoned the Death Eaters of his men to return. One of them is Lucius Malfoy." Dumbledore paused, frowned and said nothing. McGonagall shook his head and said, "Lucius, this person is really..." Alas! Harry suddenly raised his head and said, "Voldemort was planning to kill me directly. At this time, Mr. Marks came in time to save me." Dumbledore looked at Harry and asked, "You mean, Marks I appeared in the most timely time and saved you?" Harry nodded anxiously and said, "McClowner, and then Mr. Marks fought Voldemort for me." McGonagall said in surprise, "How is it possible? How could Marks I be able to fight Voldemort?" Find flowers Dumbledore also squinted, staring at Harry closely, and asked in a deep voice, "Harry, do you know what you are talking about?" Harry saw that the three professors didn't believe it, and quickly said, "What I said is true. Mr. Marks has really fought against Voldemort. Although he has been at a disadvantage, Voldemort has never completely defeated Mr. Marks." Snape stood up abruptly and asked, "Marks McClown was not defeated by Voldemort?" Harry looked at Snape in a little fear, and nodded to confirm his statement. Dumbledore had bowed his head at this time, as if some problem had appeared before him. Snape solemnly said, "You tell the process of Marks I and Voldemort's fight, and there must be no mistake in a single word." Harry frowned and said, "Actually, I don't remember very clearly. The situation was too chaotic. There were aftermaths of the curse. Anyway, Mr. Marks was in front of me. Voldemort's attack could not hurt Mr. Marks at all, and Mr. Marks also kept attacking Voldemort, fighting fiercely." Harry didn't really have any impression of the situation at the time. After all, the situation was too chaotic. Harry was in a period of emotional excitement. He didn't pay attention to how Marks McClown fought against Voldemort. He just knew that Marks McClown and Voldemort had a fight. It's just coming and going. When Snape wanted to ask something, Dumbledore stood up and patted Snape on the shoulder, looking a little ugly. Dumbledore said slowly, "Okay. We all know what we should know. Harry is all right now. Go back first." Harry was taken aback. He thought he would be asked for a while, how it ended all at once, and the faces of the professors were not pretty, as if he had changed his face suddenly after he said that Marks I and Voldemort had fought. Chapter 523, The World Above the Limit. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler. Roll around for collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set, you may be a counterattack by waste materials, you may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiexuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of Squad Zero, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system 2. 367 Lan Ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uakai Hamadara, Why is your system so? Harry hesitated and said, "Okay, then I'll go." Dumbledore waved his hand casually, and Harry had to walk out of the principal's office full of doubts. Snape turned his head and looked at Dumbledore nervously, as if he had something to say. Dumbledore waved his hand, stopped Snape from speaking, and slowly said, "You should take a good look at Mark's eye during this period of time. I have to keep abreast of his daily dynamics." McGonagall hesitated and asked, "Albus, don't we take action?" Dumbledore looked at McGonagall meaningfully and said, "There are too many things involved behind Mark's eye. We can't act rashly. We can't mess around without my order." McGonagall was taken aback, nodded and stopped talking. There was also a look of struggle on Snape's face, but he chose to shut up. Mark's eye on the other side was lying quietly on his bed, thinking about things with his eyes closed. He saw all the changes in the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore and the others seemed to have some secrets suddenly, becoming mysterious, and even seemed to have an inexplicable guard against themselves. This is why Marks McClown didn't know, and didn't want to pursue it too much. After all, Marks McClown wanted to do too much recently. From the battle with Voldemort, Marks McClown deeply realized that there was a huge gap between the strength of himself and Voldemort. Even if he relied on some means, he could barely persevere in front of Voldemort. It was impossible for Marks McClown at this stage to defeat Voldemort. As the peak wizard of the Wizarding World, Voldemort's strength is too terrifying. Even if Mark's eye has the assistance of the system, it is very difficult to catch up with Voldemort's strength in a short time. Marks McClown began to slowly think about the strength she possessed. With perfect control skills, Marks McClown is confident that he has reached the extreme level of magic manipulation methods. Even Voldemort and Dumbledore cannot be much better than himself. The magic power operation means how to cast spells at the fastest speed and how to use the lowest magic power to implement spells. Mark's eye is very confident. And Mark's eye's most powerful curse at this stage, the Holy Sword appearance, not only represents the top magic of Mark's eye's highest magic power operation method, but it is not inferior to any other known magic. In other words, the manifestation of the Holy Sword is already one of the most powerful spells in the Wizarding world today. However, Mark's eye is not satisfied with this limit. The appearance of the Holy Sword is theoretically one of the most powerful spells in the Wizarding world. But why is it that wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort are not afraid of this level at all? Where's the spell? Marks McClown opened his eyes suddenly, and he thought of a terrifying fact. That is the most powerful standard in theory in the Wizarding world today, not the most powerful standard for real magic. In other words, if today's wizards believe that the most powerful strength in the Wizarding world is a certain standard, the strength of Dumbledore, Voldemort and others will be above this standard. The sorcerers of their level must have already figured out a way to cross this well-known boundary and break through, before reaching the level of inhumanity and godliness. Marks McClown swallowed. He found that he was still too naive. The world of magic is endless. How could he believe that there is the most powerful thing? However, this idea also opened a new door for Mark's eye. Voldemort and Dumbledore are not the pinnacles of this world. Above them, there must be a stronger level. A name suddenly appeared in Marks McClown's mind. Merlin. As the oldest and greatest legend in the Wizarding world, Merlin's strength exists in the legend. Even Dumbledore and Voldemort had to admit Merlin's strength. That is to say, Dumbledore and Voldemort's strength was not as strong as Merlin, at least at this stage, so they would recognize Merlin's greatness. So, in the secret treasure of Merlin, will there be a way to break through this boundary? That may be the key to Mark's eye surpassing Dumbledore and Voldemort. As for Merlin's secret treasure, there is a high probability that it exists in a hidden corner of Hogwarts, unknown to 2.7 people. The next day, Harry sat listlessly in his seat, seemingly awake all night. Ron also looked dozing off. Seeing Harry listlessly, he couldn't help asking, "Harry, what's the matter with you?" Seeing Harry's listlessness, Hermione couldn't help but reminded Harry is up. This is Professor Snape's class. You want to deduct points for Gryffindor again, right? Harry sat up a bit with Wilt, and said weakly, I'm holding things in my heart, it's uncomfortable. When Ron heard this, he immediately became energetic, and asked, Harry, how can you not share something with me? Come and listen. Chapter 524. Hermione was also a bit boring to listen to the class. She had learned the things Snape taught by herself for a long time, and it was okay if she drove off, so she said, McClowns, didn't you be called for an interview yesterday? What did you ask? What happened in the maze that day? You haven't told us yet. Cool Tiger. Harry thought for a while, took a deep breath and said, you really want to know? Ron and Hermione nodded heavily, their eyes full of curiosity. Harry whispered, but you must keep a secret, and you can't be surprised. Ron said with disdain, my mouth is dense. Besides, have I seen few storms? Just tell me, I'm not afraid. Hermione nodded to Harry again, indicating that she would not make a noise. Harry lowered the volume again and whispered, Voldemort is resurrected. What? Ron screamed 11, and he sat down on the ground in fright. Hermione sat stiffly in the chair, as if her whole person was petrified. Snape slapped the table hard and drawled, Ron Weasley, are you going to rebel? When Ron saw Snape's anger, he was so frightened that he sat back at the table and buried his head in the book. Snape said without hesitation, Gryffindor deducts 10 points. Harry buried his head in the book in a hurry too, not daring to raise his head. After a while, Harry complained, Ron, what are you doing? Didn't you surprise you? Ron trembled his lips and whispered, but your news is too strong, I couldn't hold it back for a while. Hermione also said in disbelief, Harry, are you true? Harry dissatisfied, is it possible that I will lie to you? But Voldemort was resurrected in front of me, and I saw it with my own eyes. Hermione was pale and her mouth opened slightly, but she didn't know what to say. Ron continued, it was the last match of your Triwizard tournament, right? I heard rumors that it seemed that Pettigrew had attacked Krum and got in. Is it just to catch you? Harry nodded and talked about his experience at the time. Ron and Hermione were taken aback by hearing them. They didn't expect to participate in the Triwizard tournament. There were so many twists and turns. Hermione looked angrily and said, why didn't you tell me earlier? I said why Mark's eye is not quite right these days. He must have been injured in the battle with Voldemort. Harry shook his head and said, Mr. Marks was injured. But with Mr. Marks' strong recovery ability, this small injury is not a big deal. I am not worried about this. But Dumbledore's teaching them. Cool Tiger. Ron asked puzzledly, teach them what happened? Harry narrowed his mouth and said, I think the professors seem to be a little wary of Mr. Marks. I don't know what they are guarding. Anyway, this feeling is obvious. Hermione frowned. Her thoughts were no longer on Harry and Ron. She was full of Mark's eye and Voldemort fighting. Ron said for a moment, you said the professors are guarding Mark's eye? Harry nodded and said, McClowns, I don't know if I feel wrong, but it's really strong. Ron suddenly looked at him and said, I know. It must be the professors who knew about Marks McClown's shameful deeds, so they became suspicious of Marks McClown. Maybe they found out that Marks McClown was Voldemort's subordinate. Beware of Kenai. Harry said in a huff, if Mr. Marks were Voldemort's men, then he wouldn't come to save me, nor would he fight Voldemort so hard. Ron stagnated, thinking about the same reason, a little embarrassed, but you can't relax your vigilance. Now that the professors are dying Mark's eye, doesn't it mean that Mark's eye has a problem? Besides, he saved you, Voldemort. They will definitely not let Mark's eye go. You'd better stay away from him. Harry glanced at Ron with an angry look and said, Mr. Marks is my savior. Because he saved me, so I alienated him. What's the reason? Ron was about to argue with Harry, who knew that Hermione suddenly picked up the book secretly, arched her waist, and was about to walk out. Harry quickly took Hermione's hand and asked in a low voice, Hermione, what are you going to do? This is Professor Snape's class. Hermione gently patted Harry's hand and said, I haven't seen a skipping class. I was not there when Mark's eye was injured. I must try my best to help him now." Harry was taken aback. Before he could understand Hermione's meaning, Hermione had already sneaked out of the classroom. Harry shook his head and said, "Hermione would skip class. This is really the first time I have seen you." Ron said with disdain, "Hermione is always so nervous, you don't need to worry about her." Harry thought for a while and asked, "How can Hermione help Mr. Marks?" "Mr. Marks's 417 opponent is Voldemort." Ron spread his hand and said, "How do I know what she is thinking about? The opponent is Voldemort and I want to intervene in, right?" Harry turned to look in the direction Hermione was leaving, seeming a little worried. Hermione sneaked out of the classroom. Of course, she knew that she was low and could not help Mark's eye. But Hermione had other good points, such as checking information. Firmly determined, Hermione ran towards the library quickly. Since the end of the Triwizard Tournament, Marks McClown's popularity at Hogwarts has increased. In addition, Marks McClown has become a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, and is loved by the students. Marks McClown just finished a course on defense against the dark arts. The students were very cooperative, and they also had a blind trust in Marks McClown. No matter what Marks McClown said, he believed and did what he said, just like becoming Marks McClown. The Brain Residue fans are average. Chapter 525 Back to the Past. Mark's eye was very speechless at this point, but he had no opinion about it. After all, others trust him so much. What else can he say? Cool Tiger, Mark's eye. After dinner, McGonagall suddenly stopped Mark's eye behind him. Marks McClown stopped, frowned slightly, and asked, "Professor McGonagall, what's the matter?" McGonagall said coldly and warmly, "Marks McClown, since you are already a professor at Hogwarts, then you should also perform your duties as a professor. It is your turn to be on duty tonight. You are responsible for inspecting Hogwarts' situation." Marks McClown said in a daze. "Didn't Mr. Filch always do the patrol at night?" McGonagall nodded and said, "That's what happened before. Recently, there have been more incidents at Hogwarts, so Professor Dumbledore asked the professors to also carry out shift patrols to ensure the safety of Hogwarts." Marks McClown had no choice but to say, "Okay, I know." After McGonagall finished speaking, he turned his head and walked away, as if only performing a communication task. During this period of time, Marks McClown had already felt the attitude of many professors toward him. Some professors even expressed an inexplicable hostility towards Marks McClown. This made Marks McClown feel very wrong. Cool Tiger. But Marks McClown didn't have time to explore this now, so she could only put this one aside in advance. In the evening, after the entire Hogwarts lights were turned off, Marks McClown walked out of his dorm. Now Marks McClown didn't need to be sneaky anymore. He could walk out of the dorm openly. Filch seemed to have waited a lot, standing in front of the Slytherin lounge, looking bored. "Mr. Filch." Marks McClown said hello first. When Filch saw Mark's eye, his face immediately became unnatural and said, "Mr. Marks, you are here." Marks McClown frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Filch, I have received a request from the school to patrol at night." Filch nodded repeatedly and said, "McClowns, that's right, I'm here to assign you a range of patrols." Marks McClown was a little puzzled, and asked, "Patrol range?" Filch hurriedly said, "McClowns, you and I are separated and patrolling different locations on the campus. It's that simple." Marks McClown frowned. Didn't McGonagall want one more professor to patrol to ensure the safety of the campus? Isn't it strange that the patrol scope should be divided? But Marks McClown didn't speak. He already had a bottom in his heart, and said, "Okay, then I will ask Mr. Filch to allocate it." Filch quickly took out a map of the school and explained to Mark's eye in detail where Mark's eye needed to patrol. Mark's eye quickly remembered the place he should patrol. Filch smiled and said, "Then Mr. Marks, be careful about patrolling. After the patrol, you can go back to the bedroom and sleep without waiting for me." Marks McClown nodded faintly, watching Filch go away in one direction. Marks McClown sighed slightly. As expected, Dumbledore and the others had something wrong with him. The current situation clearly gave Marks McClown a chance to patrol Hogwarts alone. Although Marks-Eye really wants to find Merlin's secret treasure at Hogwarts, Marks-Eye also knows that this secret treasure must be hidden deep. It is difficult to find information about the secret treasure on the Hogwarts campus, otherwise anyone can find it for so many years. Dumbledore's arrangement was probably just to see if something went wrong when Marks McClown patrolled the campus alone. Marks McClown sighed and slowly wandered around Hogwarts. Hogwarts at night seemed very strange and quiet. Even the noisy ghosts were lying in various places to rest. The characters in the portrait disappeared without a trace, not knowing where they went. Marks McClown walked alone on the Hogwarts campus, relying on the small fluorescence of the magic wand in this hand, and walked all over the area according to Filch's words. Marks McClown knew that there must be a few pairs of eyes behind him without using spiritual exploration. Watching yourself. Therefore, Marks McClown didn't do anything too out of the ordinary. After wandering around the place to see, Marks McClown returned to her bedroom. Marks McClown couldn't help but fell into deep thought, and the recent actions of the professors had to make Marks McClown feel vigilant. From the weird behavior of Snape and Dumbledore at the end of the Triwizard Tournament that day, to the fact that the professors were lukewarm and even a little hostile towards themselves, to the test tonight. Why do professors seem to be suspicious of themselves? Is there something wrong with them that makes them feel wrong? Marks McClown recalled her recent performance, and it seemed that there was nothing for the professors to doubt her. In addition, Harry will definitely tell Dumbledore about the battle between himself and Voldemort. Isn't this further the fact that he will not be a Voldemort spy? What is doubtful about himself? Is it possible that because his strength is beyond Dumbledore's bottom line, that's why Dumbledore has to guard himself like this? It seems that there is only this truth, and Marks McClown can only use this truth to convince herself. There is something unreasonable among Marks-Eye, and Marks-Eye hasn't had time to think about it. Recently, Marks-Eye has a lot of things to do. Wang Nuozhao. Exploring Merlin's secret treasure is one thing, and one more important thing is to go back to the past and fight for yourself. You know, the more than 30 super-powerful wizards that Marks-Eye finally appeared in the battle against Voldemort did not appear out of thin air, but the future Marks-Eye kept returning to that point in time to help Marks-Eye himself. This is why Marks-Eye asked Hermione to borrow the time converter before the game. So now Marks-Eye must go back to the past and help herself fight. Marks McClown took out a deeply hidden wizard robe from the closet and draped it gently on him. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 526 Leo's Bizarre Adventure. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set. You may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Cool Tiger. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiexuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of Squad Zero? The mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system too. AI ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uekai Hamadara, why is your system so? This wizard robe is the confusion robe that Marks McClown wore when he was an appraiser in Rolling Alley. It can isolate others from detecting themselves. 467 QUU. After Marks McClown got dressed, he took out the time converter that he hung around his neck, turned it to adjust the time, and started it gently. Things around him quickly reversed, and time passed quickly forward, but Marks-Eye clearly felt the rapid changes in time, and there were many slight fluctuations, as if energy was unstable. Mark's eye looked at the unstable time energy around him in confusion. Mark's eye tried the time converter a long time ago, but this did not happen at that time. What is going on here? Is the time converter broken? Marks McClown carefully observed this time converter. The time converter exudes a time force that wraps Marks McClown, and it is this power that allows Marks McClown to travel through time at will. However, this force seemed particularly unstable at this moment, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Marks McClown suddenly realized that it was his own power that was affecting the time converter. Before Mark's eye's strength was not so strong, there was no problem using the time converter. But now Mark's eye's strength has not been improved shortly, and it has become more difficult for the time converter to act on Mark's eye, which has led to this kind of unsteady result of time power. Thinking of this, Marks McClown couldn't help smiling bitterly. He finally knew why McGonagall would lend Hermione something that looks so defying like the time converter. Because this time converter can only be used by people whose magic power is below a certain level. Otherwise, if Dumbledore could use it, he could summon dozens or hundreds of Dumbledore to attack Voldemort, just like himself. How could Voldemort be an opponent of hundreds of Dumbledore? Originally, Marks McClown was still thinking about using the time converter to get a Marks McClown army. Seeing this situation, he could only helplessly dispel his thoughts, and it would be better to honestly improve his strength. The rapidly changing scenes around him slowly stagnated, until they finally settled in Mark's eye's own bedroom. It was still late at night, and there seemed to be no changes in the surroundings, but Mark's eye knew that he had returned to that point in time, and he had to rush to the tomb as quickly as possible. Marks McClown wrapped her confusion robe and directly used apparition on herself, rushing to the Tomb of the War at the fastest speed. Mark's eye appeared in the mist. Not far away was the tomb where he and Voldemort fought. At this time, you can still see the location vaguely waving in the air, and there are many more curses. Up to here, beside Marks McClown, there were people in black robes whose whole bodies were tightly wrapped in confusion robe. Undoubtedly, these people were all Marks McClown himself. Marks McClown also lowered his head. He remembered Hermione's advice to himself at the time that after using the time converter, he must not appear in front of his own body, otherwise major problems would easily occur. All the people in black robes also bow their heads. No one dares to look around. Suddenly a scorching fire snake formed not far away, whizzing towards a vague figure, and suddenly two huge lightsabers cut through the sky, cutting the ferocious fire snake into 4 parts. Marks McClown immediately took out her own magic wand. At this time, Marks McClown didn't take out 2 magic wands. After all, using 2 magic wars at the same time would definitely be recognized by others. The battle not far away is almost over, and I should be on the stage. Marks McClown took a step forward, and the rest of Marks McClown also took a step at the same time. It seemed very strange. Marks McClown didn't have time to watch dozens of people doing the same action. Marks McClown took the lead in rushing out of the mist and saw that the distant situation. Voldemort held his wand in his hand, pointed at himself who fell to the ground and shouted the curse, Avodazo. Not good. Marks McClown was startled. Before he had time to think about it, he directly controlled a boulder with his wand and flew between Voldemort and Mark's eye at the time, blocking the Avada's life curse in time. Who dares to ruin my good deeds? Voldemort roared and turned his head back, looking at Mark's eye here. Other Mark's eye also walked out of the mist one after another, all the wands pointed directly at Voldemort. Mark's eye also pointed at Voldemort without hesitation. Malnia. All Mark's eye simultaneously used Mana, the originally powerful Myrnia. At the moment when the Lasing was released, more than 30 Myrnias seemed to be telepathic, but they merged automatically to form a suffocating magic. Smashed at Voldemort's position. Boom. Marks McClown only felt that his eyes lit up, and a bright explosion burst out in front of him, and the powerful shockwave hit this side, making Marks McClown almost unable to hold his feet. Is this the powerful combat power assembled by more than 30 man-ears? Chapter 527 Beat Lucius. The power of this curse was too terrifying. Even Marks McClown felt a little trembling. Thinking of Voldemort's ability to resist such a powerful attack, Marks McClown's understanding of Voldemort's power rose again one step. Voldemort stood sluggishly in the center of the explosion. No part of his body was intact, and the exposed skin was densely covered with tiny blood stains. Lucius immediately stood at the front and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Don't you know who the adult you just attacked was?" The little dwarf also shouted excitedly, "I advise you not to act rashly. Any enemy who offends our master will have no good end." Marks McClown gave a soft drink, ignored the two of them, and rushed to the front. Voldemort's Death Eaters showed a look of horror at first, but since Voldemort was on the scene, they didn't dare to escape. They could only bite the bullet and rush forward. There were only about 10 Death Eaters under Voldemort, but Marks-Eye had more than 30 Marks-Eye on his side, and the number of Death Eaters was far less than that of Marks-Eye. It was Lucius who led the Death Eaters to charge. I thought it was because Voldemort was quite dissatisfied with Lucius, so now Lucius couldn't wait to show himself. Plus cool, tiger. Lucius rushed in front of Marks McClown, circled with his wand, and directly stopped Marks McClown at the front, coldly said, "Who are you? Do you know who you are right now?" Marks McClown smiled faintly, and directly slammed a blazing fire curse in front of Lucius. Lucius did not expect these people to take action without saying a word. He was caught off guard and could only avoid the flames in embarrassment. The remaining Marks-Eye immediately passed Lucius and went to find their own opponents. Lucius' face turned pale. He originally wanted to rely on his strength to stop a few opponents and let Voldemort look at him with admiration. Who knew these people were so shameless and passed him directly? Lucius pointed his wand directly at Marks-Eye and said coldly, "I don't know who you are, but I tell you, I won't let you hurt the master." Lucius' voice was raised very high, as if he wanted Voldemort to hear him, but now there have been almost 20 Cloud Knights attacking Voldemort at the same time. Voldemort can't take care of himself. There is no time to care about Lucius. Lucius saw that his loyal words were ignored, and he was a bit embarrassed, so he had to stare at Marks-Eye, wanting to beat the people in front of him early to support others. Marks-Eye's wand lightly tapped, and another raging curse was thrown over. Lucius was prepared this time, so he used the armor curse to directly resist Marks-Eye's blazing fire curse, and rushed forward desperately against Marks-Eye's fire, wanting to kill Marks-Eye directly. The flames of Marks-Eye were blocked by Lucius' armor, and Lucius looked brave enough to charge against the raging fire. Lucius sneered, and with a wave of the wand, the armor protection was removed, and a green light appeared on the top of the wand. Killing curse. At this time, Lucius was very close to Marks-Eye, and using the killing curse at close range, Lucius was confident that Marks-Eye could not evade. At that time, Lucius would become the first Death Eater to solve his opponent. Voldemort must look at himself differently, Lucius thought happily. Of course, Marks McClown would not have been hit by the killing curse so simply. For Lucius daring to move forward under the flames, Marks McClown had already planned. At the moment when Evadosso's life curse was about to hit Marks McClown suddenly turned around, and the killing curse flew over Marks McClown's body, but did not touch Marks McClown at all. The smile on Lucius' mouth has not disappeared. He is dreaming about how he will show up after defeating his opponent. At this time, seeing that his must-have killing curse has failed, his eyes are full of shock, with the smile that has not disappeared from the corner of his mouth. It looks ridiculous. Marks-Eye's wand turned over and hit Lucius in the face with a heavy punch. Find flowers. Boom. Lucius only felt black in front of his eyes. A sweet and sour sensation overflowed from his throat directly into his mind. and he lost his center of gravity and flew back. Lucius with a blood-stained face hit the ground heavily. At this moment, he hadn't realized what was happening now. Could he be beaten with a fist? In the battle between wizards, was beaten with a fist. Marx McClown smiled faintly. As a supporter of Marx McClown's army, he naturally couldn't use spells that marked his identity too much. Of course, spells like the manifestation of the Holy Sword could no longer be used. Because in the previous life that Marx I passed through, Harry Potter also has an officially certified postscript, in which Harry Potter's son is constantly using the time converter to change the future. So Marx I still cannot confirm the relevant rules of the time converter. The future is not fixed. Otherwise, if Voldemort knew some mystery, he would desperately kill Marx I at one point in time, and the future collapse that really formed a chain reaction would be no fun. Of course, it didn't matter if the previous 30 Cloud Knights used Malna together. After all, the spell used together was too powerful, and the combined Malna was far from the original Malna. Marx McClown is now positioning herself as a wizard with powerful physical skills, and the main attack method is naturally the flesh. Lucius sat down on the ground with a dazed expression. He hasn't recovered yet. Why was he suddenly beaten with a fist? Isn't the opponent a wizard? How could a wizard use fists in a duel? Seeing that Lucius hadn't recovered yet, Marx McClown took the opportunity to step forward and kicked Lucius's head with a single kick. If he kicks correctly, with Marx McClown's strength, maybe Lucius I don't know my life. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 528 Hermione's achievement. However, Lucius is a wizard who has experienced many battles. At the last moment, he still reacted. He rolled to the side in embarrassment, avoiding Marx McClown's kick dangerously. Plus cool, Tiger. Lucius saw that his opponent was really going to fight himself with his body, and it was too late to feel strange. He immediately waved his magic wand and chanted aloud, "Break your heart." A ray of red light shot directly at Marx McClown's heart, but this was Lucius' hurried counterattack after all. The pinpoint was not very accurate, and Marx McClown easily escaped the curse with his perfect control of his body. Lucius didn't dare to be careless anymore. The spells were shot one after another, hoping to spread the distance between the two through the dense spell attack. In this case, Marx I's advantage in close attacks would not be exerted. However, Marx McClown's 3/4/3 is not rigid and must be a close attack. Faced with Lucius' torrential rain curse attack, Marx McClown's curse also counterattacks exactly the same, even faster than Lucius. Be faster. While avoiding Marx I's curse attack, Lucius cast the curse, cursing his mother. Whether this person is in close combat or long-distance combat, how can he cast the curse faster than me? Marx McClown is not impatient at all. He doesn't need to defeat Lucius, just drag Lucius. Lucius is not particularly top-notch among the strengths of Death Eaters, but it can't be considered as the bottom. With most of his strength hidden, Marx I also needs to pay a little price to defeat Lucius. Now that they knew that Voldemort and the others would definitely retreat, Marx McClown didn't need to work so hard. After all, Lucius was just a small fish and shrimp, and it didn't matter much. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Death Eaters with relatively weak strength to be defeated by other Marx I, and the Death Eaters seemed to be under more pressure. Voldemort was also bruised in the battle at this time, and he never wanted to fight again. Voldemort waved his hand violently, and many Death Eaters had already understood Voldemort's meaning and slowly retreated. Of course, Lucius was no exception. In the face of Marx I, he could not get the upper hand by all means. At this time, Lucius would not fail to execute Voldemort's order to retreat. Marx McClown didn't pursue it either. He put away his wand and disappeared into the mist. It was almost time for him to go back. Marx McClown returned to his own time and space. At this time, it was already bright, and some students had already started to get up. Marx McClown smiled bitterly and took off his confusion robe and put on the Slytherin college uniform, preparing for a new day. Although the time converter helped Marx I create a Marx I Legion, and successfully relieved himself at the time. The sequel of this thing were also quite serious. It is tiring to go back to the past to help myself fight, but thinking about saving my life, it seems that the price is not much. However, Marx McClown felt an urge to vomit when he thought of going back to the past 30 times. Marx McClown was holding a book and was about to go to class when she suddenly found a familiar figure standing outside the Slytherin lounge. Hermione, Marx McClown greeted curiously. "Why are you here? It's still so early." Standing in front of the door of the Slytherin lounge, Hermione looked half asleep, and immediately became energetic when she saw Marx McClown and said, "Marx McClown, you finally came out." Marx McClown asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you looking for something to do with me?" Hermione nodded repeatedly, took Marx's hand and said anxiously, "You come with me, I have something to tell you." Marx McClown looked confused and was being pulled by Hermione. Fortunately, there are fewer people now. Otherwise, the students who saw Marx McClown and Hermione pulling away on campus like this would probably have another booze. Hermione took Marx to the school library. The door was just opened. Hermione took Marx's hand and walked towards a corner very purposefully. Marx McClown asked, "Hermione, what's wrong with you? There are still classes this morning." Hermione hurriedly said, "It won't delay you a lot of time." Hermione pressed Marx McClown on the chair, and then she didn't know what she was looking for on the shelf. Marx McClown was about to close his eyes slightly and take a good rest. After all, Marx McClown did not sleep all night last night. But Hermione exclaimed excitedly and said, "I found it. Here it is." Hermione was holding a heavy book and slammed it heavily on the desk in front of Mark's eye, splashing a cloud of dust. Marx McClown pinched his nose and asked, "What is this?" Marx McClown fixed his eyes and saw the large characters "Cold Knowledge in the History of Magic" written in the book. Marx McClown frowned and said, "What kind of book is this? I have never heard anyone talk about it." Hermione smiled contentedly. "Of course I haven't heard anyone say that this book is a very remote wizard's book of that era." Marx McClown absent-mindedly said, "Is it so long? Why are you letting me read this book?" Hermione sat next to Marx McClown and looked at Marx McClown seriously and said, "Didn't you fight Voldemort?" Marx McClown nodded slightly. Harry must have said this to Hermione, and he was not surprised at all. Hermione continued, "Do you think you can beat Voldemort?" Marx McClown looked at Hermione's big clear eyes, thought for a moment, and shook her head seriously. 3.2 At this time, he barely played against Voldemort, and being able to hurt Voldemort was the limit Marx McClown could do. As for defeating Voldemort, Marx McClown would be very difficult to do in a short time. Hermione said seriously, "I actually have an idea in my heart. I think Voldemort has surpassed the power we can recognize, that is, he is stronger than we can recognize. Do you know what I mean?" Marx McClown frowned, and Hermione was telling the truth. P.S. Roll and ask for automatic subscription. The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 529 Solomon, I am back. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set. You may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiexuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of squad zero? The mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system too. Iran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uakai Hamadara, why is your system so? 11. The power of Voldemort, compared with ordinary wizards, is no longer a dimensional level. Plus cool, tiger. In other words, No matter how powerful other black wizards are, one may not be able to beat them, but they can also be up to 2 or 3. There will always be a time to besiege and defeat him, but at the level of Voldemort, it is simply a number that cannot be made up for powerful. If Voldemort could be defeated only by the number of wizards, then the British wizarding world would not have been shrouded in the shadow of Voldemort for so many years, and even the Ministry of Magic as a government would not be able to raise its head. It is true that Marx-I used to make Voldemort embarrassed by the number of people, but that was only a case of Marx-I. It is impossible to know that the entire UK and even the whole of Europe would not have so many powerful wizards of the same level as Marx-I. Imagine that in the original history, the giant Hogwarts shield that the Death Eaters could not break through a joint attack, Voldemort alone, or at the same time suppressing the old wand resistance, all abruptly broke it alone. Hogwarts' giant shield. This is evident in the overwhelming quality of Voldemort's strength. However, he came to this conclusion after he personally fought Voldemort. How did Hermione know? Marx McClown hesitated for a while, and asked, "Why do you think this way?" Hermione scratched her hair and thought for a while and said, "I don't know. Anyway, I think the most powerful in our cognition is not the most powerful." Just like Professor Dumbledore, he seems to be equally surpassing the existence of this level category! Marx McClown took a breath, as expected to be Hermione. She was so keen. How Hermione sensed this kind of thing, Marx McClown didn't want to delve into it. Now Marx McClown is more curious about why Hermione is looking for herself. Marx McClown asked, "Then you are now?" A sly smile appeared on Hermione's face and said, "Since Marx-I wants to defeat Voldemort, you must find a way, right? I have found this way for you." Marx McClown trembled slightly, and quickly said, "Found it? What do you mean, Hermione?" Hermione smiled lightly and said, "In fact, it's not found. I just found a way for you. You can try it." Marx McClown hurriedly urged, "Say it quickly." Hermione said, "Although Voldemort and Professor Dumbledore are both powerful, they are almost the strongest existence in the wizarding world. But one person is better than both of them. He is the Merlin we often mention." Marx McClown nodded. Many people would not doubt this. After all, Merlin was the most powerful wizard in the legend, and even Dumbledore and Voldemort did not dare to surpass Merlin. Hermione continued, "And Merlin also left a secret treasure." "That's right. It corresponds to what the vampire said in the trial." Hearing this, Marx McClown's heart jerked. Did Hermione know the secret about Merlin's secret treasure? Seeing Marx McClown's nervous face, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Why are you so nervous?" "I don't know the whereabouts of this secret treasure. What I want to tell you is the name of this secret treasure." Marx McClown was stunned. He didn't expect Hermione to know the name of the secret treasure. He only heard a few words faintly uttered by Hermione. "Solomon's Key." Solomon's Key? Listening to this unfamiliar name, Marx McClown showed a puzzled look on his face. He had never heard of this name. Hermione opened the heavy book and slowly said, "McClowns, since Merlin's death, the secret treasures that Merlin left behind has caused controversy and research among many people. The most convincing one is Solomon's Key 437. Marx McClown asked, "What is that?" He had heard of the name Solomon, but Marx-I was not sure how much the legend of his previous life shared with this world. Hermione turned a page and pointed to the pattern on it and said, "The Key of Solomon is a book. According to legend, the key to the rise of this book to become the most powerful wizard. After Merlin's death, the secret of this book was spread." "Come down." Marx McClown looked in the direction Hermione was pointing, and saw a black and yellow photo with an old book on it, with Solomon's Key written on the cover. Marx McClown muttered the name of Solomon's Key silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Hermione continued, "But now there is no clue about Merlin's secret treasure in the wizarding world. No one knows where Merlin has hidden his secret treasure, and where the book is hidden, but combined with what the vampire said, I think it is very possible. Right here at Hogwarts." Marx McClown pondered for a while and asked, "Is there really no other news about this Key of Solomon?" Hermione was taken aback, and suddenly did not understand Marks' meaning. Chapter 530. Marks McClown continued, I mean, as the greatest wizard, Merlin should be passed down. At least there should be some gossip, right? Hermione thought for a moment, as if it was indeed the case. Merlin is the most powerful wizard in the history of the wizarding world. This is recognized by everyone, but other than that, people don't seem to have a deeper impression of Merlin, as if it was deliberately hidden by someone. Hermione raised her head, looked at Marks' and questioned, Marks', you mean, is there something strange in this matter? Marks McClown shook his head and said, I'm just guessing at this point, but we really don't know much about Merlin. Hermione said, McClowns, it may be that Merlin is too strong, so no one really understands Merlin. Maybe this is the case. Marks McClown nodded and said, this is also possible. Regarding Merlin's suspicion, they will not know what secrets are hidden in it for a while, or it is more important to see if they can collect the news of this Key of Solomon. If it is true that according to Hermione's words, this Solomon's Key records the means of transcending the limit magic, then it is very important to Marks' because it is about whether Marks' can catch up with the intensity of Dumbledore and Voldemort in a short time. Marks McClown took the book, and there are not many records about the Key of Solomon in the book, just a few words, simply saying that Merlin once mentioned this book to him a lot. But nothing else. Other redundant records are out. Hermione said, Marks McClown, what are you going to do now? Marks McClown smiled bitterly and said, what can I plan to do? Now that I know the title of a book, there is no way to find it. It is very difficult to find this book. Hermione said bitterly, I thought it would be of great help to you, but I didn't expect it to be of no use at all. Marks McClown was stunned and saw Hermione's slightly red and swollen eyes. To help herself, she didn't know how much time she spent in the library, just to help herself find a message. You must know that Hermione's time as a schoolmaster is very precious. Hermione will spend her time helping herself to find news about Merlin, which seems to be very rare. Marks McClown gently put her hand on Hermione's head and said softly, Hermione, thank you. Hermione huddled, raised her head and looked at Marks' not knowing what Marks' meant, and quickly said, it's nothing, it's what I should do. Marks McClown smiled softly, rubbing Hermione's golden curly hair and said, no matter what, I still have to thank you, can't you? Hermione blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Marks' Although Hermione didn't find any relevant clues, knowing that Solomon's Key was a target for Marks' to find, it was better than not knowing anything. Marks McClown said softly, okay, go back to class quickly, otherwise you will be late again. Hermione's cheeks were still red, and she nodded quickly, clearing the books on the desk. Marks McClown. Hermione suddenly called Marks McClown's name. Marks McClown looked at Hermione and asked, what's wrong? Hermione hesitated and said, I don't know if I have to tell you something. Marks McClown froze for a moment and asked, what is it about? Hermione looked up at Marks' her face very serious, and said, it's about the professors. Marks McClown frowned slightly, pretending not to know what Hermione was talking about, and asked, what professors? Which professor is it? You heard some gossip. Hermione shook her head vigorously and said, it's not a certain professor, I mean all the professors except you. Marks McClown's face slowly became serious, and she looked at Hermione. Hermione questioned, I think the professors seem to be a little weird lately. I think they seem to be guarding you. Don't you think? Marks McClown didn't speak. Originally, this was just his own thoughts, but she didn't expect even Hermione to see it. Hermione continued, I don't know if it was my illusion, but I confirmed this last night. Marks McClown raised her brows and said, what? Hermione said, Last night I went to find Professor McGonagall. I was outside Professor McGonagall's office and saw Professor McGonagall and Mr. Filch chatting inside. They talked about your name. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Hermione. Hermione continued, I heard Professor McGonagall say, let Mr. Filch be careful of you, you must be guarded, but at the same time you must not irritate you. After all, you still have the Marx family behind you, and your own strength is also considerable. Amazing. Hermione said nothing more here, and the two fell silent. After a while, Marx McClown slowly said, "Hermione, do you believe me?" Hermione quickly said, "Of course, how could I not believe you?" Marx McClown patted Hermione on the head and smiled. "That's fine. Trust me, it's okay." Hermione looked at Mark's eye and nodded heavily. This morning Hermione was not in the same class as Marx McClown How, so Hermione had packed up and said goodbye. In order to tell Marx McClown the news, Hermione was almost late. Through Hermione's coming news, Marx McClown was basically certain that the professors seemed to know something, and that's why this happened. What the hell is that? Marx McClown racked his brains, but didn't think about why the professors became so weird and so guarded against themselves. Is it really simply because his strength exceeds Dumbledore's expectations and grasp, so Dumbledore has to defend himself like this? Chapter 531 The Tranquility Before the Storm. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set, you may be a counterattack by waste materials, you may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiexuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of Squad Zero, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system too. AI ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uekai Hamadara, why is your system so 340? But this doesn't make sense. If this is the case, other professors won't be so wary of themselves. So why? Marx McClown was sitting on the professor's podium. He had just assigned the students homework for the end of Get Out of Class. The students had already packed up their books and left the classroom. Only Marx McClown stayed in the classroom thinking about things. Mr. Marx? A hoarse voice suddenly came from the door. Marx McClown raised his head. It was Filch who was peeping his head at the door. Marx McClown stood up and said, "Mr. Filch, what's the matter?" When Filch saw Marx McClown alone, he immediately smirked and walked to Marx McClown's side and said, "Mr. Marx, I came here to find you on a special trip." Marx McClown kept smiling and looked at Filch. Although Filch was smiling, Marx McClown still caught the trace of defense from the depths of Filch's eyes. Marx McClown smiled and said, "Mr. Filch, BBDF, I already had a night tour yesterday. Is it my turn tonight?" Filch shook his head and said, "Of course not. How could the school give professors such a heavy task all at once? It is hard enough for you to teach students every day." Marx McClown said politely, "That's good." Filch smiled and said, "I just came here to ask Mr. Marx, did you find anything wrong when you went to the night watch last night?" Marx McClown frowned and said, "No, everything is normal." "Did something happen yesterday?" Filch shook his head quickly and said, "Of course not. It would be best if nothing happens." Marx McClown pondered for a while. As the gatekeeper of the school, Filch would usually only show up when patrolling at night. How could he suddenly find himself today? Marx McClown asked suddenly, "Mr. Filch, you came to see me specially. Wouldn't it be so simple to ask me about my situation last night?" "Cool tiger." Filch was taken aback and showed an awkward smile. "You deserve to be the heir of the Marx family." "He has a keen eye. In fact, he is the principal. Professor Dumbledore asked me to come to you and let you go over and chat with him." Marx McClown showed a stunned look and said, "It turns out that it is. Then I will pass now." Filch nodded quickly, looking absent-minded. Marx McClown passed Filch, and the smile on his face disappeared. He already knew that when he visited the campus at night last night, the person who had been watching him was Filch, Otherwise Filch would not have asked so strangely, and sure enough the professors were already suspicious of himself. But what makes Marks McClown feel the most embarrassed now is that he himself doesn't know what he has to be suspicious of the professors, which makes Dumbledore suspect. Maybe this time I see Dumbledore and he might find some answers. Marks McClown came to Dumbledore's principal's office. The door was open, and Dumbledore's office went up a spiral staircase. Marks McClown took a deep breath, slowly stepped up the spiral staircase, and walked slowly to the principal's office. Dumbledore was lying on the desk and didn't know what he was studying, as if he didn't realize that Mark's eye had come up. Marks McClown said softly, "Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore raised his head suddenly, as if he had only seen Mark's eye, and said with a surprised look, "Mark's eye, you are here. Sit down." Of course, Marks McClown would not believe that Dumbledore had only discovered such a trick, but it was just showing a confused appearance that made people relax their vigilance, so as to make more useful words. Marks McClown sat on the chair and said politely, "Professor Dumbledore, are you looking for me?" Dumbledore smiled and said, "It's okay. Can't you talk to the new professor at the school?" Marks McClown also showed a polite smile and said, "Of course there is no problem. Does the professor need me to report on the recent teaching situation?" Dumbledore smiled and shook his head and said, "It's not necessary. I still believe in your ability, and the evaluations of your students in your class are very high recently. Your teaching level is definitely about the same." Marks McClown smiled. Dumbledore, the old fox, still wanted to play with him. He was so confused and not surprised. He answered whatever was the most stable when he asked. The two of them just asked and answered indifferently. The smile on Dumbledore's face gradually disappeared, and Marks McClown still smiled politely. Dumbledore answered whatever he asked, just like a machine. Dumbledore suddenly stopped questioning, staring at Mark's eye, and suddenly said, "Mark's eye, why do you want to be a professor?" Marks McClown was stunned. This question was a bit tricky. "I became a professor just to find Merlin's secret treasure at Hogwarts more conveniently." Of course, I couldn't tell Dumbledore for this reason. However, Marks McClown quickly said, "I can learn a lot in school, so I want to challenge something that I haven't done, such as being a professor." This answer should be no problem. Marks McClown meditated on what Dumbledore would ask. Chapter 532 Want to turn your face? At this time, Dumbledore stood up suddenly. "The reason you want to be a professor?" "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Marks McClown was startled, but he still maintained a standard smile and said, "What does Professor Dumbledore mean?" "Please forgive me for not understanding." "Cool Tiger." Dumbledore looked at Mark's eye deeply and said, "Mark's eye, you are a wise man. You can understand me. You are right." Marks McClown suppressed a smile, looked at Dumbledore calmly, and did not speak. Dumbledore looked at Mark's eye and said, "I have already given you what you want. What I can give you, don't you?" Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore plainly without any waves in his eyes. Dumbledore said indifferently, "The war has begun. There will be a duel between Voldemort and I. Since you have the strength to fight Voldemort, I believe you should understand how powerful Voldemort is. In order to deal with Voldemort, I will do whatever it takes." Having said that, Dumbledore walked slowly behind Mark's eye, patted Mark's eye's shoulder with his hand. "So I hope you can become a general against Voldemort, not my enemy." When Dumbledore said these words, his tone was very cold. Marks McClown said indifferently, "Professor, you are worrying too much. I never thought of becoming your enemy. Voldemort is our common enemy, isn't it?" "So?" Dumbledore leaned close to Mark's eye. The distance between the tip of Dumbledore's nose and the tip of Mark's eye's nose was only the width of a finger. "People," Marks McClown said lightly, "if Professor Dumbledore doesn't believe me so much, then I can't help it." Dumbledore looked at Mark's eyes closely, his eyes full of alertness. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Dumbledore burst into laughter and said, as expected of Mark's eye, "He is not in danger. He is indeed the best student in our school." Dumbledore returned to his place with a smile, and looked at Mark's eye with a smile. I hope I didn't scare you just now. Marks McClown smiled softly and said, Professor Dumbledore is really humorous, of course it won't scare me anymore. Dumbledore smiled and nodded and said, okay, then I won't bother you. Go back and rest. Marks McClown stood up and said goodbye to Dumbledore, then he'll go first and meet again. With her back facing Dumbledore, Marks McClown walked down the spiral staircase and left the principal's office. Before leaving Marks McClown, she broke into a cold sweat on her back, and the smile on her face disappeared completely. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore, the old fox, really tried his best to use his own words. Fortunately, he was not scared by Dumbledore, otherwise he would be in trouble. Marks McClown could also see now that Dumbledore was already suspicious of himself, perhaps because he knew something that was not good for Hogwarts. I don't know exactly what Mark's Eye is, and I guess Dumbledore and the others are not sure, otherwise they would have dealt with Mark's Eye long ago. But Marks McClown would not take this lightly either. With Dumbledore's city and character, facing Marks McClown, who was also a student, was so explicit just now, it shows that things are no longer simple. But at the same time, Marks McClown breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Dumbledore's conversation only warned him not to act rashly. He also saw clearly that Dumbledore was actually only suspicious of himself, and did not have any excessive suspicion. At last, he had not dealt with two god-level figures in one breath. At night, Mark's Eye night watch is not used tonight, so Mark's Eye returned to the bedroom early, prepared the confusion robe, and directly activated the time converter. As soon as the lights were turned off, Marks McClown appeared in the mausoleum wearing a confusion robe. As expected, many Marks McClown had already arrived here. Marks McClown couldn't help but sighed. The next thing he had to repeat 30 times. Really wanted it's uncomfortable. But Marks McClown couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was saving her own life. No matter how boring or bored she was, she must continue. Find flowers. Middle. On the other hand, this is actually not particularly bad. There are more than a dozen Voldemort's Death Eaters to train themselves, and they can continue to fight Voldemort. This is also a kind of training for yourself, isn't it? Marks McClown watched the battle not far away, and one of them Marks McClown had already set off and walked forward, and that was the time when he took the lead to fight Lucius at the forefront. Sure enough, after that Mark's Eye used a boulder to block Voldemort's Avidusure life spell. He rushed to the front and stopped Lucius, and the other Mark's Eye also made their moves. Either you find a Death Eater to fight, or you siege Voldemort who has been damaged. Together. This feeling of looking at what you are doing in the past and in the future at the same time is very strange. Marks McClown was also looking for her target. This time he aimed at a black-haired witch. The witch's face was haggard, but her eyes looked very crazy. If Marks McClown didn't guess wrong, she would be the Death Eater who was the most dangerous under Voldemort. Bellatrix Lestrange. This witch is called the most dangerous Death Eater under Voldemort. Not only is she powerful, but the most important thing is that she is more brutal than everyone. In the original history, she even killed her cousin Sirius, Nymphadora Tonks, and the house elf Dobby, which is a great achievement. In the face of such a dangerous person, Marks McClown didn't dare to take it lightly. He must be prepared. Bella looked at Mark's Eye in front of her. Due to the characteristics of the bewildered robe, Bella didn't know the actual identity of the person in front of her. But Bella was not like Lucius. In Bella's eyes, Marks McClown only saw a desire for blood. Chapter 533 Fight with Fate. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler. Roll around for collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Wu Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set, you may be a counterattack by waste materials, you may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiaoxuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of squad? 0, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Ka, give me one of your system too. Lanran, April 13th. As long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Yuakai Hamadara, why is your system so? Bella is very eager to kill Mark-Sai, the man who obstructed Voldemort's plan. Killing curse. Bea's wand was lightly mentioned, and the killing curse hit Mark-Sai directly, simply and neatly. Marks McClown shook his head abruptly, and the killing curse flew over Marks McClown's face. Bea's magic power was so powerful that Lucius was nothing comparable to it. Marks McClown's heart shuddered. This witch is definitely not a friendly opponent. Torn apart. Raging fire. Except for your weapons. Marks McClown instantly slammed 3 curses towards Bella without interruption. Bella looked indifferent, as if what Marks McClown threw out was not a curse that hurts, but a stone with no lethal power. Torn apart. Raging fire. Except for your weapons. Bella struck out the same 3 spells at the same time, colliding with Mark-Sai's spells in midair and dissipating each other. Marks McClown's face became serious. Bea's spellcasting speed was actually very close to her, and the strength of her magical power might be just inferior to her. Although she still doesn't compare to Mark-Sai in any aspect, she still clearly stated one point: Bella is completely different from Lucius' kind of straw bag, and her overall quality is very close to a top wizard. Bella approached Mark-Sai with an indifferent expression, pointed her magic wand directly at Mark-Sai, and struck out another Evadasuo spell, without giving Mark-Sai any chance to react. Plus cool tiger. Marks McClown easily avoided Bea's killing curse, and when he fought Bella, Marks McClown immediately knew why Bella would become Voldemort's most powerful Death Eater. Because Bea's battle is too calm, as if nothing can disturb her state of mind, but in such a calm state of mind, all are crazy killing hearts. Her expression was full of madness, but her eyes were extremely calm. Bella is a perfect killing machine. For Bella, killing is just a small matter after dinner. What a crazy woman. The magic wand of Mark-Sai pointed at Bella, and the spells were cast towards Bella as if no magic power was needed, and step by step towards Bella. Bella also had the same expression, the curse offset the curse, and the same step by step approaching Mark-Sai. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Marks McClown could even feel the magic spell dissipate. The energy of that magical power slammed into his face. The wands between the two were only 1 person apart, and as the time of fighting spells increased, Bella quickly became an absolute disadvantage. After all, Bea's comprehensive strength is very close to that of the top wizard, but it is only close. Mark-Sai's quality in various indicators still surpasses Bella. So even in the face of Mark-Sai, who hides and suppresses her own combat power, Bella is not an opponent at all. But Bella didn't mean to stop at all. She still moved forward step by step, as if she was going to die together with Mark-Sai. This is completely using an unfailing aura and style of play to level the strength gap between Mark-Sai and Mark-Sai. Marks McClown didn't expect Bella to be so crazy. The next moment his wand directly touched the top of Bea's wand. Torn apart. Torn apart. Mark-Sai and Bella chanted the curse at the same time, and the same curse shot out from the top of the wand, colliding and disappearing at the same time. Marks McClown can even feel the pain of the magic impact on his face when the curse dissipates, but Marks McClown can't think about it. He must defeat Bella before Bella's next spell, otherwise Bella is likely to pull eye together. Sure enough, Bella had already spoken, without any hesitation, as if it was the result Bella had thought about going with Mark-Sai. Killing curse. The green light radiated from the top of Bea's wand, and it was about to hit Mark-Sai's body. And Marks McClown's wand did not respond, because Marks McClown had not cast any spells. Marks McClown's hand slammed hard, and the magic wand flew in midair. Marks McClown's body leaned to one side, and the hair that the killing curse rubbed on Marks McClown's hand and then wiped Marks McClown's confusing robe and flew away. If Marks McClown didn't perform even one movement just now, I'm afraid Marks McClown would already be in a different place at this time! 3.7 Maintaining this state of inertia, Marks McClown slammed in an extraordinary posture, stepping directly on Bella's chest. Screw you! Even Marks McClown couldn't help but explode. This Bella was really crazy. With Mark's eyes full force, Bella flew out, hitting a rock heavily, and the sound of bones creaking could be heard. Voldemort saw that Bella had actually been defeated by Mark's eyes hands, and his body was already scarred, so he shouted, "Retreat first!" Marks McClown immediately hid aside, and Voldemort was about to detonate here and let the Death Eaters escape. Marks McClown hid in the mist, and as expected, a huge explosion occurred here, and the Death Eaters were injured and supported each other to retreat. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 534. It seems that the aura and experience in the battle are very important. Marks McClown was a little emotional. After all, his strength grew too fast, and he lacked run-in and actual combat experience. So this repeated rage against the Death Eaters, each battle can make him more tempered and become stronger. Marks McClown estimated that although his strength was stronger than Bella, he was afraid that he was holding two magic wands against Bella. Without attacking Bella, it would take a lot of effort to defeat Bella. This has nothing to do with strength, just because Bella is too crazy, and Bella's calm madness makes Marks McClown's memory especially deep. This is really an opponent that she doesn't want to face. Marks McClown sighed, and the apparition moved away, waiting for the passage of time until he returned to his time period. Marks McClown returned to his bedroom. It was only 3 o'clock at this time, and there was still some time before dawn. Marks McClown had thought that these 2 days had been hard enough, so it might as well take this time to get a good night's sleep and rest. But when Marks McClown thought that he still had 30 times to go back, and 11 and this semester was nearing the end, if he had not paid off the debts of more than 30 times before the end of the semester, he would return to the Marks family and think about going again. The more Selim is more troublesome. After all, the time converter can only convert time, not scenes. It is not as simple as a trouble. It is quite troublesome. Thinking of this, Marks McClown could only sigh, activated the time converter again, and went back to the past to continue fighting. In the next period of time, Marks McClown has been busy going back to fight for herself. As for any exploration of Melin's secret treasures at school, Marks McClown put aside. Marks McClown also knew that, apart from the title of the book Solomon's Key, he had no clue about Merlin's secret treasure, and blindly searching at Hogwarts was not a way. Over 30 times, going back to the past and fighting seems to be constantly increasing. But Marks McClown now holds 2 positions as a student and a professor. As a student, Marks McClown has a lot of homework. As a professor, he has nothing to prepare. That's not enough. So when you use the time converter to go back in time, you can only extract time from it. Marks' eye is also exhausted during this period. It seems that it is better to think less about forming the Marks' eye army. The time converter couldn't bear Marks' eye's power is 1 point. And it was also a big problem for Marks' eye to make up the basket afterwards. Fortunately, it was now at the end of the term, and Marks McClown's mission was almost completed. Marks McClown estimated that it would be enough to go back again. Hogwarts Auditorium, the final exams are over. Hogwarts students are sitting in the auditorium excitedly, looking forward to awarding the Academy Cup. Once the Academy Cup awarding is over, they can go home for the summer vacation. Marks McClown was sitting on the professor's seat at this time. Although he was both a student and a professor, he should sit on the professor's seat on this occasion. Students, this semester is about to end, and the annual Academy Cup is about to be awarded again. Dumbledore's voice slowly sounded from the auditorium, and Dumbledore's words could be heard clearly in every corner. Hogwarts students made excitement calls one after another, and even some students couldn't help but dance with excitement. Quiet, Dumbledore said. The students in the auditorium slowly calmed down their excitement and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore said, "Let us now award the Academy Cup. As we all know, Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for many years. I don't know if other dark horses will catch up this year, or Slytherin can continue to maintain good results. All the students immediately stopped arguing and stared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore took out a piece of paper and slowly said, "Hufflepuff College, 420 points." Hufflepuff's students cheered immediately. This result is quite good compared to the results of previous years, and based on the scores of previous years, it is very likely to be the winning score. Dumbledore continued, "Ravenclaw College, 380 points. The students of Ravenclaw were all downcast. Hearing this result, they could predict that this year's results would be horrible again. Their Ravenclaw's results in recent years were not particularly ideal. Dumbledore glanced at the Ravenclaw students and continued, "The next one is Gryffindor, 440 points." Surprisingly, the students of Gryffindor did not express anything, but looked at Dumbledore altogether. But the students of Hufflepuff bowed their heads and sighed. The students in Gryffindor knew that only Slytherin could be compared to their own academy. Even if they can't get the first place, as long as they can surpass Slytherin, they are very satisfied. But they 423 also knew in their hearts that the Slytherin who owns this Cloud Knight is not so easy to be surpassed. Dumbledore took a close look at the paper in his hand and slowly said, "Slytherin, 440 points. Divide equally." The students of Slytherin and Gryffindor exclaimed at the same time. They did not expect the two colleges to be evenly divided. This happened in the previous year, but at that time Dumbledore gave Markseye extra points. So Slytherin continued to win the championship. There was a lot of discussion among the students in their seats. The fact that two colleges won the College Cup at the same time has never happened, so this time it is very likely that Dumbledore will give another extra point. Sure enough, after putting away the paper in his hand, Dumbledore said slowly, "The overall score is probably like this, but I still have some points to add." The Hogwarts students looked at Dumbledore all together, looking forward to adding points to their college. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 535 is the something else. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name Iam Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set. You may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiexuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of squad zero? The mere Saint 10 magicians are all scum. Give me one of your system too. Iran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uakai Hamadara, why is your system so? Dumbledore said slowly, "I want to give Markseye and Harry extra points." They succeeded in replacing Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament, and successfully reached the last level. Their persistence added glory to Hogwarts. Everyone had 50 points. Hearing this, many Gryffindor students bowed their heads in disappointment. Harry and Markseye added points at the same time, and the scores of the two colleges were just the same. Plus cool, Tiger. However, Marks McClown was the champion of this Triwizard Tournament, and no one had forgotten that. Add a point to Marks McClown and Slytherin's score would surpass Gryffindor. Many Slytherin students are already in their seats eager to try, ready to stand up and cheer at any time. Dumbledore took a look at the situation of Gryffindor and Slytherin, and said, "I also want to give Markseye extra points." As a member of Hogwarts, he successfully won the trophy and became the history of the Triwizard Tournament. The youngest player ever. I want to give him another 50 points! The Slytherin students banged like a soup pot in a frying pan. Everyone shouted Marksai's name at the same time, hugging each other and celebrating. On the contrary, the students of Gryffindor are all down. They have almost caught up with Slytherin for several years in a row. Unexpectedly, this year is still a little bit worse. It seems that Slytherin with a cloud in the night is really impossible to defeat. What? Cool Tiger, Dumbledore announced directly. Congratulations to Slytherin for 540 points and winning the Academy Cup in a row. The Slytherin students let out tidal cheers, hugging each other and screaming. Marks McClown led them to the Academy Cup again. Slytherin had won the Academy Cup for many years in a row. This is what other academies dream of. Dumbledore waved his hand and said, "Everyone, be quiet. Now there is one more thing to announce." The students were stunned. The Academy Cup has already been announced. Shouldn't they have a dinner together? Why is there something to be announced? However, the classmates slowly returned to calm, sat back in their seats, and looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled expression. Dumbledore gestured to one side, and a man in a suit stepped forward. It was Batty who was in charge of the Triwizard Tournament. Marks McClown frowned slightly. The Triwizard Tournament was over. Shouldn't Batty go back to the Ministry of Magic? How could he appear here? Batty gestured to the Hogwarts students with a big smile, and said slowly, "Hello, fellow students, I am here today on behalf of the Ministry of Magic to clarify some things." The students whispered, wondering what the Ministry of Magic wanted to clarify. Barty smiled and said, "In view of the situation that occurred in the third game of the previous Triwizard Tournament, many students may have heard such a rumor that the Dark Lord whose name cannot be said is resurrected." As soon as Batty's voice fell, all the students in the entire Hogwarts auditorium were silent, looking at Batty quietly, and even many students showed fearful expressions on their faces. The image of Voldemort cannot help being a very terrifying figure in the hearts of Hogwarts students, and even the entire wizarding world. The news of Voldemort's resurrection was nothing but some rumors circulated by Hogwarts students. Regarding this news, Marksai and Harry did not tell anyone other than trusted friends. After all, this news is too explosive, and speaking out may cause people to panic. However, Marks McClown didn't intend to hide this incident, but just wanted to let the flow take its course and let people slowly understand that this information is better than they directly announce it and cause riots. Barty looked at the students underneath, and slowly said, "So our Ministry of Magic is here to clarify the rumors. No mysterious person has been resurrected, and the students don't need to worry too much." Marks McClown's pupils shrank. He almost forgot. The Ministry of Magic would publicly refuse to admit the facts. You must know that Voldemort's resurrection is definitely not good news for the wizarding world. The reason why Marks McClown didn't directly announce it was just to make people psychologically prepared to learn about it slowly without causing panic. But if the Ministry of Magic directly denies this matter, the result will not be as simple as good king is good. People who would be careless continue to suffer from Voldemort's poisonous hand, and Voldemort can also use this to continue to hide behind and make waves. This is not what Marks McClown wants to see. Just when Marksai wanted to stand up and question Batty, Dumbledore had already stood in front of Marksai and looked at Marksai faintly. At this moment, the students heard that the Ministry of Magic denied this, and they immediately boiled. Naturally, they would not think that the Ministry was deceiving them, so many students cheered directly. This news is better than all the news they heard. Happy. Harry, sitting at the Gryffindor table, suddenly raised his head and looked at Marksai. Harry's eyes were also full of doubt. Marks McClown said calmly, "Professor Dumbledore, what do you mean? The Ministry of Magic will harm many people by doing this." Chapter 536. The last time. Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "Marksai, don't get excited. This is not as simple as you think." Marks McClown stood up and said, "No, I want to tell them the truth." The moment Marksai passed Dumbledore, Dumbledore slowly said, "Marksai, do you want to cause panic in the wizarding world?" Marks McClown stopped. Of course, he didn't want to cause panic in the wizarding world. By then, everything would be messed up, and Voldemort would have a better chance to take advantage of it. Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Mark-Sai and said, "The Ministry of Magic is not ready, and we are not ready. If Voldemort's resurrection is announced now, the war between Voldemort and us will start in advance. This is what you want. Can you see it?" Marks McClown stared at Dumbledore coldly and said, "Then you can let the news spread out slowly and make people more vigilant. Why should you deny this fact directly?" Dumbledore shook his head and said, "I have said that this matter is not as simple as you imagined. Can't you just believe us?" Marks McClown firmly shook his head and said, "I won't help you hide the truth." Dumbledore raised his head and looked at Mark-Sai at 443 and said, "Then you can sit in your place, eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink, and stop talking." Plus cool tiger. Marks McClown stood there, staring at Dumbledore. Marks McClown didn't want to announce the incident directly. One thing that caused panic was that it would directly hit the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore in the face. This is not the time to fall out with the two. Marks McClown must take this into consideration. And Marks McClown slowly recalled his memories after many years, vaguely remembering that Dumbledore should also be against the Ministry of Magic's denial of Voldemort's resurrection. Is there anything tricky in it? After a while, Marks McClown looked at the cheering students and slowly said, "I won't deny this fact." After Marks McClown finished speaking, he slowly returned to his seat. Facing this incident, Marks McClown did not deny the facts, but he did not plan to argue with Dumbledore of the Ministry of Magic. There was no need for this. The matter fell out with them. Harry sighed when he saw Mark-Sai sitting back in his place. Harry also thought of the consequences of denying the Ministry of Magic's decision. In addition, even Mark-Sai didn't refute the matter, so he didn't need to jump. Coming out, I had to sit in my position obediently. Dumbledore saw that Marks McClown had no other actions, and then returned to the stage and announced the start of the dinner. Marks McClown is not in the mood to have a dinner at all. The Ministry of Magic's approach makes Marks McClown quite unhappy. After taking a few bites, Marks McClown went straight back to his bedroom to pack his bags. After the dinner, Hogwarts was about to send the students back to London quickly. Marks McClown would also take advantage of this time to return to the past for the last time to finish his mission. Marks McClown placed her luggage neatly, immediately found the confusion robe, and directly activated the time converter. This was the last time Marks McClown went back to fight for herself, because before Marks McClown felt that the time would be more and more urgent in the future, so when returning to the past 30 times, Marks McClown tried his best to choose the more difficult Death Eaters to fight, and participate in the siege of Voldemort as much as possible. And the last Death Eater left behind was the weakest dwarf Peter among the Death Eaters. This time, as long as Mark-Sai goes back and defeats Peter, he can return quickly, and then wait for time to pass, pack up and go home to Hogwarts. This time when the time converter sent Mark-Sai back to the past, Mark-Sai clearly felt something wrong with the time converter, and the entire transmission was accompanied by a violent shock. Marks McClown knew that this was because she had experienced dozens of battles, her strength had steadily increased, and the time converter had become more and more able to withstand it, and she was slowly unable to support her time conversion. Marks McClown returned to the night when he fought with Voldemort. Marks McClown immediately put on his confusion robe and hurried to the tomb. Since the combat mission this time was very simple, it was just a matter of simply defeating the little dwarf, so the time of Mark-Sai tune was also a little late, and strive to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. As soon as Marks McClown arrived at the mausoleum, he saw the scene of Marks McClown's army jointly attacking Voldemort. Voldemort was beaten into a panic. Marks McClown led Marks McClown's army to attack Voldemort and Voldemort's Death Eaters. Marks McClown rushed into Marks McClown's army, and the target directly found a little dwarf star, which was also his last goal. When Little Dwarf saw so many and powerful mysterious people, they all attacked at the same time. The first reaction was to hide behind Voldemort. Of course, under the condition of Voldemort's cold glance, Pettigrew could only bite the bullet and stand at the end of the Death Eater's team, launching an attack, and of course becoming Mark-Si's target. Except for your weapons. Marks McClown waved her magic wand lightly, and the disarming curse shot towards the direction of the small dwarf star, and the small dwarf hurriedly transformed into a mouse and fell to the ground. But she also managed to escape the disarming curse. It has to be said that the strength of the little dwarf among the Death Eaters is really the bottom without any suspense, and even the most ordinary Death Eaters can completely burst the little dwarf. This is not because of his low magic power, but because he is too timid and shrinking. If it weren't for Pettigrew's ability to disguise sneak attacks, plus Pettigrew's fear of Voldemort, Voldemort could easily control Pettigrew. I am afraid Voldemort would not allow such a weak person to be his own. The little dwarf who turned into a mouse banged into a human form again. It was not that he wanted to fight, but that Voldemort was watching the battle of Death Eaters. If he turned into a mouse and would only escape, maybe Voldemort would go back. Roast yourself directly into a dead mouse. Chapter 537 Get Rich Overnight. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I Am Huang to find it. Because of the book review area restrictions, you can't post links _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set, you may be a counterattack by the waste material. You may be the cannon fodder to become a stepping stone of genius. Plus Cool Tiger. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiaoxuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of Squad Zero, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system too. AI ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uekai Hamadara, why is your system so? Killing curse. The little dwarf screamed and used the killing curse, trying to start Mark-Si back. However, Mark-Si has fought so much with the Death Eaters during this period of time. Every Death Eater has to cast a killing curse on himself. The number of killing curses Mark-Si avoided can only be described as countless. Cool Tiger, the killing curse made by Little Dwarf not only lacks the slightest momentum, it even takes a while to cast the spell. Such a killing curse Mark-Si can escape with closed eyes. Little Dwarf naturally knows that his strength is low, otherwise he would not be so timid. Faced with Marks McClown, he can directly play with his opponent. Little Dwarf incarnates again into a mouse, sprinting on the ground, neither fleeing nor attacking, just want to delay time. Mark-Si now has precious time. How could she let Little Dwarf procrastinate time so comfortably? Marks McClown kicked his feet lightly, and his body was like a cannonball, leaping directly onto the head of the small dwarf star incarnate as a mouse, and pinched the small dwarf star with a light pinch. The little dwarf was struggling constantly in Mark-Si's hand, trying to get rid of Mark-Si's shackles, but the little dwarf could do nothing except for those few threatening chirps. Marks McClown looked around. It was all the scenes where he was fighting against Death Eaters before. It seemed to have a strange feeling, but before he came to fight when he was mentally nervous. After all, at that time, he had to be in a hurry, and he had to deal with the enemy well. How could he face such a weak opponent like this time? Looking at her previous battles, Marks McClown suddenly felt a sense of dislocation. He always felt that what she had done in previous battles was not perfect, and when faced with such an opponent's attack, she could do better. This is the appearance of a kind of combat consciousness. Although Marks McClown can't experience it in a short time, if Marks McClown goes back to study this feeling, it will be of great help for Marks McClown to fight the Death Eaters in the future. Marks McClown slammed lightly, and Little Dwarf fell to the ground, turning into a human form again. As if he did not fall lightly, the Little Dwarf suddenly exerted force on his waist, and when Marks McClown was slack, A fatal killing curse was directed at Marks McClown's heart. Marks McClown smiled faintly. His body swayed slightly, and the killing curse hit again. Marks McClown, who had only appeared in combat consciousness just now, was so easily attacked by the little dwarf. Marks McClown was always paying attention to the dynamics of the little dwarf. Marks McClown lifted a leg and kicked Dwarf Star's abdomen heavily. Dwarf Star's bloated body was instantly knocked off and hit the rock wall behind it. Even the rock wall showed fine cracks. Little dwarf spit out a bit of blood in pain and fainted. It is good. Mission completed. Marks McClown let out a sigh of relief. Now it's time to go back. He can't wait for Voldemort's instructions to retreat, and directly hides in the mist, using apparition to return to Hogwarts. Congratulations to the host for repelling many Death Eaters. The series of events is over and rewards 30,000 potential points. Find flowers. Congratulations to the host for leapfrogging and repelling Voldemort and rewarding 50,000 potential points. Not long after, a system prompt sounded in Marks McClown's mind. It's no wonder that when I killed the Death Eaters, there was no prompt to complete the mission. It turns out that this is also a series of events. Marks McClown sighed and she was very happy in her heart. Especially the reward for defeating Voldemort, a full 50,000 potential points. This is the highest reward Marks has ever received. However, Marks estimates that because of cheating by using the time converter, the reward may be lower. Maybe when he can single-handedly defeat Voldemort, the reward will be more exaggerated. Adding 10,000 potential points to the series of tasks in the Triwizard Tournament, as well as my previous stock of potential points, I now have 94,000 potential points in total. I got rich overnight. Marks McClown has never grasped so many potential points. Now he wants to upgrade whatever skills he wants to upgrade. He doesn't feel soft at all. But Marks calmed down and thought about it. Now most of his skills have other upgrade methods, and it doesn't necessarily have to use potential points. And the more advanced the skills are, the more difficult it is to upgrade with conventional methods. It is not too late to use the potential points until then. At a certain time, Marks McClown returned to his bedroom. As soon as he came back, he saw that many students had already laughed and walked out of school carrying their luggage and school bags, and the Hogwarts Express stopped outside the school and waited for the students to get on the bus. Marks McClown hurriedly took his luggage and walked towards the station, and went straight to the carriage of the Slytherin chief. The Slytherin chiefs of this session were already in the car. Seeing Marks McClown respectfully say hello to Marks after Marks McClown nodded and signaled, he got directly into a gangster's carriage. During this time, Marks McClown kept returning to the past to fight, and Marks McClown didn't even sleep well. Now that the mission is over, Marks will of course have to sleep well, and talk about other things later. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 538, Family Safety Issues. It will take a while for Hogwarts to arrive at the station, and this time is just enough for Marks to sleep. Cool Tiger. Soon Hogwarts arrived in London. Marks McClown also walked out of his carriage, and many students happily passed through the 9 3/4 stations to find their relatives. Marks McClown also found the driver Marks Fan sent over to pick him up, and got in the car and drove in the direction of home. Marks McClown's home is still a bit far away from London, so Marks McClown took a short break in the car. He didn't want to wait for Marks' sick aunt to see his mother when he saw that he was so haggard, and he wanted to nag. Beep. The car stopped in the large courtyard outside Marks' house. Marks McClown opened his eyes and saw Marks Fan and Marks' sick aunt standing at the door from a distance, waiting for him to go home. A warm current started in my heart. No matter how hard I struggled outside, when I came back here, I still felt that it was the best and most comfortable place. Don't worry about what to consider. Marks McClown tidied his clothes and got out of the car with his luggage. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Marks McClown said with a smile. Sure enough, Marx Sixuan rushed up and hugged Marx McClown without saying a word, and looked at Marx McClown's face carefully, as if he was afraid that Marx McClown might be injured. Marx McClown smiled bitterly and said, "Mom, what are you doing? I haven't gotten into trouble." "You don't have to look at me like this," Marx Sixuan said in pain. "I also said that nothing happened. Look at your face, you have lost a whole circle." "Okay." Marx Fan smiled and walked forward and said, "Sixuan, don't be like this. Xio is so old and you still hold him like this." Marx Sixuan pursed his mouth and said, "I can hold my son as I want." Marx Fan had to look at Marx McClown with a wry smile and said, "Xio, is this semester okay?" Marx McClown nodded and said, "Sure, it's not bad." Marx Fan patted Marx McClown's head lightly and said, "Not bad. They all won the Triwizard Tournament." "Is this not bad?" Marx McClown grinned and said, "This is nothing." Marx Sixuan let go of Marx McClown and said, "Xio, you are the youngest champion of the Triwizard Tournament in so many years. Go back and tell us what happened." Marx Fan helped Marx McClown carry his luggage, and the family returned to Marx's villa happily. Marx McClown sat on the sofa and looked at the warm family. "It's still the most comfortable at home." Marx Sixuan expressed dissatisfaction. "Knowing that you are most comfortable at home, you often run out. You said how many vacations you have not accompanied the two of us. Plus." Marx Fan gave Marx Sixuan a wry smile and said, "Why do you say that?" Marx McClown was stunned, too. In the first 2 summer vacations, he was busy doing his own things and did not spend much time with his parents. Had Marx Fan been very supportive of him, I'm afraid Marx Sixuan would have stopped doing it long ago. Marx McClown smiled and said, "I will spend more time with you this summer." Marx Sixuan's eyes lit up and said, "I've been optimistic. Let's go to Hawaii this summer vacation. Our family hasn't been out to play together for a long time." Marx McClown was stunned. He hadn't made any general plans for his summer vacation. However, Voldemort was recently resurrected, and Marx McClown was eager to improve his strength. It is estimated that there is no time to go to Hawaii for vacation. Seeing Marx McClown's expression change, Marx Fan quickly said, "Sixuan, what are you talking about?" Xia McClown still has her own business. Marx Sixuan had to shut his mouth and didn't speak, and sat aside in silence. Seeing this scene, Marx McClown was also a little bit sad. After all, the matter was still her own problem in the final analysis, and she did not spend much time with her family. But now the situation doesn't allow it, and Marx McClown can only put this kind of compensation in the future. Marx Fan sat beside Marx McClown and said, "Xio, I heard someone say that you have become a professor at Hogwarts. Is this true or false?" Marx McClown nodded and said, "It's true. I didn't learn anything useful at Hogwarts. I just wanted to apply for a professor to become a professor and improve my ability." Marx Sixuan showed a look of surprise, and the displeasure just now swept away and said, "Is this true? Xio, you are amazing. You actually became a professor at Hogwarts as a student. This has never been seen before." Marx Fan also showed a smile, and the complacency in the smile was very obvious, and said, "When your mother and I were studying at Hogwarts, we had a special respect for professors. Who knew that our son had already become a professor before he was an adult? Really bless the ancestors." Marx McClown smiled softly, and suddenly thought of something. She immediately stopped her smile and said, "Parents, I want to tell you something." Seeing Marx McClown's face suddenly became serious, Marx Fan immediately put away his smile and asked, "What's the matter?" Marx Sixuan also narrowed his smile, pricked his ears to listen carefully. Marx McClown said lightly, "Voldemort is resurrected." Marx Fan and Marx Sixuan trembled at the same time, and Marx Fan said with an unbelievable expression, "But the Ministry of Magic only issued a statement today, saying that this matter is a rumors." Marx McClown shook his head and said, I saw Voldemort's resurrection with my own eyes. The Ministry of Magic's statement just wanted to prevent the masses from panicking. You must be careful. Mark's fan nodded solemnly and said, well, I will strengthen the Marks family's defense force recently. Marks Sixuan was worried about 4.2 and looked at Marks McClown and said, Xio, are you having a feast with that big demon? It doesn't matter if you do, or do we send two powerful wizards to protect you? Marks McClown smiled bitterly and shook his head, and said, it's not necessary. Compared to me, I am more worried about the safety of you two. Marks McClown's current strength is already close to the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort. If there is any danger that Marks McClown can't solve, I am afraid that no one in the wizarding world can solve it. Chapter 539 Slap the Ministry of Magic in the face. Mark's fan laughed and said, Xia McClown, you should worry about yourself. We are the Marks family here. Who dares to offend our Marks family? Marks McClown smiled faintly, but shook his head. Marks McClown is indeed worried about the safety of Marks fan and Marks Sixuan. Although they are the Marks family, many powerful wizards can be hired at home. Marks fan is also a powerful wizard, but this kind of strength has to face Voldemort and his food, the dead. There is still a lot of distance. However, Marks McClown didn't say anything. In this regard, he still needs to think about how to strengthen the Marks family's defense. The host, a house elf, suddenly ran in and shouted, Master, someone is coming to visit the Marks' house, saying it is from the Ministry of Magic. Marks fan was taken aback, and said, why would the Ministry of Magic send someone over? Marks Sixuan also shook his head, and said, how do I know? Don't I know if I just look at it? Marks fan stood up, led by the house elf, and walked towards the gate of the Marks family. Marks McClown looked at it and saw that there was a gorgeous car parked outside the gate with the logo of the Ministry of Magic engraved on it. 11. At this time, an old woman wearing a plush pink cardigan stepped out of the car. It was Umbridge, who had visited the Marks family before. Umbridge carried a petite bag in his hand, and his whole appearance was no different from that of a girl. But it looked very abrupt with that old and wrinkled face. Cool tiger. Marks fan frowned slightly and smiled. Mrs. Umbridge, I didn't expect you to be here. Umbridge smiled faintly, the wrinkles on his face became more profound, and he said sharply, Mr. Marks fan, it's been a long time since I saw you. You are still so handsome. The two talked and laughed and walked to the Marks family hall, as if they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Marks McClown squatted his mouth and said, Mom, I'm going back first, please accept it. With that said, Marks McClown wanted to return to her room. At this time Umbridge had already stepped into the hall, saw Marks' eye, and quickly screamed, Mr. Marks, it's been a long time since I saw you. Your name has spread throughout the wizarding world during this time. Marks McClown was already named, and she was too embarrassed to walk away, so she had to deal with it perfunctorily. Mrs. Umbridge, how are you? Umbridge quickly stepped forward, walked to Marks McClown, and looked at Marks McClown with a smile. Let me see what the youngest champion of the Triwizard Tournament looks like. Marks McClown looked impatiently, but still stood politely, letting Umbridge look up and down. Umbridge chuckled and said, as expected, he is the only son of the Marks family. He is so heroic. No wonder he can become the youngest champion in the Triwizard Tournament. Marks McClown said indifferently, I think the Ministry of Magic has been so busy recently, so Mrs. Umbridge wouldn't just come to visit us in such a free time? Umbridge was taken aback, and immediately said, Mr. Marks is really amazing. This kind of keen awareness is rare today. Marks fan was also a little impatient, and said, Mrs. Umbridge, just tell me if you have anything to do. There is no need to put so much nonsense. Umbridge put away his hippie smile and said, well, I'm here this time and I did negotiate with you about one thing. Marks McClown narrowed his mouth, half leaning on the sofa. He didn't think there was anything good for them in Umbridge's appearance. Umbridge cleared his throat and said, that's it. Recently, many rumors have said that the big demon who can't be named has been resurrected. causing panic in many areas. The Ministry of Magic asked for clarification. "We hope Mark's I can cooperate with the work of our Ministry of Magic." Mark's fan was angry on his face and was about to speak, but Marks McClown motioned Mark's fan not to speak temporarily. "Mrs. Umbridge, I don't quite understand what you mean." Umbridge frowned and said, "Isn't it said that in the final match of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry was taken away, and he saw the unspeakable demon come back to life? This incident caused a wizard the panic in many parts of the world. We must stop this rumor, so we hope you can cooperate with us in our work." Marks McClown said lightly, "What if I say no?" Umbridge showed anger on his face, and said, "Marks McClown, please pay attention to your attitude. Now I represent the Ministry of Magic." Marks McClown straightened up and said coldly, "Then I also tell you, Harry and I saw Voldemort's resurrection with my own eyes, and it is true that Voldemort's resurrection is true." Umbridge tremblingly pointed at Mark's eye and said, "Mark's eye, don't want me to show you your shame. If you don't want to work with our Ministry of Magic, I can treat you as opposed to the Ministry of Magic." Mark's fan shouted in Umbridge, "What's wrong with you? What can you do to our Marks family?" Umbridge was stunned by Mark's fan's sudden drink, and he bowed in fright, and said with a trembling voice, "You are 373 digging your own grave. You will not end well against the Ministry of Magic." Marks McClown said indifferently, "It's not that we want to fight against the Ministry, but you are distorting the facts. Obviously Voldemort has been resurrected. What you have to do is to find out Voldemort and his Death Eaters, but you actually want to deceive all people. I will never agree to this kind of thing." Umbridge stomped with anger, and said, "Marks McClown, obviously you have already acquiesced to this at the Hogwarts Academy Cup." Marks McClown said coldly, "I won't expose you. This is the limit I can do. After all, I don't want to cause public panic, but if you want me to lie with your Ministry of Magic, that is absolutely impossible." Umbridge was so angry that he pointed at Mark's eye, unable to speak for a while. Mark's fan resisted his temper and said, "Mrs. Umbridge, since you already know our attitude, you can go back if nothing is wrong." The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 540. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I am Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set, you may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Cool Tiger. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiaoxuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of squad zero, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Car, give me one of your system too. AI ran, as long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uakai Hamadara, why is your system so? Hearing that Mark's fan had directly issued the eviction order, Umbridge waved his hand fiercely and said, "You will regret your actions today." Umbridge hummed heavily and walked straight to the gate. Marks McClown said indifferently, "It's easy to leave without giving it away." Seeing Umbridge slowly walking away, Marks Xiaoxuan said in annoyance, "Insane." Mark's fan touched Mark's eye's head and said, "Xio, it's okay, you don't care about them, they dare not move our Marks family." Marks McClown smiled and said, "If they dare to move the Marks family, I will let them have no peace in the Ministry of Magic." Looking at Mark's eyes smile, Mark's fan felt a chill for some reason, and said, "Okay, you are still a kid, don't think about it so much, go back and rest soon." Marks McClown nodded, said hello to his parents, and returned to his room. In the next period of time, Marks McClown didn't run around, but kept reminiscing about his 30 times of returning to the past to fight. Marx McClown fought against most of the powerful Death Eaters under Voldemort. Marx McClown probably wrote down the strength of the Death Eaters. Marx McClown was sure that if he met them again, he would be able to win easily. Moreover, when Marx McClown fought against Little Dwarf Star, a kind of combat awareness appeared briefly. This is an awareness of combat power itself. If Marx McClown can experience more, it will greatly improve Marx McClown's combat power. Not only the Death Eaters, but the most important thing is the process of Marx and Voldemort's fight. Whether it's a near-known match or a subsequent siege, these are rare practical experiences. During this time, Marx is constantly relive this experience and steadily improve your strength. Voldemort has been resurrected, and the dangers she will face will only increase and will not decrease, so Marx McClown must do everything possible to improve her strength first. As for things like the appraisal shop in Fanroll Alley, Marx McClown put them aside. During this period of experience fighting, Marx McClown could not break his promise, and did his best to accompany his parents. Although it is impossible to accompany Marx Sixuan on vacation in Hawaii, the ordinary life of the family at home is also very good. Marx Sixuan seemed to be much happier during this time, and every day he tried various ways to make Marx McClown delicious. It is also rare for Marx Fan to stay at home and spend some time peacefully with his son and wife. But under Marx McClown's seemingly happy appearance, he has been worried about one thing, and that is the safety of the Marx family. You must know that you have disrupted Voldemort's plan time and time again. With Voldemort's indispensable character, it is impossible not to come to the Marx family to avenge Marx Fan and Marx Sixuan. In addition, this is also offending the Ministry of Magic. Although the Ministry will not blatantly attack the Marx family, some small actions are fatal. At this moment, any small accident will cause unbearable consequences. Marx doesn't want to see this kind of scene, so the question now is how to improve the protection capabilities of Marx Gia. It's impossible for Marx McClown to stay at home all the time. Although Marx Fan's strength is very strong, even Voldemort himself is not enough to see many Death Eaters, not to mention the other wizards who guard the Marx's house. Any effect? What should I do? When Marx McClown was in distress, a lazy figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Fluctuation Dog. The fluctuating dog eats and lives well during this time, and it is simply a moisturized life, no regrets in this life. What appeared in Marx McClown's mind was, can the wave dog protect Marx's house? Indeed, the wave dog seemed to have no effect, and even had no combat power in front of Voldemort and the others. It was the limit to let him run errands and command the small animals. But isn't this also very useful? If the spoiling dog can direct the surrounding small animals as his eyes, before the Death Eaters want to attack the Marx family, the spoiling dog can tell Marx Fan Marx Sixuan the information in advance. And didn't he prepare something for the dog? Marx McClown found a sealed bottle of Yan Yan Shizgudzo's potion from her luggage magic potion. Now Marx McClown still has 3 bottles of magic enhancement potions on hand, which are for herself, Hermione, and Wave Dog. The magic enhancement potions left for her parents are hidden in her room so that they can get them at any time. This bottle of enchanting potion for the fluctuating dog has to be drunk anyway, and drinking it in the morning and evening is actually the same. Anyway, the fluctuating dog will not increase its magic power by itself, so it is better to try to drink the fluctuating dog to see if it changes. There may be unexpected changes. The wave dog's lazy body got cold for no reason, and immediately jumped up and stared at Marx vigilantly. Marx McClown smiled and said, Xiobo. Popular Dog looked at Marx with a disgusting expression, and said, what kind of nickname is this? No matter what you want to do, I will never agree to it. Chapter 541, Young Life. Kill the Dog. Marx McClown continued to smile and said, come here, I will give you a good drink, and I promise you will like it. Cool Tiger. Bouncing Dog stared at Marx closely, with the intention of advancing and retreating, and said, "Fart. Am I such a foolish dog? Don't underestimate my IQ." Marks McClown continued to persuade him and said, "Xiobo, I am your master. I bought you back when you were most helpless. How can you not believe me?" Shibugo looked disgusted, and said, "Call me Shibugo, stop calling that little wave, I'm so sick of it." Marks McClown took a step forward, and the wave dog immediately backed up 2 steps, staring at Marks McClown. Marks McClown said helplessly, "Wizard dog, just say you are willing to drink it, it is really useful for you." The dog of waves said fiercely, "No." His head shook like a rattle. Marks McClown seemed very sad and said, "Then there is no way." Then Marks McClown's body banged out like a cannonball, and directly pressed onto the body of the wave dog. The wave dog wailed, and was pressed by Marks McClown under his crotch. Without 507 reacting at all, Marks McClown smiled and said, "Do you think you still have room for negotiation? It's too naive." With that, Marks McClown tore open the seal of the magic enhancement potion and poured it directly into the mouth of the wave dog, not letting it go to waste. The wave dog struggled desperately in Marks' hands, but it was of no use. Marks let go of the dog after seeing the potion in his hand poured into the dog's throat without any leakage. Suddenly the dog stuck his tongue out and shouted, "Murder, someone kill the dog." Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, "You will not be convicted of murdering a dog here. It's useless for you to bark loudly." The dog of fluctuation stared at Marks McClown fiercely, and said, "You are done. I will definitely go to the Ministry of Magic to sue you." Marks McClown gently kicked the dog on the wave, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, and tell me quickly, what special feelings do you have now?" The dog fluctuated fiercely, "There is a killing intent surging in my heart. I want to kill you." Marks McClown frowned and said, "Are there any other feelings?" The dog snorted and said, "You don't respect the dignity of the dog. I will never let you go in my life. The thing you gave me to drink is really awful." Speaking of the back, the dog poached twice. Marks McClown said, "You still dislike it?" "I don't know how many people in the wizarding world dream of it. I feel heartache after drinking it for you." The dog spit out his tongue and said, "No, why is something wrong with me? I'm so dizzy." However, Marks McClown looked at the dog with vigor, as if watching a good show. The dog kept groaning, and said, "You cruel master, you really want to poison me, you can't die." Talking about the fluctuating dog, he fainted. Marks McClown hurriedly picked up the fluctuating dog. In fact, he was a little nervous. After all, the fluctuating dog is not a human. I don't know if the magic potion that humans can use will not work on the fluctuating dog. If the fluctuating dog is really poisoned, it would be bad. The wave dog exudes an astonishing heat, and Marks McClown only feels like he is holding a piece of hot cool night. At this time, Marks Sixuan appeared in Marks' room and said, "Xio, how come I seem to hear you fighting with the dog fluctuating?" When Marks Sixuan saw that the fluctuating dog was already lying in Marks' arms, he was even more startled and panicked, and quickly said, "What happened to the fluctuating dog? What did you do, Xiao McClown?" Marks McClown calmly said, "It's nothing. I just drank a bottle of potion for it, trying to test whether animals can accept human medicine." Marks Sixuan quickly took the fluctuating dog in Marks McClown's hand and exclaimed, "Why is fluctuating dog's body so hot? Hurry, go call a doctor." A house elf heard Marks Sixuan's words and hurriedly called, "I know the master." With that, the house elf ran downstairs. Marks McClown recalled that when Harry drank the magic enhancement potion, he had a high fever at the same time. It took a few days to get better. At this time, Harry's magic power had doubled several times, and his strength had undergone tremendous changes. The situation of Swing Dog is very similar to Harry's, and there should be no problems. Soon, a doctor came to the Marks' villa and checked the body of the dog. The doctor concluded that the dog had a normal fever and there would be no major problems. Marks and Marks Sixuan were relieved. Marks Sixuan blamed it a bit, Maxio, you should find other animals to do the experiment. How can you start with the dog? Marks McClown spread out his hands and said, didn't the doctor say that the dog will be fine? You can rest assured, I will take care of the dog during this time. After all, Mark's sick Shuan didn't really want to blame Marks McClown. He just asked the house elf to take good care of the fluctuating dog after saying a few words about Marks McClown. Of course, Marks McClown could not do this kind of thing. For the next few days, Marks McClown would visit the fluctuating dog every day. The fluctuating dog had been maintaining a high fever, and his consciousness was even more confused. If it weren't for the fluctuating dog's high body temperature, Marks McClown would suspect that the fluctuating dog was it's not bad. However, in the past few days, the fluctuating dog has not experienced anything unusual. If he really wants to say any changes, Marks McClown can only say that the smiling face on the fluctuating dog's face is more capable of mental pollution. A few days later, the wave dog finally woke up slowly, and the high fever slowly subsided. Marks McClown hurriedly rushed to see the fluctuating dog. The first sentence of the meeting was, "Fluctuating dog, do you feel that your body is getting better?" Fluffy Dog said weakly, "You cruel master, you still have a face to say that I am. I swear by Fluctuating Dog that I will never forgive you so easily in my lifetime." Marks McClown gently poked the dog's abdomen with his finger, and said, "Is there no change?" "That's a waste of my medicine." Chapter 542, My heart is full of fluctuations and I even fired a wave cannon. Shibugo said angrily, "You still have the face to say that your medicine is your medicine that made me like this." Flu Dog stood up, stretched his body, and said, "I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything for the past few days. I'm going to be starved to death. I'll come back and settle accounts with you after I finish eating." Speaking of the dog going to the kitchen, Marks McClown sighed slightly. After Harry had finished his high fever at the time, he felt that his whole person had changed, and the dog seemed to have no change. Can't magic potion really be used on animals? This is a waste of potion. Marks McClown shook his head and said, "I know how to eat every day, depending on how fat you are." Fluffy Dog disdainfully said, "You can't control it. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You wait for me to finish my meal." Marks McClown squatted his mouth and said, "You are so fat." Fluctuating Dog, when you are fat, I will roast you to eat, and see if you still eat yourself so fat. The dog turned his head and said angrily, "Sure enough, you cruel master, always thinking about eating me." I'm so angry. The bouncing dog grew his mouth wide, as if to roar at Mark's eye. A huge ball of light condensed in the mouth of the wave dog and burst out suddenly, shooting towards Mark's eye like a laser beam. Marks McClown was taken aback. His body instinctively avoided because of the huge crisis. This magnificent laser shot directly through Marks McClown's robe at this time and penetrated the wall behind him. Silence. Marks McClown and Wu Wega looked at all of this in amazement. From the moment the laser was launched to the disappearance, there was no sound. Even when passing through the wall, the entire wall seemed to be ablated by something, but the huge power of this laser cannon even Mark's eye secretly palpitated. You know, if it wasn't your own body's instinctive reaction because of the crisis, you might be dissolving in the wave dog. Although I said I was not prepared, it also explained a lot of problems. This attack by the wave dog is terrifying. The dog was stunned and said, "What is this?" Marks McClown palpitated. "It turns out that the medicine is still useful for you. Isn't this shot very powerful?" the dog of fluctuation asked. "I sent this out." Marks McClown nodded, affirming the idea of the dog. Suibu Dog grinned immediately and said, "Is it really from me?" Marks McClown didn't get angry and said, "It wasn't from you, or I attacked myself. The IQ is still so low when the strength is up." Unexpectedly, Wasu Dog did not refute Marks McClown. At this time it was already immersed in the fantasy of its own strength increase. Marks McClown looked at the huge hole behind him. Fortunately, this was the corner area of the Marks family, and the laser cannon would be gone. Otherwise, it would not just be the problem of filling the hole. Wave Dog raised his head and said, "Okay, I announced that the shot just now is my nirvana," called Wave Cannon. "I'm not afraid." What happened? Mark's Fan and Mark's Sixuan ran over here at the same time. Although there was no sound from the wave of cannon just now, their argument still attracted their attention. Mark's Fan, Mark's Sixuan and the two came here, and when they saw the huge hole in the wall, they were both surprised and unable to close their mouths. Mark's Fan immediately reacted and said, "Xio, this is our home. How can you fight against your home? Look, it will cost a lot of money to repair this wall." Mark's Sixuan also said, "It's not a question of money or money. The question is, Xio, you wouldn't be so reckless before. Do you feel uncomfortable?" Mark's McClown smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't do this. It was the dog of fluctuation." Mark's Fan and Mark's Sixuan were taken aback at the same time, looking at the fluctuating dog, with doubts in their eyes. The Wave Dog slammed his chest and said, "McClowns, this is the power of my wave cannon." It seems that the dog is very proud of this matter. Mark's Fan was stunned and said, "How can the Wave Dog have such a strong strength?" Mark's McClown Tan said, "It may be the product of the combination of the original mental power and the skyrocketing magic power. It seems that the fluctuating dog's strength has exploded. Isn't this a good thing? Our Mark's family has added another general. Seeking flowers. Middle dot 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 middle dot." Mark's Fan looked at Mark's Sixuan, and Mark's Sixuan also looked at Mark's Fan. Both of them looked awkward. Mark's McClown said, "Wizard Dog, you will stay at home in the future to protect the safety of the Marks family, do you know?" The dog fluctuated, finally knowing that Mark's McClown had given himself a potion to strengthen himself, and his dissatisfaction with Mark's McClown was cleared away, and said, "No problem. The question is whether you can give me something to eat. I am so hungry." Mark's Sixuan immediately said, "There is food in the kitchen, so I just made a chocolate pie." Weibo walked towards the kitchen pretentiously. Maybe he felt that he had become the protector of the Marks family, and he had confidence in eating and drinking. Mark's McClown shrugged to Mark's Fan and Mark's Sixuan, looking helpless. Late at night, the Dursleys. Harry was asleep in his bed, but the cold sweat kept flowing out, even the sheets were soaked. In Harry's dream, Harry saw a man who existed deep in his heart, Voldemort. Voldemort was rubbing his wand with warm blood still flowing on it. Harry couldn't feel the temperature of the blood, but he just felt that the blood was exuding temperature. Voldemort slowly raised his head, his snake-like pupils staring at Harry. Harry's heart tightened, and Voldemort's eyes were like a black hole that could absorb Harry's soul. Harry panted with big mouths. Suddenly his vision changed. Harry saw his body. He turned into a snake, constantly moving on the ground. However, I couldn't feel the slightest feeling, as if my soul was possessed by this snake. Harry struggled desperately, trying to break free of the snake's body. Chapter 543, Voldemort's Movement. Recommend the new book Dimensional System Wholesaler, Roll Around for Collection. You can search for the title of the book Dimensional System Wholesaler, or search for the author's name I Am Wang to find it. You can't post links because of the book review area restrictions _:3_. You may be a long-lived dragon set. You may be a counterattack by waste materials. You may be a cannon fodder who has become a stepping stone for genius. Do you feel sad and angry? Feeling unwilling? It doesn't matter. Xiaoxuan, the system wholesaler who customized the system for you, is here. From now on, you will raise your eyebrows, return to the top, step on the 5 shadows, and beat the 4 emperors. What kind of Squad Zero, the mere Saint 10 magicians, are all scum. Give me one of your system 236 Thrill and Ran. As long as you are willing to give me a system, I will treat each other as VIPs. Uakai Hamadara, why is your system so? But Harry couldn't get out of the snake's sight. No matter how hard he struggled, until Harry saw the two fallen bodies in front of Voldemort. Plus cool, tiger. The body was stained with blood, and his face was not clearly visible, but it could be distinguished that it was a man and a woman. At this time, Harry's heart ached sharply. What? Harry sat up abruptly from the bed, his clothes wet with cold sweat, and Harry realized that it was a nightmare he had done. There was the sound of banging up the stairs from downstairs, and an angry man rushed into Harry's room. It was Harry's uncle Vernon Dursley. Vernon angrily said, "Harry, I have had enough of you. You shut your mouth quickly, and let others sleep. You are already noisy." Harry nodded quickly and said, "Sorry uncle, I just had a nightmare." Vernon said angrily, "What's wrong with having a nightmare?" "Shut my mouth if I have a nightmare." Harry had to lower his head and dared not speak anymore, because he had no right to speak under the fence. Vernon snorted heavily and slammed the door of the room shut with a huge bang. Harry had to get back into the bed and sighed softly. Recently, Harry had dreamed about the same scene for several days in a row. Seeing Voldemort killing people made Harry very uncomfortable, but there was no one here to comfort him, and Harry had to close his eyes and fall asleep again. Soon, most of the summer vacation passed, and Marks McClown thought that it was almost time to do her own thing. During this period of time, Marks McClown stayed with Marks Fan and Marks Sixuan every day to exercise the fluctuating dog's use of the fluctuating cannon, while consolidating her strength. Although Marks Si's strength is strong, most of them rely on the division system to upgrade. While strong, the foundation is a bit unstable. And Marks McClown's main purpose during this period was to deepen her understanding of her strength. Although her strength had not risen by a large margin, Marks McClown's grasp and control of her strength had improved. Marks I's master system also slowly accumulated a lot of potential points. After completing the Triwizard contest and becoming the champion, he gained 10,000 potential points. When he was running for professor, he defeated Sirius and gained 3,000 potential points. He played against Voldemort and succeeded, forcing Voldemort to retreat. He gained 50,000 potential points, and he gained 30,000 potential points by using Death Eaters more than 30 times. At present, the total number of potential points of Marks I is 94,000. This number is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for Marks I. There is no problem with any skills to improve. However, Marks I did not directly use this huge potential point. After all, they are the three most basic skills: magic, body, and spirit of their own ways to improve, and other skills can also be upgraded with the increase of proficiency. And the potential point remains. It will be more practical to upgrade later. The key is that I don't know what emergencies will happen in the future. It's better to keep the potential point for backup. Recently, the Daily Prophet has reported that many wizards have accidents at home. I am afraid Voldemort has secretly planned some plan. And the Marks family's guarding ability has been guaranteed due to the enhancement of the Wave Dog. After all, the Marks family is relatively well known in the wizard family, and naturally has its own heritage. Marks McClown believed that if Voldemort hadn't personally led the Death Eaters to aggressively attack, the Marks family would still have no problem. But what Marks McClown is worried about now is Harry. From the changes in Voldemort's plan at the end of the Triwizard tournament last year, it can be seen that due to the entry of Marks I, an outsider, history will not continue to develop according to the original plan. Marks I does not know what will happen and can only rely on do things with your own feelings. Now that Voldemort has returned, he and Harry will naturally become Voldemort's thorns. It is difficult to guarantee that Voldemort will not take this opportunity to attack Harry. Moreover, the changing history also made Marks McClown anxious to know what Voldemort wanted to do now. After all, everything will not develop like in my memory. So Marks I decided to find Harry during this time to see if Harry had any problems, or if he knew Voldemort's situation. Marks I remembered that Harry should have begun to connect with Voldemort. The Dursleys. Harry 4.7 ate breakfast alone at the table. In fact, the Vernon family had already eaten it and went shopping, so Harry would have the opportunity to eat at the table alone. What they ate was the rest of their meals. Boom! The door of Dursley's family was suddenly knocked open, and Vernon, bloated, ran home anxiously. Behind him were Harry's Aunt Petunia and Harry's cousin Dudley. Harry stunned. "Uncle and Aunt, aren't you going to the big mall? Why are you back suddenly?" Petunia said coldly. "You immediately clean up your things and go to your room. We won't tell you not to come down." "Hear you?" Harry was surprised. "But I haven't finished my meal yet." Chapter 544 The Distinguished Guest Arrives. Vernon stomped fiercely and said, "I told you to pack up your things and go to the room immediately. Didn't you hear?" Dudley sneered. "Harry, you'd better listen to my parents obediently, and a big man will come to our house soon. This is the key to whether our house can be transported. If you dare to mess up, we will definitely not. I will let you go." Harry asked, "What big man?" Dudley said with disdain, "You know what's the use? It's impossible for you to know such a character. Plus cool, Tiger." Just as Harry was about to argue, Petunia said, "Well, it's the shareholder of Royal Shell. It is said that he is still a major shareholder. He came here to discuss a business with Vernon. If this business succeeds, our family will heir slightly." Vernon also excitedly said to himself, "Royal Shell Petroleum, that is the top 10 company in the UK. Its shareholders can be imagined how rich. I don't know what luck. He was willing to talk to me business." Harry was stunned. He also knew that his uncle was the director of a drilling rig company. He didn't know what he was mainly responsible for, but he could think of dealing with oil and the like. Harry has also heard of that Royal Shell Petroleum. It is a well-known oil company in the UK. This company accounts for a large portion of the entire UK's oil supply. It's just that shareholders generally don't intervene in the company's operations, but are only responsible for voting on some important changes at the shareholders' meeting, right? Why does this major shareholder come to discuss business exclusively? Vernon said impatiently. Okay, go back quickly and listen to me. If you dare to make trouble in this matter, I swear that you will not even want to step into this house this summer vacation." Harry had to tidy up the things on the dining table and returned to his room dejectedly. Harry was still a bit hungry at this time, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to annoy Vernon and kicked him out. When Harry returned to the room, he heard all sorts of ding-ding-dong-dong tumbling from downstairs, looking very busy. "Penny, hurry up. Take out the bottle of wine I left in the cellar and finish it today." "Dad, which suit should I wear, the red one or the white one?" "Darling, I think the red one is good." The Dursley family of 3 kept tossing underneath, and Harry had nothing to do, so he had to lie on the bed and waited quietly, wanting to wait until Vernon and the others had received the VIP before going down to eat. Cool Tiger, just when Harry was about to fall asleep in bed, the noise downstairs suddenly reduced a lot, and then Harry heard Vernon rumblingly stepping on the wooden board and running to the door to open the door. "Welcome guests from Royal Shell to our home." Vernon's voice was so loud that Harry couldn't close his eyes at all, and then Petunia and Dudley clapped desperately, as if they were about to slap their palms. It was so noisy downstairs. Of course Harry couldn't sleep, so he had to stand up and get up to listen to the movement downstairs. In fact, Harry was still a little curious in his heart. After all, he had heard of Royal Shell Petroleum, and he was more interested in this major shareholder of Royal Shell. Big people, even if they don't have any effect on them, they still have that kind of mentality to want to see. Harry couldn't sleep anyway, and he didn't want to satisfy his curiosity as follows. What Vernon said at the time was just not allowing himself to appear. "It's okay to go down and listen." Harry immediately got out of bed and walked down the stairs. The Dursleys' stairs were in a relatively remote corner. Harry was sitting at the end of the stairs. There is no way to see the situation in the hall. Harry just sat down on the stairs when he heard the movement from the hall. Vernon grinned and said, "I thought that someone who can become a major shareholder of Royal Shell must be of a certain age. Who knows that you are so young? You are really young and promising, and you must have great prospects in the future." "What are you talking about? People are more promising than you now." Petunia blamed her husband, and then smiled. It's rare for a young man like you to have such a big career. Dudley, you have to learn from this brother and learn how other people succeed. Petunia's words were so soft that Harry hadn't heard Petunia speak to him like this in his lifetime. Julie repeatedly said, "Okay, okay, I think you are particularly attractive when I see you, as if there is a kind of magic that attracts me. I think you must be a mentor in my life." Harry sat on the stairs and vomited. He naturally understood Dudley's character. It was difficult for Dudley to be able to say such disgusting words. The other party did not speak, and seemed to be looking at the Dursleys. But Harry also knew from Vernon and their description that this man should be a very young 347 male. Vernon said, "Penny, what about the bottle of wine I asked you to take?" Petunia hurriedly said, Here, this bottle of wine has been kept by Vernon for 20 years. It is guaranteed to be delicious." Vernon also said, "It doesn't matter, since there are such important guests. This wine is nothing." Harry immediately heard the sound of a bang, opening a wine bottle, and then a gurgling sound of pouring water. For a while, a scent of grapes filled the room, and Harry couldn't help even if he didn't drink. "Lick your tongue," Vernon said immediately. "How about it? Is this wine okay?" A male voice replied, "Not bad. Are you the three of you in your family?" The voice reached Harry's ears, and Harry seemed to be struck by thunder and sat there sluggishly. This voice is so familiar, it seems to be a familiar person who can no longer be familiar with. Chapter 545 Young and Promising Classmates, Professors and Major Shareholders. Vernon panicked and said, "Of course, the room is so big, you can read it all at a glance." "You," the male voice continued. "No, there should be someone else." "Marks, it's Mr. Marks." Harry stood up abruptly and walked straight to the hall. The owner of this voice was Marks. Harry was 100% sure. When Harry walked into the hall, the first thing he saw was the Dursley family dressed up in spirit, and in front of them, it was Marks dressed in casual clothes. Marks McClown saw Harry come out with a playful smile on his face. Vernon was taken aback. Following Marks' eyes, he also saw Harry walking down from the room, and Harry was still wearing pajamas, with a sloppy look. "Harry Potter!" Vernon yelled furiously. Just now, in front of Marks' he conclusively said that there was no one else in the house who knew that Harry had come down by himself, and he was dressed so casually, that immediately caused his fire. Petunia rushed over, pushed Harry, suppressing her anger, and said, "Hurry up and get on me, do you hear it?" Dudley showed a smirking smile, as if watching the excitement wasn't too much of an issue. Hardly broke free of Petunia's hand and shouted, "Mr. Marks, why are you here?" Marks McClown smiled and said, "Come and see you. Can't we talk about business by the way?" Hearing the conversation between Marks McClown and Harry, the Vernon family was stunned for an instant. They never thought that Harry actually knew Marks McClown, and Marks McClown came to discuss business because of Harry. Harry broke free of Petunia's hand and walked to Marks McClown, looking at Vernon with a wry expression. "Uncle, this is my classmate, whose name is Marks McClown." Vernon became a bit stuttered and said, "Marks ... Mr. Marks, right?" Vernon thinks he is also a man who has experienced many storms. But now the scene is so embarrassing that he doesn't know what to do. Petunia also smiled awkwardly, and said, "It turns out that Mr. Marks is Harry's classmate. I told you earlier that there was such a big oolong. Today, Harry is not feeling well. We asked him to stay on it and don't come out to see him. Guest, otherwise it's too much. Toss him, isn't it?" Penny's emergency responsibility is still very good, and she found an excuse to explain it all at once. Dudley was a little overwhelmed on the side. Just now he said that Harry couldn't know such a person. Who knew that this person was actually Harry's classmate? Didn't this slap himself in the face? Harry didn't expose Petunia's lie. He believed in Marks' IQ, and of course he would not believe in such things, and he didn't need to fall out with his uncle and aunt. Harry said, "Mr. Marks is not only my classmate, but also a professor at the school. He is the most powerful student in our school." When he said this, Harry couldn't help but straighten his chest, as if Mark's eye was his pride. Vernon kept sweating on his forehead and said, "It's a student, a professor, and a shareholder of Royal Shell Petroleum. It's really young and promising." Marks McClown smiled faintly. "Since the misunderstanding is resolved, let's have a meal together." Vernon sweated and said embarrassingly, "This is naturally no problem, Harry. Go back and change into a suit of clothes that can see people. How proper are you like this?" Harry is still wearing pajamas, and of course Vernon will not let go of anything against Harry. Marks McClown shook his head and said, "It's okay. Just pajamas. Harry and I are so familiar. These are unnecessary." Only then did Vernon sit on the seat with a cold face, deeply dissatisfied with Harry in his heart. But now Harry is Mark's eye's friend, and he can't offend Mark's eye, which makes Vernon very uncomfortable. Petunia was also sitting in her seat, feeling quite fidgeting. Although Harry didn't deny Petunia's statement, the discerning person could see that there was a problem at a glance, and Petunia was also embarrassed at this time. Dudley was even more jealous and hateful. What he said was immediately beaten by reality, which made Dudley, who had always looked down upon Harry, very uncomfortable, thinking about how to retaliate against Harry in the future. Marks McClown looked at this embarrassing family, already knowing something in his heart, and smiled. "Harry, how was your summer vacation?" Harry glanced lightly at the Vernons and said, "It's okay, it's the same as before." Vernon's face was even more unnatural, and she immediately turned her head down, and Petunia quickly answered, "It's rare for everyone to get together today. Those who are unhappy will not talk about it. Let's talk about work cooperation, Vernon. Don't you agree?" Vernon immediately raised his head with a flattering expression. "McClown's, yes, Mr. Marks, since we are so fate. What do you think of the cooperation between our two companies?" Marks McClown looked at Harry faintly, without speaking. Vernon was taken aback and looked at Harry unnaturally. He already understood what Marks McClown meant. Marks McClown felt that Harry was treated badly here, so he asked Harry for his opinion. Harry felt very happy when he saw Vernon's eyes looking at him. This uncle always regarded himself as a thorn in his eyes, and now he finally saw him with this kind of requesting eyes. Harry frowned slightly and said, "I don't understand the good things in business. How do I know what to do?" Vernon was stunned, and Harry's attitude had been put forward, because they treated Harry with this attitude before, so now Harry does not intend to let them go so simply. Vernon gritted his teeth and said, "Harry, we didn't do well in the past, so don't take it to heart. After all, we are a family." Petunia also knew that Harry had become the crux of the matter at this time, so she had to whisper, "Harry, after all, I am your aunt. Look at you eating and living in our house all these years. That, you see you. Chapter 546 Sudden change of situation. Harry knew that he was only going to earn a bit of face, and he was relying on Mark's eye's face now. Once he was too much. After Mark's eye was gone, he might be treated more unbearably. He had to say, "Mr. Marks, I didn't mean to interfere with you, but Uncle Vernon is really very concerned about this. You can consider him plus cool, tiger." Marks McClown understands Harry's concerns. He can make Harry a little vent when he is there, but once he is gone, Harry still has to face his uncle and aunt day and night, and it is unnecessary to make a fuss too stiff. Marks McClown smiled faintly. "Since Mr. Dursley is Harry's uncle, and Harry is my good friend, I shouldn't shirk anything about this business, right?" As soon as Vernon heard this, he immediately said with joy, "You are indeed a major shareholder of Royal Shell Petroleum. The tolerance is really extraordinary. Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Marks McClown smiled faintly, took the wineglass in his hand and toasted Vernon. Harry suddenly became discouraged when he saw the happy look of the Vernon family because of the successful business cooperation. No matter how difficult the problem was before him, it seemed to be a breeze when placed in front of Mark's eye, which made Harry feel very frustrated. Marks McClown ate a 383 sumptuous lunch with the Dursleys, which was also the most sumptuous meal Harry could have in so long in the summer. "Well, now that the business has been negotiated, Harry, I'm visiting again, and I'm about to leave." Marks McClown smiled. Vernon nodded repeatedly and said, "Mr. Marks is very busy, so of course you can't waste Mr. Marks's time. Come, let's send Mr. Marks out." Petunia and Harry stood up immediately, only Dudley was still eating at the table, as if he hadn't had enough. When Vernon saw Dudley's appearance, he hated that Diane could not become a steel trap. "Darlie, get up and see the guests off." Dudley stood up reluctantly and followed Petunia. The Vernon family and Harry greeted Marks McClown to the door. Marks McClown also dressed up, walked out of the Dursleys' yard, and smiled. "Well, Mr. Dursley, just send it here." Vernon smiled and said, "I am really happy to be able to negotiate a good business with Mr. Marks today. In the future, Mr. Marks will have to visit my house more often." "It is okay to visit Harry." Marks McClown smiled and nodded, and said, "Harry, come here, I have something to tell you." This time Marks I came here to see if Harry was okay, and to find out if Harry knew about Voldemort. It was just that the Dursley family was in front of him, so I couldn't inquire at will. Take the time to ask Harry. Plus cool, Tiger. Harry stepped forward and said, "Mr. Marks, what's the matter?" Marks McClown leaned in front of Harry and said, "Harry, have you heard anything about Voldemort recently?" Harry was taken aback and said, "Is there any news recently?" "I haven't heard of it." Marks McClown frowned slightly. Didn't Harry's spirit connect with Voldemort yet? Voldemort should be planning something recently. It is said that many families have been attacked by Death Eaters. You must be careful, you know. Harry nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course, Mr. Marks, you have to be more careful. After all, you still have to go out to do business often." Harry thought Marks I had been doing business outside all this time. Marks McClown smiled faintly. As long as Voldemort didn't take the shot himself, no matter what Death Eater appeared in front of him, there would be no chance. At this point, Marks McClown has absolute confidence. Just when Marks McClown wanted to say goodbye to Harry, suddenly a cool wind blew in front of them, and the cold Harry couldn't help but shiver. For the sky that was still clear suddenly became clouded, and gusts of cold wind hit everyone's faces violently. The change in the weather was really strange. Harry was stunned, staring at the dark sky blankly, and said, "What's wrong? Why is it suddenly so cold?" Marks McClown hadn't spoken yet, and Vernon behind him had already yelled angrily and said, "Harry, are you doing something bad again?" Dudley also said gloomily, "Who else is this freak?" Of course, the Dursley family didn't dare to speak ill of Marks I, and they all pointed the finger at Harry. Marks McClown shook his head slightly. The Dursleys' hostility towards Harry was obvious, and even if they had their own relationship, it wouldn't help. Harry shook his head quickly and said, "I don't know what's going on, it has nothing to do with me." Another cold wind hit their faces, and this time even Marks McClown felt a kind of cold deep in his soul approaching. Marks McClown said indifferently, "Mr. Dursley, please take your family back to your house first. Harry, you also enter the house, and that house will have protective magic to protect you before you reach adulthood." Harry worried, "Mr. Marks, what about you?" Marks McClown said, "I have the ability to protect myself. It's hard for me to expand when you stay here. Go back quickly." Harry gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Harry was about to turn his head and took the Dursley family back to the house immediately, but when Harry turned around, he saw that the three of the Dursley family had fainted on the ground. "Uncle and Aunt Dudley!" Harry screamed. Marks McClown turned his head abruptly, and the Dursleys were already lying on the ground, their faces extremely pale, as if they had lost their souls. Just when Harry wanted to rush out to inspect Dursley's family, Marks I slammed Harry. Marks McClown said lightly, "Don't move, it's a Dementor." Harry was stunned, and said, "How can a Dementor appear here? Should it be a Death Eater?" Chapter 547 Fired. Marks McClown pointed to the distance, and sure enough there were two erratic figures floating and sinking there, and it seemed that the form was indeed a Dementor. Harry was surprised. Isn't the Dementor only active in Azkaban? How could it be here? Marks McClown patted Harry's head lightly, and said, Don't be limited by your fixed thinking, use facts to speak. Now the Dementors have appeared, what's the use of some of them? Harry closed his mouth quickly, not daring to speak more. The two Dementors looked at Mark-Cy and Harry from a distance, and didn't rush to get closer, slowly wandering in the distance. Marks McClown slowly took out his magic wand. His opponents were just two ordinary Dementors. He naturally wouldn't have any concerns. But now is an extraordinary period. Marks McClown does not guarantee that these two Dementors are just bait, and the real enemy is still hidden nearby. However, Marks McClown looked at the two Dementors coldly and kept paying attention to the surroundings. After not finding any abnormalities, Marks McClown slowly said, "There should be only these two Dementors around here, there are no other wizards." At this time, the Dementors wandering in the distance couldn't restrain the inner force, and rushed towards Mark-Cy. Call God to guard. Marks McClown raised his magic wand, a crystal white light appeared on the top of the magic wand, and quickly turned into a five-clawed golden dragon hovering above Marks McClown's head. The Dementor rushed halfway, and the place illuminated by the soft white light immediately melted, and could smell the pungent odor, like rotten meat. The Dementor screamed and immediately fled from Marks McClown's side, not daring to look back. Harry looked at the escaped Dementor with lingering fears, and said, "Mr. Marks, how could there be a Dementor here? If we don't have you today, we will have something serious." Marks McClown stared at the direction where the Dementor was leaving, frowning deeply, and said, "First move the Dursley family back. I will stay with you temporarily. It is not safe to be around here." Harry nodded repeatedly and said, "McClowns, Mr. Marks, don't leave. You may be in danger outside by yourself." Marks McClown was speechless for a while. The reason he stayed was to protect Harry, who knew that Harry thought he was afraid of encountering danger outside, but Marks McClown didn't say much. With a light wave of Mark-Cy's wand, he moved the bodies of the Dursley family of three back to the Dursley family's house. Harry said worriedly, "Mr. Marks, Uncle and Aunt, they have no big problems, right?" Marks McClown said, "There is no big problem. As long as the Dementor appears, ordinary moles will lose their mobility. It will be fine after a while." Harry nodded and said, "That's good." Mark-Cy and Harry returned to the Dursley family house, Vernon and others still pale, sitting on the sofa without saying a word. Marks McClown looked at the scenery outside the window vigilantly. Although the Dementor had receded, the sky outside was still very dark, and the cold wind was coming in, which was very strange. Marks McClown closed the doors and windows tightly and sat on a stool, not knowing what he was thinking about. Harry was watching Vernon and the others one by one. Although Harry didn't like the Dursley family very much in his heart, Harry didn't want them to have an accident, and he was relieved that there was no major problem when he checked them. Harry asked, "Mr. Marks, aren't these Dementors directly under the orders of the Ministry of Magic? Could it be that the Ministry of Magic guided them here?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "I don't know about this, but we saw the Dementors appearing in the Mole world. This is a serious matter and we must report it." Harry nodded and said, "Since Voldemort's rebirth, there have been various attacks in both the Wizarding World and the Mole world, but the Ministry of Magic still denies the resurrection of Voldemort. Don't you think about it, Mr. Marks? Refute the Ministry of Magic?" Marks McClown smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't want to argue with the Ministry of Magic, but the situation is not as simple as we thought. Find flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. If we announce the rebirth of Voldemort, whether the public believes us or not, first of all we will be enemies of the Ministry of Magic, and it is very likely to cause at least a nationwide panic. This will only give Voldemort more opportunities. Isn't it?" Harry froze for a moment. What Marks McClown said did make sense, and it was a side that Harry hadn't thought of yet. Harry wondered, is it just going to let the Ministry of Magic continue to mess around? This will only get worse. Marks McClown said, "There is no way." If the high levels of the Ministry of Magic did not verify this with their own eyes, They would not believe it no matter what we say. The key is that they have been dominated by their inner fear. They are forcing themselves not to believe this. Harry sighed and lowered his head, as if thinking about something. At this time, the Dursleys also slowly woke up, their eyes full of fear. Vernon first broke out and rushed in front of Harry and shouted, "It's you again, you freak. You are the one who attracted these things, right?" Dudley hid in Petunia's arms and shouted, "Put him out, Dad." Harry looked embarrassed. He wanted to refute these ignorant muggles, but Marks McClown was by his side again, and he didn't know how to speak well. Just when Marks McClown frowned and wanted to speak up, suddenly there was a banging sound from the windows outside. A black and white owl squeezed in against the window and squeezed in through the window, making the Dursleys scream again. With a letter in the owl's beak, he threw it directly in front of Harry. Before Harry could pick up the letter jumped up on its own and opened the envelope. P.S. Let's have an automatic subscription. Chapter 548. What kind of differential treatment is this? Dear Mr. Harry Potter, the Ministry of Magic has received a notice that at 2:37 this afternoon, you used the chanting curse in front of muggles. This behavior violates the prohibition of underage wizards from using magic regulations. So you have been expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. May all be well. Mafalda Hopkirk! Cool! !! After the letter was finished, he fell directly to the ground. No more sound. Harry's eyes widened, and he looked at the envelope on the ground in disbelief. It was indeed the seal of the Ministry of Magic printed on it. Vernon looked surprised and laughed at Harry. God. Harry muttered, "It's impossible, and it's not me." "It's impossible." 353 Dudley jumped up and laughed. "Harry, you also have today. Now it depends on how you pull it." Vernon made a gesture of celebrating the victory and said, "Penny, Dudley, let's go to the hospital and check the body. Harry will leave him alone at home." Vernon looked back at Marks Eye and smiled. "Mr. Marks, Harry is no longer your student. You don't have to stay with him. You'd better stay away from him. He has been a freak since he was a kid. It's hard to get along with. Plus, roll." Harry stood up suddenly and roared, his voice so loud that it shook Vernon's eardrums. When Vernon saw Harry getting angry, he didn't dare to go forward and provoke Harry for a while. Who knows if Harry will do anything amazing this time? Marks McClown said indifferently, "Mr. Dursley, first take your family to the hospital for an examination. I will stay and take care of Harry." Vernon was about to persuade Marks McClown again. Marks McClown looked at Vernon coldly. Vernon even felt that his blood was cold all over his body, so he closed his mouth and greeted Penny and Dudley to go out and get in the car to the hospital. Harry clenched his fists and stood there, shaking his whole body with excitement. Marks McClown knew that in Harry's mind, Hogwarts was his most important place. Finding friends and confidence in that place, and now suddenly expelling him, was indeed a big blow to Harry. Marks McClown slowly said, "Harry, don't get excited, there is still room for maneuver in this matter." Harry resisted the anger in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, "What's there?" "This is a direct order from the Ministry of Magic. I have been expelled." Harry clenched his fist and said, "If it is true that I used magic, I would admit it if I fired me, but I didn't use magic just now." Marks McClown explained, "The Ministry of Magic is able to detect the use of magic by minors, but it seems that it can only roughly detect the location, not sure which person it is. Plus cool, Tiger, maybe they have detected someone using magic here, and you are the closest. So it is assumed that you used magic." Harry stared at Marks Eye. The magic just now was used by Marks Eye, but the Ministry of Magic did not directly make a ruling on Marks Eye, which also made Harry very dissatisfied. Marks McClown also knew Harry's inner thoughts, and said, "Maybe because I'm already a professor at Hogwarts, so this rule didn't work for me. It's probably like this." Harry hugged his head and said in pain, "In other words, now we can't tell anything. I'm just fired." Marks McClown patted Harry on the shoulder lightly, and said, "This is mainly because I used the spell. I won't let you be expelled so easily." Harry seemed to have grabbed the last straw. and immediately squeezed Mark's Eye's hand, and said, I really don't want to be expelled. If I am expelled from Hogwarts, I really have nothing. Marks McClown said comfortingly, don't worry, you are the person that Professor Dumbledore values, and Dumbledore won't get you expelled so easily, right? Harry nodded repeatedly. Dumbledore really valued him. Many people believed that as long as he was able to deal with Voldemort, they would definitely protect themselves. After thinking about this, Harry gradually relieved. Marks McClown looked at the sky outside and said, it's already late today, I will stay here first, and I will help you find a solution tomorrow. Harry nodded quickly, but the panic on his face was still obvious. Suddenly, the door lock of the Dursleys turned slowly, as if some force drove it to open the door automatically. Harry was taken aback, and said, could it be that Uncle Vernon and the others are back? As soon as Harry's voice fell, the door lock was automatically opened, but it didn't look like it was opened with a key at all. It looked like it was opened with a door curse. Marks McClown immediately drew a magic wand from her body and looked at the gate vigilantly. Harry also noticed the abnormality of the gate. He also drew out the magic wand. Anyway, he had already been expelled. Harry didn't care not to use the spell anymore. Boom. The gate was pushed open heavily, and several vague figures appeared outside the gate, led by a woman with purple hair that Marks McClown had never seen before. Behind this woman, that unique fake eye marked his identity, Mad-Eye Moody. After seeing Moody, Marks McClown was a little relieved. At least it wasn't Voldemort's Death Eaters who came to attack. Marks McClown slowly put away the wand in his hand. Harry also put away his wand, and said in surprise, Professor Moody, why did you come here? Moody said solemnly, we are here to save you. 5.2 Moody's eyes turned to one side, and he frowned unconsciously when he saw Mark's Eye sitting on the other side. Marks McClown smiled and said, hello, Professor Moody. Moody said lightly, Mark's Eye, why are you here? Marks McClown stretched out his hand and said, could it be that the summer vacation is over? Can't I visit the students in person? Moody glanced at Mark's Eye, then turned to Harry. Harry, follow us right now, it's dangerous here. Chapter 549, Order of the Phoenix. Thank you H for your 688 points. It's been a long time since the master gave a reward, and suddenly several came here at once. Excited. Harry said with weeping face, Professor Moody, but I was expelled from Hogwarts by the Ministry of Magic just now. What can I do? Moody said, Professor Dumbledore is already discussing this with the Ministry of Magic. You won't be expelled so easily. Trust me. Helmer smiled and said, really? Moody nodded his head, and the purple-haired woman kept looking at Harry and smiled. The famous Harry Potter, hello, you can call me Tonks. The strong man behind Moody also wanted to come out and introduce himself, but was interrupted coldly by Moody. If you don't mind, the introduction can end here. Harry, follow us right away. Harry hesitated. After a while, he looked at Mark's Eye and said, Mr. Marks, let's go together. Professor Moody said it is dangerous here. Marks McClown smiled faintly, looked at Moody, and said nothing. He had already seen that Moody and his team were wary of themselves for some reason, and he did not think that Moody would like to walk with him. Sure enough, Moody said coldly, Mr. Marks, I'm so sorry, we have important things to find Harry on this trip, so we may not be able to protect you. Marks McClown said casually, it's okay, I don't need your protection, do I? Moody approached Mark's Eye. His face lightened a little and said, last time you saved me once, I haven't officially thanked you yet. Thank you. Marks McClown smiled faintly and said, no, this is what I should do. Marks McClown turned his head and smiled. Harry, since you are already protected, then I will leave first. Marks McClown took a deep look at Moody, and his whole body quickly disappeared into the air. Before Harry said goodbye, Mark's eye had disappeared in front of everyone. Moody's brow furrowed deeply. He had already seen that Marks McClown was using phantom transformation just now, and he disappeared into the air directly without chanting. The strength of Marks McClown was really terrifying. Harry dissatisfied. Professor Moody, didn't you say that this place is dangerous? Why are you unwilling to protect Mr. Marks? Tunks chuckles. That Mark's eye doesn't need us to protect it. The person who needs protection is standing in front of us. Moody said coldly, stop talking nonsense. Go out and leave here immediately. Moody and his group walked out of the Dursleys' house. The crutches in Moody's hand fell heavily on the ground, and a flying broom immediately appeared in front of everyone. Moody said coldly, everyone stays in line. Even if someone is killed, don't look back. Go. Moody took the lead in riding his broomstick and flying high in the sky. Helpless, Harry had no choice but to clench his broomstick, and followed the group of people to the sky. Tunks kept following Harry closely, like Harry's bodyguard. In the high altitude, the cold wind kept blowing on Harry. Harry leaned down as much as possible and asked, Tunks, where are we going now? Tunks smiled mysteriously and said, Order of the Phoenix. What? Before Harry could hear it clearly, Tunks speeded up and leapt ahead of Harry. Harry hurriedly caught up with Tunks' flying broomstick, and now his heart was full of guilt for Marks McClown. Why a large group of people came to protect himself, and Marks McClown is also a Hogwarts student, but it seems not recognized the same. Moody's attitude towards Mark's eye is almost like letting Mark's eye go home by himself, feeling that he will survive on his own. Harry asked again, it is also very dangerous for Mark's eye to go back alone. Let's go back and find him, otherwise, what should I do if something goes wrong alone? Before Tunks spoke, Moody, who led the front, said coldly, don't be thinking about that, Mr. Marks. I can tell you for sure that any one of us here is an accident, and Mark's eye will not. Something is going on, so don't worry. Harry closed his mouth and stopped talking. He had already discovered that Moody and his party were inexplicably hostile to Marks McClown, and no matter how they said it, they would not be willing to take Marks McClown. Moody's leader made a gesture ahead, and landed first, landing in a green park. The other members also landed, and Harry stepped on the ground, and Tunks immediately made a silence gesture to Marks McClown. Moody walked slowly to the iron fence 420 in the green park, and the door was well opened, and the other members filed out behind Moody. Harry walked out of the park in the crowd, facing a wide road. On the opposite side of the road was a very common British building, and it seemed nothing strange. Harry asked in a low voice, where are we going now? Tunks quickly made another silent gesture, not intending to explain it to Harry, and Harry had to follow everyone behind. Moody looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there were no problems in the surrounding area, Moody raised his crutches and slammed it heavily on the ground. The building in front of Harry moved slowly, but through the windows, Harry found that the people inside didn't seem to notice the obvious change at all. Harry was afraid that he would be too surprised, and immediately covered his mouth. Tunks whispered in Harry's ear, this is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Only authorized people can enter, so you must not disclose this secret. Harry nodded quickly, but he also heard from Tunks' words that Mark's eye was not the one they recognized, so they didn't bring Mark's eye. Chapter 550 Harry, this pot is so heavy. Thank you German orthopedic specialist for the 2000 points reward. Long lost high reward. Thank you for your support. This made Harry feel very uncomfortable. Marks McClown's strength was clearly not inferior to anyone present, and Marks McClown had fought Voldemort in person. How could such a person not be recognized? But before Harry could react, the moving building had slowly come to a halt, and a wide door appeared in the middle. Moody opened the door directly and stepped into the building, and the other members immediately followed behind. When Harry entered, he clearly saw the position written by the door. 12 Grimmauld Place. After entering the gate, there is a long corridor. In the room at the end of the corridor, a large group of people are arguing loudly about what they don't know. Harry followed behind Moody, slowly approaching the room that was constantly arguing. Fudge is already confused. He doesn't know the status quo at all. Should we just let him mess around like this? Listen clearly. Fukugi is not only a wizard. He is also a politician. Don't think of things so simple. But look at what he's doing recently. It's a mess. Harry saw that the people in the room were wearing all kinds of clothes. But there was no doubt that the people here were all elite wizards in the wizarding world. Lupin. Sirius. Harry saw the two men abruptly, his eyes gleaming involuntarily. Harry hasn't seen it for a long time. Suddenly a woman hugged Harry tightly. It was Mrs. Weasley. Harry absent-mindedly said, "Hello, Mrs. Weasley." Just when Harry wanted to continue looking at the room, Moody and the others filed in and closed the door. Mrs. Weasley looked at Harry carefully, and said with a smile, "It's a lot thinner, but it doesn't matter, it's still so handsome. Go upstairs. In the first room on the left, someone is waiting for you." Harry hesitantly pointed to the room and said, "But, I think." Harry hadn't seen Sirius for a long time, so Harry wanted to meet Sirius very much. Mrs. Weasley shook her head slightly and said, "Go up and rest first, Harry. You are already very tired." Harry nodded and followed Mrs. Weasley's instructions. He went upstairs and opened the first room on the left. It was Hermione and Ron. Harry was surprised. "Ron, Hermione, why are you here?" Hermione looked at Harry worriedly and said, "Harry, this world is so crazy. How could you be targeted by the Ministry of Magic like this?" Ron also looked worried and said, "It's okay, Harry. This matter will definitely be resolved." Reminded by Ron and Hermione, Harry thought about his dismissal again, and immediately said frustratedly, "What can I do now?" Ron quickly said, "I heard that Professor Dumbledore has protested to the Ministry of Magic, and there may be a hearing against you later." Harry was taken aback, puzzled. "What kind of hearing?" Hermione explained, "It is for you to use magic in front of muggles, so that you can explain it in the hearing. If you make sense, you may be acquitted, but if they don't think you are legitimate, you may be directly convicted of your crime." Harry refused to accept, but it was Edmenta who appeared and was about to attack us. "How could Mr. Marks not protect us?" Ron immediately said, "What do you mean, Harry? Why are you involved in Mark's Eye again?" Hermione also looked at Harry suspiciously, her face full of concern. Hermione hadn't seen Mark's Eye for most of the summer. Even if she invited Mark's Eye to her home, Mark's Eye politely refused. Hermione is now very concerned about Mark's Eye's situation. Harry explained, "Mr. Marks came to my house as a guest, and then when he was about to leave, he was attacked by a Dementor. Of course Mark's Eye reacted immediately and saved me and my uncle and aunt. Who knows, the Ministry of Magic just decided that I was using magic in front of muggles." Ron suddenly clapped his palms and said, "That's simple. It's Mark's Eye's magic, not yours. How can you involve you? Just say that at the hearing, and make sure you have no problems." Hermione looked disappointed. Why didn't Mark's Eye come to see herself when she was a guest at Harry's house? Harry shook his head quickly and said, "Mr. Marks saved us. How can I do this?" Even if there was no Mr. Marks at the time, I would still use the curse. The result will be the same. Ron said with a look of hatred for iron and steel, "Harry, you are helping others. Don't you have the heart to leave Hogwarts?" Harry clutched his head in pain. Of course he didn't want to leave Hogwarts. After all, this is the source of all his love. After leaving Hogwarts, he will soon become the one that nobody loves. Goodly is good. Lonely kid. Just as Ron was going to continue speaking, Hermione held Ron. She had already seen that Harry was feeling very uncomfortable now, and if he added fuel to the fire, Harry might explode. Hermione said softly, "Harry, don't take this matter too seriously. The actions of the Ministry of Magic are too unacceptable now, and Professor Dumbledore will help you with this matter." questionable. Harry said, "What's wrong with the Ministry of Magic?" Hermione sighed and said, "The Ministry of Magic now not only publicly announces in the newspaper that Voldemort has not returned, but also prohibits people in the wizarding world from discussing this matter. It also releases recent terrorist attacks, such as Azkaban escape. Push it all on Sirius." Harry stood up in surprise and looked at Hermione in disbelief.